Chapter 1 A Shot to the Soul. Yi Juanhu, who had just graduated from university, was full of infinite aspirations for the future. However, he did not expect that what greeted him was not flowers and applause, but a cold sneer from his former girlfriend Long Mingshuang, a gold-digging woman. Yi Juanhu, look at the way you look now, Long Mingshuang said, arms folded, a slight sneer at the corner of her mouth. 3 nothings, no house, no car, no savings. What can you offer me to make me happy? Yi Juanhu froze. He tried to recover with a trembling voice. Lang Minrong, didn't we agree to work hard together? We just graduated, and who doesn't have nothing? Lang Minrong sneered, her eyes full of disdain. Work hard? Ha, by the time you can afford to buy a toilet in this city, I'll already be someone else's gold digger. Goodbye, you pauper. Yi Juanhu's heart felt like it had been pricked by a needle. He took a deep breath to try to remain calm. Lang Minrong, you can't say that about me. We used to love each other so much, can't you just give me a little time? Love each other? Lang Minrong laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke. Yi Juanhu, wake up. Reality is cruel. If you have no money, you have no right to talk about love. I'll tell you, I've already found a new boyfriend. He's rich and powerful, and can give me everything I want. Yi Juanhu's face turned pale, and he felt dizzy. He couldn't believe that the girl who had sworn eternal love to him had become so snobbish. Long Mingshuang, you've changed. Yi Juanhu's voice was a little choked up. You're no longer the girl who ate instant noodles with me and squeezed on the bus. Yes, I changed. Long Mingshuang admitted frankly. Because I have seen reality clearly, and I know what I want. And you, Yi Juanhu, you are just a poor boy, and you can never give me what I want. After saying this, the gold-digging Lang Minrong turned around and left, and the sound of her high heels tapping on the ground echoed in Yi Juanhu's ears. He stood still, watching the back of Lang Minrong gradually recede, his heart filled with loss and anger. One day, I will make you regret it. Yi Juanhu vowed secretly in his heart. It was the night Yi Juanhu was deeply hurt by his ex-girlfriend Lang Minfang's worship of money, and his heart was torn apart. Yi Juanhu went alone to the dim and noisy bar he frequented, trying to numb his nerves with alcohol. The lights in the bar were blurry, and the music deafening. Yi Juanhu drank glass after glass, trying to wash away the pain in his heart. Just as Yi Juanhu's eyes were beginning to blur from drunkenness, a familiar figure appeared in Yi Juanhu's line of sight. She was wearing a simple yet elegant dress, her long hair flowing like a shawl, and her face was absolutely beautiful, like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. Yi Juanhu looked closely and saw that it was Meng Yuhan, the goddess teacher from my university days. Not only was she naturally beautiful and a stunning beauty, she was also very knowledgeable and gentle, and was the goddess in the hearts of many boys. I just never thought that I would run into her here after graduation. Teacher Meng? Is that you? Yi Juanhu asked, a little drunk and uncertain. She turned around and, upon seeing me, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Yi Juanhu? Why are you here? Yi Juanhu smiled helplessly and let out the pent-up frustration in his heart. I'm in a bad mood, so I came here to drink. She seemed to sense that something was wrong with me, so she gently patted Yi Juanhu on the shoulder and comforted me tenderly. If there's something upsetting you, you can tell me. Encouraged by her, Yi Juanhu told her everything about the incident with Lang Minfang. After listening, she flashed a look of sympathy in her eyes, and then gently advised me. Juanhu, there will always be setbacks in life, but you have to believe that they will all pass. You are a young man with potential. As long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to find your own happiness. At that moment, Yi Juanhu felt as if he had found a haven for his soul, and all his pain and anger turned into tears. Meng Yuhan kept talking and drinking, and it was obvious that she also had something she couldn't tell anyone about. Under the influence of alcohol, the emotions between the two gradually heated up, and they eventually had a relationship in a daze. However, when Yi Juanhu woke up the next day, he was surprised to find a little red on the bed. She had actually. Yi Juanhu was stunned, his heart filled with surprise and guilt. Meng Yuhan is his goddess teacher, how could she do such a thing? What's more, she still managed to maintain her purity. Yi Juanhu deeply felt that he had caused her harm, and didn't know how to face her, let alone deal with this unexpected emotion. Yi Juanhu knew that it was all a mistake caused by alcohol and impulse, but he also knew clearly that he had developed deep feelings for Meng Yuhan. It's just that, where should I go with these feelings? Just as Yi Juanhu was frozen in place, his heart full of mixed emotions, trying to find the right words to respond to the impulse that had entered his soul that night, Meng Yuhan gently withdrew her hand from Yi Juanhu's tight grasp. At that moment, the air seemed to have congealed, and Yi Juanhu could clearly feel the residual warmth left by Meng Yuhan's fingertips, as well as the barely perceptible hesitation in her eyes. Meng Yuhan slowly stood up, her movements gentle but firm, as if each step carried careful thought about the future. Her gaze met Yi Juanhu's again, and there was no longer the tenderness of last night in those eyes, replaced by a deep and complex emotion. Juanhu, I need time to sort out my thoughts. Her voice was low and calm, and every word seemed to have been uttered after careful consideration. Let's give each other some time, okay? After saying this, she turned around, without looking back for another glance, and walked straight towards the bar's exit. Her back looked particularly thin in the dim light, but it also revealed an unignorable toughness and independence. Yi Juanhu stood still, looking at her figure that gradually receded into the distance, and an indescribable sense of loss and reluctance welled up in his heart. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye, and life seemed to have returned to its established track, except that there was always a place in Yi Juanhu's heart reserved for Meng Yuhan. He occasionally thinks of her, of that night, of her gentle words and resolute back, and his heart is filled with mixed emotions. One day, Yi Juanhu came to the Iyaran Maternal and Child Health Hospital in Dongjian City due to some business. The hospital was bustling with activity, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. He shuttled through the crowd, going through the relevant procedures. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure inadvertently caught his eye. It was Meng Yuhan. She was wearing a loose-fitting maternity dress and holding a stack of medical reports in her hands as she talked to a doctor. Her face was radiant with motherhood, and her eyes shone with anticipation and happiness. Yi Juanhu froze. He could hardly believe his eyes. The woman who had silently left was now appearing before him in such a way. He hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage to gently walk up behind her and call out softly, "Teacher Meng?" She turned around and a flash of surprise crossed her eyes the moment she saw Yi Juanhu, but it was quickly replaced by a gentle smile. "Juanhu, why are you here?" she asked softly. Yi Juanhu didn't know where to start, and just looked at her bulging belly foolishly, his heart filled with confusion and surprise. You're pregnant?" He managed to squeeze out these words with difficulty. Meng Yuhan nodded, her face beaming with happiness. "Yes, 4 months, twins." Her words were full of longing for the future. "Twins?" Yi Juanhu was even more shocked, he could hardly believe his ears. Meng Yuhan nodded gently, then took a deep breath as if making some kind of decision. "The father of the child is you." Her voice was soft, but every word was like a hammer, pounding on Yi Juanhu's heart. Yi Juanhu froze. He felt a warm current surge through his heart, accompanied by a trace of guilt and unease. "Teacher Meng, He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to express his feelings. Meng Yuhan gently patted his hand, her eyes full of understanding and tolerance. "Juanhu, I know this is a surprise for you, but the children are innocent. I hope that no matter what happens in the future, we can give them a loving environment in which to grow up." At that moment, Yi Juanhu deeply felt Meng Yuhan's strength and tolerance. He tightly held her hand, and a determined light shone in his eyes. "Teacher Meng, I will take responsibility. Let's work together to give the children a happy home." While feeling surprised, Meng Yuhan had a hint of worry on her face. Chapter 2 God-level daddy system activated. Yi Juanhu seemed to see the hint of displeasure in Meng Yuhan's heart, and was about to ask her why with concern. "Juanhu, can we really do this?" Meng Yuhan muttered at this time, "Will your parents agree?" Hearing her concerns, a trace of determination appeared in Yi Juanhu's eyes. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Yi Juanhu comforted decisively. Meng Yuhan nodded and pondered for a moment, continuing, "Juanhu, when the time comes, I will give birth to twins. Which will cost a lot of money, and then primary school, middle school, university, etc. will all require money." Upon hearing this, Yi Juanhu paused for a moment, and then solemnly promised, "I will work hard to earn money, so don't worry." Meng Yuhan softly agreed, with a faint smile on her face. "Juanhu, thank you." Yi Juanhu looked at Meng Yuhan's face with a faint smile, and a warm current welled up in his heart. He understood that no matter how many difficulties and challenges lay ahead, as long as the two of them worked together, there was nothing they couldn't overcome. "Yuhan, don't worry about money. Although I don't have much savings right now, I have hands and a mind, and I will work hard to earn money and give our children the best life." Yi Juanhu's tone was firm and full of confidence. Meng Yuhan nodded gently, her eyes shining with a light of trust. "Juanhu, I believe in you. As long as we are together, there is nothing we cannot overcome. The two of them smiled at each other, as if at that moment, all their worries and concerns had vanished. They held each other's hands tightly, as if to pass on this strength and determination to each other. Juinhu, I love you. In fact, before you graduated from Nanji University, I was deeply attracted to you, a tall and handsome boy, when I first came to teach at this school. Maybe it was love at first sight. Meng Yuhan's sudden confession caught Yi Juinhu off guard, but it also caused a wave of sweetness to rise in his heart. Teacher Meng, I love you too. When you came to give us your first lesson, your beauty and elegant demeanor made me unable to stop myself. Yi Juinhu's mouth curled up into a happy smile. Teacher Meng, from today onwards, I will have to work even harder. Because I want to show everyone with my actions that I am worthy of your love. As she listened to Yi Juinhu's words, Meng Yuhan felt her heart suddenly beat half a beat faster. Her pretty face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head. Yi Juinhu gently took Meng Yuhan's hand and tenderly lifted her bowed head. Their gazes met in the air, as if the whole world had come to a standstill in that moment. Teacher Meng, look at me. Do you know? Ever since I first saw you, I knew that you were an indispensable part of my life. Your strength, your gentleness, and every smile of yours have deeply touched me. I am willing to spend my whole life to protect you and to care for our child. Yi Juinhu's voice was low and deep, and every word was like an oath from the bottom of his heart. Meng Yuhan's eyes were slightly reddened. She felt the warmth in Yi Juinhu's palm and also the sincerity and firmness in his words. She nodded slightly, her voice slightly choked. Juinhu, I am also. I am willing to face all difficulties and challenges with you. As long as we are together, I will have the confidence to overcome everything. After a pause, Meng Yuhan continued, cooing, in the future, don't call me Teacher Meng, call me Yuhan. Yi Juinhu heard this and froze for a moment, then immediately recovered and immediately called out with a smile, yes, my wife. Hearing Yi Juinhu call her wife, Meng Yuhan's face turned red, and she was both happy and shy. My wife, let's go back. After saying this, Yi Juinhu carefully supported Meng Yuhan, taking every step with extreme caution, as if he were holding the world's most precious treasure in his hands. Although Meng Yuhan's face still showed a hint of fatigue, there was a motherly radiance in her eyes. She leaned slightly against Yi Juinhu, feeling the support from his strong arms. The two of them slowly walked out of the hospital doors, each step carrying the hope for a bright future. The air outside the door was filled with a light floral fragrance, as if nature was also sending its blessings to the new parents. Yi Juinhu occasionally looked down to ask Meng Yuhan if she was feeling unwell, while Meng Yuhan always smiled and shook her head, her eyes full of gratitude and dependence. When they reached the bottom of the steps in front of the hospital, Yi Juinhu held Meng Yuhan more carefully, afraid that she might make a mistake. He let out a soft breath, as if preparing for the next move he was about to make. At that moment, an empty taxi happened to be driving from afar. Yi Juinhu quickly raised his hand to signal the driver to stop. Seeing this, the driver immediately stopped the car steadily in front of them. Yi Juinhu carefully helped Meng Yuhan into the taxi first, and then followed in, sitting next to her. He gently closed the door. Meng Yuhan said to the driver, "Driver, please take us to Shenzhen Diyuan community, thank you." The driver nodded and started the car. As the car slowly drove off, Yi Juinhu and Meng Yuhan smiled at each other, as if at that moment all the fatigue and difficulties had been replaced by this simple happiness. Outside the window, the cityscape kept changing, but inside the car, there was only warmth and sweetness. Yi Juinhu gently held Meng Yuhan's hand, as if to convey to her this strength and determination. Meng Yuhan, meanwhile, leaned slightly against his shoulder, feeling the warmth and sense of security from his embrace. The taxi drove steadily through the night, the interior lights softly illuminating the faces of Yi Juinhu and Meng Yuhan, reflecting their happy, contented smiles. Juinhu, do you think our children will look like you or like me? Meng Yuhan asked softly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. Yi Juinhu gave a small smile, gently stroked Meng Yuhan's head, and said, "Whether they look like you or like me, they will be the most adorable children. And I believe they will inherit our good qualities and become smart, kind and brave people." Meng Yuhan nodded, her eyes shining with the light of motherhood. "Yes, no matter what they look like, I will love them. I will do my best to give them the best education and environment." Yi Juinhu firmly shook Meng Yuhan's hand in a tone full of confidence. "Yuhan, don't worry. I will work hard to earn money and give our children the best life. And I will also be with you, accompanying them as they grow up and witnessing every important moment in their lives." Meng Yuhan felt Yi Juanhu's determination and confidence, and a warm current welled up in her heart. She leaned lightly against Yi Juanhu's shoulder, feeling the warmth and sense of security from his embrace. Juanhu, I'm really happy to have you by my side. Meng Yuhan said softly, her voice tinged with a hint of choking. Yi Juanhu patted Meng Yuhan's back gently and comforted her tenderly. Yuhan, don't cry. We will always be together, no matter what difficulties and challenges we encounter. I will always be by your side, supporting and protecting you. The taxi slowly pulled into the Shunjiang Imperial Garden residential area. This was the house that Meng Yuhan had rented initially when she felt that teaching at Nanji University alone, and it cost 7,000 yuan a month. The house was about 60 square meters, exquisitely decorated and complete with all the appliances, and could be considered a luxury home. The taxi slowly pulled up in the parking lot below Meng Yuhan's building. Yi Juanhu paid the fare and took Meng Yuhan's hand as they walked up the stairs. The two took the elevator to Meng Yuhan's home. As soon as they entered, Yi Juanhu looked around at the cozy little nest. Although it wasn't large, every inch revealed Meng Yuhan's care and taste. There were a few simple paintings on the wall, adding a touch of artistic flavor to the space. In the corner of the living room is a piano, with a few music scores scattered on top. It is obvious that Meng Yuhan's hobby is to spend her time relaxing. Yuhan, this place is really cozy. Yi Juanhu sincerely praised, gently helped Meng Yuhan sit down on the sofa, while he himself stood aside, rubbing his hands together a little awkwardly. Meng Yuhan smiled at him and looked at him silently, her eyes full of tenderness. Yi Juanhu walked over to Meng Yuhan and gently took her hand. Yuhan, thank you. I will work hard to make this family happier and more perfect. The two smiled at each other, as if all the happiness and sweetness in the world had gathered in this small space at that moment. Just as Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan were caught up in their deep affection, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Dear host Yi Juanhu, congratulations on the activation of the God-level DAD system. You are now rewarded with 2 gift packages. Gift Package 1, 1 million yuan startup capital. Gift Package 2, award for culinary wizardry. Yi Juanhu was ecstatic. He had been waiting for the system to activate for a long time. Great! Wonderful! Yi Juanhu shouted happily, his excitement evident. What's wrong? Has something happened? Meng Yuhan was startled by his reaction and asked, a little puzzled. Nothing. I'm just so happy, that's all. Oh. Then go cook dinner, it's time. Okay. Daughter-in-law. Yi Juanhu excitedly answered, and dashed towards the kitchen, skillfully picking up a spatula, washing vegetables, cutting meat, and starting to prepare a sumptuous dinner. At this moment, Meng Yusan was full of doubts. Can he cook? Chapter 3 A delicious meal. Yi Juanhu was busy in the kitchen, his mood extraordinarily excited. The system had finally been activated, and it had also brought 2 big gifts, which made him full of expectations for the future. He skillfully handled the ingredients, with a deft touch, as if he were an experienced chef. This is thanks to the cooking magic in Gift Pack 2, which has enabled him to master superb cooking skills in an instant. Meng Yuhan sits in the living room, listening to the sound of pots and pans coming from the kitchen, and a warm current wells up in her heart. She knows that Yi Juanhu was only working so hard to give her and the unborn child a better life. After a while, the kitchen is filled with the aroma of food, and Meng Yuhan can't help but take a deep breath, intoxicated by the wonderful smell. Yuhan, come try the dinner I made. Yi Juanhu walked out of the kitchen with several plates of delicious-looking dishes, his face beaming with pride. Meng Yuhan stood up, walked over to the table, and looked at the food on it, her eyes sparkling with surprise and emotion. Juanhu, did you make all this? It smells so good. Of course I did. How is it? It looks pretty good, right? Yi Juanhu beamed with pride, and handed Meng Yuhan the chopsticks. Meng Yuhan picked up a piece of fish and took a small bite, instantly conquered by the delicious flavor. Wow, this is so good. Juanhu, you're an awesome cook. Yi Juanhu was delighted to hear this. Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm a person with God-level cooking skills. The two ate and chatted, the atmosphere warm and sweet. Meng Yuhan felt the love and care of Yi Juanhu, her heart full of happiness and contentment. After dinner, Yi Juanhu volunteered to do the dishes so that Meng Yuhan could rest. Meng Yuhan watched his busy figure and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She knew that she had found someone worthy of her trust. After finishing the dishes, Yi Juanhu sat on the sofa with Meng Yuhan, and the two of them watched TV together, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Juanhu, what do you think our child's name should be? Meng Yuhan suddenly asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. Yi Juanhu thought for a moment and said seriously, "We'll talk about it then, there's no rush." Well, there's no rush. Meng Yuhan nodded in agreement. The two continued discussing the name and future of their child, as if they could already see the cute little life thriving under their care. It was late at night, and Meng Yuhan was a little sleepy. Seeing this, Yi Juanhu gently picked her up and carried her back to the bedroom. He helped her tuck in, kissed her forehead lightly, and whispered, "Good night, Yuhan. Sweet dreams." Meng Yuhan smiled, closed her eyes, and felt Yi Juanhu's tenderness and love. She knew that as long as he was by her side, she had nothing to fear. Yi Juanhu walked out of the bedroom and gently closed the door. Standing in the living room, he looked at this warm and cozy little home and his heart was full of emotion and gratitude. He knew that all of this was hard-won and that he would cherish and protect it. He walked to the window and opened it, letting in a fresh breeze. He looked up at the stars and silently made a wish: may his love for Meng Yuhan always be as sweet as it was in the beginning, and may their child grow up healthy and happy. The next morning, when the first ray of sunshine shone through the curtains and fell on Meng Yuhan's face, she slowly opened her eyes and saw Yi Juanhu lying next to her, smiling at her. "Good morning, Yuhan," he said softly, kissing her forehead lightly. Meng Yuhan smiled and responded, "Good morning, Juanhu." She felt Yi Juanhu's tenderness and love, and her heart was filled with happiness and contentment. The two got up together, and after washing up, Yi Juanhu began preparing breakfast for Meng Yuhan. He skillfully fried eggs and toasted bread with dexterous and graceful movements. Meng Yuhan sat at the table, watching Yi Juanhu's busy figure, and a warm current welled up in her heart. She knew that she had found someone who truly loved her and would do anything for her. After breakfast, Yi Juanhu stroked Meng Yuhan's hair and said tenderly, "Yuhan, you rest at home, I'll go out and buy some necessities for the baby. It's a nice day, and I'd like to see if there are any special baby products that can surprise you." Meng Yuhan smiled, her eyes shining with anticipation for her new life. She whispered, "Okay, Juanhu. Remember to check out the stroller, the baby bath, and..." Her words were full of boundless love for the little life that was about to come. Yi Juanhu took note of each one, his heart filled with the joy of becoming a father. He gently closed the door and set off on his journey to the maternity and baby products store in the city center. Stepping into the first maternity and baby products store, Yi Juanhu was immediately captivated by the dazzling array of goods. He first went to the baby clothing section, carefully selecting each little piece of clothing, from the soft onesies to the cute little socks, each one of which he couldn't bear to let go. He couldn't help but smile as he thought about the baby wearing these clothes. Then he turned to the baby products section. On the recommendation of the shop assistant, he selected a multifunctional stroller that was lightweight and practical, suitable for babies of different ages. He also deliberately selected a bathtub with a temperature display to ensure the safety and comfort of the baby when bathing. In the milk powder and complementary food area, Yi Juanhu studied even more carefully and finally decided to buy several well-known brands, and he was going to decide on the final choice with Meng Yuhan after returning home. After leaving the first store, Yi Juanhu did not go straight home, but went to another store famous for baby toys and early childhood products. Here, he was attracted to a soother that played soft music and had colorful lights. Yi Juanhu imagined his baby lying in the cradle, surrounded by the warm light and music, and his heart was filled with warmth. In addition, he also bought a few picture books for baby enlightenment, hoping to cultivate his baby's interest in reading and imagination from an early age. When Yi Juanhu returned home laden with purchases and pushed open the door, Meng Yuhan was standing in front of the window, the warm sunshine sprinkling on her face, looking exceptionally gentle. She saw the large bags and packages in Yi Juanhu's hands, and a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. "Juanhu, you bought so many things. Let me see." Meng Yuhan came forward excitedly. Yi Juanhu showed off his spoils one by one, from the stroller to the bathtub, from the clothes to the toys, each one full of his love and his vision for the future. Meng Yuhan looked at these carefully selected baby products and a warm current welled up in her heart. She hugged Yi Juanhu tightly and said gratefully, "Juanhu, you are really considerate. I feel so happy to have you by my side." Together, the two of them put away the baby supplies, and the small nursery gradually became warm and full. They knew that these supplies were not just material preparations, but also a manifestation of their endless love and expectations for their baby. They believed that with each other's company and care, their baby would definitely be able to thrive and have a happy life. Juanhu, you seem to have forgotten something crucial when buying baby supplies. At this moment, Mang Yuhan seemed to remember something and looked at Yi Juanhu and reminded him. Chapter 4 Orland's barbecue street stall. What crucial thing? Yi Juanhu asked with a smile. Mang Yuhan whispered in reply, you forgot, I'm pregnant with twins, and you're buying baby supplies? Yi Juanhu suddenly realized, my dear wife, I was momentarily negligent. I'm sorry, I'll buy baby supplies sometime in the future. Mang Yuhan nodded. After decorating the baby's room, Yi Juanhu carefully held Mang Yuhan in his arms and lay down on the bed, gently stroking her stomach. Feeling the baby slowly growing inside, his heart was filled with emotion. He lowered his head and kissed Mang Yuhan's cheek, smiling and saying, my dear wife, thank you for bringing me such a precious gift. I will love you forever and protect you and our child. Mang Yuhan smiled tenderly and took his hand. Juanhu, I love you too. I am grateful for every day we have been together, and I believe we will go on forever. Their eyes met, their expressions full of determination and happiness. Yi Juanhu stroked her hair and said softly, to make it easier to take care of you, I'll move in with you. When we have money, we'll buy a house and live together. I want to make you the happiest woman in the world, and our baby the happiest child in the world. Hearing Yi Juanhu's promise, Mang Yuhan's beautiful eyes instantly became moist, and tears slid down onto the pillow. She choked up for a moment, gazed deeply at Yi Juanhu, and nodded. Juanhu, I'll wait for you to fulfill your promise. I hope that we can be as happy as we promised, and be together forever. Well, I will never go back on my word. Yi Juanhu solemnly promised. Suddenly, Mang Yuhan thought of something, I have known you for so long, but I still don't know what you do for a living. Upon hearing this, Yi Juanhu became a little embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, I don't have a formal occupation. I just sell things on the street and do barbecue. It turned out that Yi Juanhu had never found a suitable job after graduating from university. One day, he learned about the barbecue industry from a WeChat group. Yi Juanhu then tried to add a barbecue master in the group, spent thousands of dollars to buy the secret recipe and equipment, and rented a room to start his business. After hearing this, Mang Yuhan's eyes did not show the slightest trace of disgust or disappointment, but instead were full of admiration and tenderness. Juanhu, you are really brave, to be able to bravely pursue your dreams and start a business from scratch. This is more important than anything else. I believe that as long as we work hard together, your barbecue stand will definitely get better and better. Yi Juanhu was deeply moved by Mang Yuhan's understanding and support. He shook her hand tightly, his eyes shining with determination. Yuhan, thank you. With you by my side, I feel that I can overcome any difficulty. I will work even harder to make our future better. Mang Yuhan nodded with a smile, her eyes full of love. I believe in you, Juanhu. Let's work together, for our baby and for our future. The two of them smiled at each other, as if all the difficulties and challenges had become insignificant. The two of them fell into deep thought for a long time. Yi Juanhu saw that Mang Yuhan was about to say something, so he asked, Yuhan, is there something you want to tell me? Mang Yuhan sighed and said in a serious tone. Juanhu, I've always wanted to ask you, I'm 29 years old, and you're 23 years old, a few years older than you. Will we? Yi Juanhu interrupted her and said with a serious face. Yuhan, I respect your thoughts very much. I understand your concerns about age, but I swear I will never let you feel wronged. I will prove it with my heart and actions that no matter how big the age gap is, we can walk through life hand in hand. Mang Yuhan took a deep breath and gently stroked Yi Juanhu's cheek. I believe in you, Juanhu. I believe we can overcome any difficulties and spend the rest of our lives together. The two held hands tightly. At that moment, they both decided to work hard for the happiness of each other and their baby. They believed that in the days to come, they would work together hand in hand, never giving up. Whether it was love or their careers, they would work hard together to create a better tomorrow. My dear wife, thank you. Yi Juanhu whispered, I love you. Mang Yuhan stroked his shoulder and said softly, I love you too, Juanhu. Let's fight together. Their eyes met, full of determination and happiness. The two continued to whisper to each other, as if the whole world had gone quiet, leaving only their voices and heartbeat. Juanhu, I think we can try promoting our barbecue stall online, for example through social media or food platforms. Mang Yuhan put forward her idea. The power of the internet is now very strong, and if we can make good use of this resource, it may take our business to the next level. Yi Juanhu's eyes lit up at this, that's a good idea. I've been too busy setting up the stall to pay much attention to the internet. My wife, you know more about this than I do. What do you think we should do? Meng Yuhan smiled slightly and began to elaborate on her plan in detail. First, we can shoot some short videos of the barbecue preparation process to showcase our ingredients and cooking techniques. Then, upload these videos to major social media platforms to attract followers. At the same time, we can also post information about our barbecue stand and promotions on some foodie platforms to attract more customers. Yi Juanhu listened with interest, nodding in agreement from time to time. He knows that Meng Yuhan is not only a gentle and virtuous wife, but also a smart and capable woman. With her by his side, he feels as if he has a solid backing. Yuhan, you've said it so well. I completely agree with your plan. Starting today, we'll work together to make the barbecue business even better. Yi Juanhu excitedly shook Meng Yuhan's hand. Meng Yuhan smiled and responded, well, let's work together. I believe that as long as we work together, our barbecue stand will definitely become a beautiful sight in the city. The two smiled at each other, as if they could already see their future success and happiness. They knew that the road ahead might not be smooth, but as long as they worked together, they would be able to overcome any difficulties. Their love and career would become more and more beautiful, and they would become each other's strongest support. Finally, Meng Yuhan said to Yi Juanhu, it's getting late, we should go to Nanji University and teach the students. Yi Juanhu heard this and looked at Meng Yuhan's bulging stomach. He suggested with concern, wife, apply for maternity leave from the school leaders. Meng Yuhan shook her head gently, with a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth. Juanhu, you know me, I love my teaching. Besides, my current physical condition is not bad, and I can definitely last until the last week before giving birth. Besides, my students need me, and I can't just give up my responsibilities easily for personal reasons. After listening to this, Yi Juanhu's eyes flashed with a trace of pain and helplessness, but he knew Meng Yuhan's character, and once she had made a decision, it was very difficult to change it. So, he let out a soft sigh, and then said in a firmer tone, okay, since you are so insistent, then I will fully support you. However, you must promise me that if you feel any discomfort, you must tell me immediately and we will go to the hospital right away, okay? Meng Yuhan nodded with a smile, her eyes full of gratitude. Don't worry, Juanhu, I will take care of myself. Besides, you said it yourself, we must work together to make our future better. I don't want to hold you back because of this trivial matter. Yi Juanhu petted Meng Yuhan's head fondly, his eyes full of love. You are always so strong. But remember, if you need anything, just let me know, and I'll be there for you in no time. The two smiled at each other, as if all their worries and concerns had vanished. Meng Yuhan gently patted Yi Juanhu's hand to reassure him, okay, Juanhu, I should go now. Yi Juanhu nodded with a smile, watching Meng Yuhan leave the room until her figure disappeared out the door. Chapter 5 The Gossiping Cousin Su Yinghong. Yi Juanhu stood still in silence, his heart full of love and blessings for Meng Yuhan. He knew that although Meng Yuhan looked weak and beautiful on the outside, she was incredibly strong and kind on the inside. Not only was she an excellent teacher, she was also a virtuous wife. He would continue to love and protect her as always, forever. At that moment, Yi Juanhu's phone rang. Yi Juanhu hurriedly picked up the phone and, after looking at the caller ID, realized it was his mother Su Lanmei calling. He pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, Ye's mother Su Lanmei's voice was a little hurried and curious. Juanhu, your mother and I are chatting with your cousin Yinghong right now. She just got back from Nanji University and says she stumbled upon some shocking news. Yi Juanhu's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he thought to himself, could it be about me? But he pretended to be calm and asked, oh? What's the big news, Mom? Su Lanmei lowered her voice as if she was afraid someone would hear. She says there's a young and pretty female teacher at Nanji University who not only looks good, but also teaches well. The point is, she's pregnant. And guess who the father is? Yi Juanhu was so anxious, but he pretended to be relaxed and replied, Mom, I can't guess the riddle, so just tell me. Su Lanmei couldn't stop smiling at the other end of the phone. It's our Juanhu. Yinghong said she saw the female teacher with her own eyes and she was pregnant. Yi Juanhu almost burst out laughing when he heard this. He thought to himself, great, my mom's gossiping ability is really unparalleled. He quickly explained. Mom, you knew about this, right? Yes, the female teacher is my girlfriend Meng Yuhan. We really do have a good relationship, and she is indeed pregnant with our baby. As soon as Su Lanmei heard this, she immediately cheered from the other end of the phone. Oh, I knew my son was capable. I'm so relieved now, it seems like our family will soon be welcoming a new addition. Ha, Inghon, your cousin is much more capable than you could have imagined. From the other end of the line came the voice of her cousin Su Inghon, with a hint of teasing. Cousin, you are really a hidden gem, you can even handle the teachers at our school, I admire you. Yi Juanhu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Cousin, are you praising me or insulting me? But, meeting Yuhan was really the biggest blessing in my life. From the other end of the line came the playful voice of her cousin again. Su Lanmei continued to brag excitedly, Hey, Inghon, now you understand, right? If you want to get married, find a man with the qualities of Juanhu. Look at him, young and rich, and he loves his wife. It's so good, and in the future, both his father and I will have peace of mind. There was a burst of laughter from Su Inghong on the other end of the phone before she said, Aunt is right, cousin Juanhu is indeed a good man who is hard to find even with a lantern. I also want to marry a good man like him as soon as possible, but unfortunately, I haven't met the right one yet. Su Lanmei said with a smile, Don't worry, as long as you are willing to take the initiative, you will catch such a good man. Finally, Su Lanmei said to Yi Juanhu, Son, I will go over tomorrow to see my daughter-in-law, and bring some local eggs and nutritional supplements to help Yuhan build up her strength. Yi Juanhu quickly stopped her, Don't bother, okay? Yuhan already eats plenty of food. Besides, it's not convenient for you to come here. Just stay at home. I'll go see you when I have time, and I'll take Yuhan to see you too, so that she can show her filial piety to you both. Su Lanmei waved her hand at the other end of the phone. Although Yi Juanhu couldn't see her, her words were full of action. Juanhu, you're too polite. How could seeing your daughter-in-law be a bother? This is what I should do as a mother-in-law. Besides, the eggs and supplements are all homegrown, natural and pollution-free, just what Yuhan needs to strengthen her body. Don't worry about me, I'm in good health and I can get there by car. Yi Juanhu wanted to persuade her further, but Su Lanmei had already made up her mind. Okay, it's settled. I'll leave first thing in the morning. You remember to tell Yuhan not to worry. I've been looking forward to having a grandchild for a long time, and I must take this opportunity to have a good look at my precious daughter-in-law and my future little grandson. Yi Juanhu had no choice but to agree. Okay, Mom, just be careful on the road. Give me a call when you arrive, and I'll come and pick you up. Su Lanmei said happily, Okay, don't worry. I'm old enough to know how to take care of myself when I go out. Just wait until tomorrow and you'll see a show, huh? At the other end of the line, Su Inghong chimed in. Cousin, you have to treat your aunt well tomorrow, don't let her down. I'm also waiting to feel the joy. Yi Juanhu replied with a smile, Don't worry, cousin. I will take good care of my mother and let Yuhan feel your blessings. After hanging up the phone, Yi Juanhu stood in the same place, his heart both touched and a little helpless. He knew that his mother's love for her son was always so direct and passionate, and all he could do was do his best to give that love the best return. So he picked up his phone and sent Meng Yuhan a message. Dear, my mother is coming to visit you tomorrow, and she's brought you some local eggs and nutritional products. Get ready, don't let her down. In a moment, Meng Yuhan's message came back. Don't worry, dear. I will prepare well, and I will let your mother feel my sincerity and love. Yi Juanhu looked at the message, his heart full of warmth and anticipation. He knew that their love and family were moving towards a better future. At this moment, Yi Juanhu thought to himself that he must move here today. So Yi Juanhu walked to the rental house where he had moved all the goods for the barbecue, which was not far away, and it took him 10 minutes. The rental house only cost 1,000 yuan a month, so he had to rent it first. There were so many miscellaneous things for the barbecue, such as the barbecue box, electric tricycle, refrigerator, barbecue sauce, etc., and it was impossible to move all of them to Meng Yuhan's side. It seemed that he could not start the barbecue stall in the next few days, so he should pack up and start again. Yi Juanhu pushed open the door to the rented room, and a musty smell that hadn't been ventilated for a long time hit him in the face. He frowned, and then opened the window to let in a breath of fresh air. The room was simply furnished, with just a bed, a table, and a few chairs, but for him, it was more than enough. He began to tidy up the barbecue utensils. The Orleans barbecue box was polished to a brand new shine, and the electric tricycle was also checked over to make sure it was in working order. The marinades and ingredients were neatly stacked in the corner, waiting for the day they would be used again. After a few hours of hard work, the rented house finally looked brand new. Although it was simple, it was full of the scent of life. Yi Juanhu looked at the result of his labor with satisfaction, and a sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. He knew that not being able to set up his stall for a few days meant a loss of income, but he also understood that family harmony and happiness were far more important than money. He was willing to temporarily put aside his business for the sake of Meng Yuhan and the baby that was coming. After tidying up the barbecue equipment, Yi Juanhu only packed a few clothes and prepared to return to the house where he lives with Meng Yusan. Upon returning to the house, he could not wait to start cooking, so that his tired lover could come home and eat a delicious meal he had prepared. Chapter 6 Meng Yuhan returns to school to teach after becoming pregnant. On the other hand, Meng Yuhan, who had bid farewell to Yi Juanhu and arrived at the school, slowly walked onto the campus of Nanji University. The sun shone through the gaps in the leaves and fell on Meng Yuhan's gentle face, adding a soft glow to her. Her pace was slow, but it seemed especially solemn because she was carrying a life within her. On campus, the breeze caressed her, as if to send the gentlest of blessings to the goddess who was about to become a mother. The students and staff members who saw Meng Yuhan return cast surprised and admiring glances at her. She had always been a goddess on campus, not only because of her beauty, but also because of her gentle but determined temperament, as well as her love and dedication to teaching. Now, she was pregnant, and the radiance of motherhood intertwined with her original goddess temperament, making her seem even more gentle and moving. Meng Yuhan now seems like a fairy who has stepped out of a painting, with an indescribable air of sanctity. "Look, it's Miss Meng." A student points in the direction of Meng Yuhan, her voice full of excitement. "Wow, Miss Meng is pregnant, and she's still so beautiful, she's practically a goddess in her pregnancy." Another girl says enviously, her eyes sparkling with endless admiration for Meng Yuhan. Meng Yuhan smiles and nods to everyone she meets, her smile warm and kind, as if it can dispel all gloom. She no longer walked hurriedly as she had before becoming pregnant, but at a leisurely pace, enjoying this special journey. Every gesture she made revealed her awe and appreciation for life. When she walked into the classroom, the students erupted into a round of warm applause and cheers. They sat around Meng Yuhan, looking at her with eyes full of respect. Meng Yuhan stood on the podium, gently stroked her bulging belly, and her eyes shone with the light of motherhood. Meng Yuhan felt a little embarrassed and at a loss when she thought about her pregnancy before marriage. She said gently, "Classmates, thank you for your enthusiasm. Although my current physical condition is a bit special, I will still do my best to bring you the best lessons." After hearing this, the students nodded, their eyes full of admiration and emotion. They knew that Meng Yuhan was not only an excellent teacher, but also a brave and strong woman. Her presence is like a ray of light, illuminating their path of learning and inspiring them to keep moving forward. In the following lessons, Meng Yuhan explained every piece of knowledge to the students with her usual rigor and enthusiasm. Her gentle but firm voice seemed to penetrate the hearts of every student, allowing them to feel the power and beauty of knowledge. The students also listened very carefully, knowing that this was not just a lesson, but also a valuable experience of growing up together with their goddess. After the class, the students did not rush to leave as usual, but instead gathered around Meng Yuhan. Some expressed their respect and best wishes, while others asked curiously about pregnancy and parenting. Meng Yuhan patiently answered each question, her face always wearing a gentle and kind smile, as if she was having a spiritual exchange with each student. "Teacher Meng, when you were pregnant, did you feel anything special?" a girl asked curiously. Meng Yuhan smiled, touched her belly, and tried to look indifferent and composed. Her eyes shone with the light of motherhood. "Actually, everyone's experience is different. For me, pregnancy has made me feel even more the wonder and greatness of life. I will cherish this special time and pay attention to every subtle change. Teacher Meng, you are truly our role model," another boy said excitedly. "You are not only serious and responsible in teaching, but also strong and brave when facing life's challenges. We will definitely learn from you and strive to become better ourselves." Meng Yuhan felt a flash of relief and emotion in her eyes after hearing this. She knew that her words and actions were influencing her students, and their growth and progress were also her greatest affirmation and reward. "Thank you, class," Meng Yuhan said gently. "Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, always maintain your love for life and your pursuit of your dreams. As long as you have light in your heart, the road ahead will never be dark." After saying this, Meng Yuhan gently patted the shoulder of a girl next to her, indicating that she could leave. The students reluctantly bid farewell to Meng Yuhan, but their hearts were full of strength and hope. They knew that Meng Yuhan was not only an excellent teacher, but also a beacon leading them forward. After returning to the office, Meng Yuhan had just sat down when several colleagues gathered around her, their faces full of curiosity and concern. Yuhan, you're finally here. How does it feel to be pregnant? Teacher Zhang, a female colleague who is usually on good terms with Meng Yuhan, asked first. Meng Yuhan forced down a hint of embarrassment and helplessness in her heart, and responded with a faint smile. It's pretty good. Although I get a little tired sometimes, seeing the little one growing healthily inside me makes it all worthwhile. Ouch, you have to be careful, don't get too tired. Teacher Li, a middle-aged male teacher, said with concern. If there's anything we can do to help, just let us know. We're all here for you. Meng Yuhan nodded gratefully, thank you all for your concern. I really feel at ease with you all here. At that moment, a young new teacher, Wang, also came over. She looked at Meng Yuhan with envy. Teacher Meng, you look really beautiful pregnant. I want to have my own baby soon too. Meng Yuhan smiled and patted Wang's head. Don't worry, your time will come. When the time comes, I can share my parenting experience with you. Upon hearing this, Wang's eyes lit up. Really? That would be great. Miss Meng, you must teach me more. Chen, a humorous male colleague, interjected from the side. Wang, you must learn well from Yuhan. She is our school's pregnancy goddess. Not only is she beautiful, but her heart is even more beautiful. Meng Yuhan was amused, and she gave Mr. Chen a coquettish look. Mr. Chen, please don't tease me. Let's talk about the work arrangements for the rest of the year. When it came to work, the colleagues became serious. Meng Yuhan was 6 months pregnant, but she still insisted on completing her teaching tasks. This dedication made everyone admire her. Yuhan, don't worry, we will fully support you, said Mr. Zhang. If there is anything that needs to be adjusted, just let us know, and we will try to help you share some of the workload. Meng Yuhan looked at everyone gratefully. Thank you all for your understanding and support. I will arrange my work reasonably according to my physical condition. I believe that with you all here, we will definitely be able to successfully complete this semester's teaching tasks. Subsequently, her colleagues began discussing the next work arrangements, and everyone was full of energy and confidence. Meng Yuhan sat aside, quietly listening to everyone's discussion, her heart full of warmth and strength. She knew that she was not fighting alone, but had a group of caring and supportive colleagues and friends behind her. Together they formed a warm family, so that she would no longer be alone on the road to nurturing a new life. After the discussion was over, it was already time for class to end. Meng Yuhan stood up and shook hands with each of her colleagues to thank them. With Teacher Zhang's careful support, she walked to the school gate, waved goodbye to Teacher Zhang, and then got into the car and drove away. Chapter 7 Ye's mother visits. In the evening, when Meng Yuhan returned to his place, Yi Juanhu had prepared a sumptuous dinner for him, the aroma of which was mouth-watering. My dear, you have worked hard. Yi Juanhu walked up to him, embraced him gently and said with a smile. Meng Yuhan smiled and shook his head. Not at all, as long as you are happy, I am happy. The two sat down and enjoyed this rare moment of peace. At the dinner table, they talked about their future plans, including their children's education, household expenses, and so on. Although these are trivial matters, to them, they are the little things that make life happy. After dinner, Yi Juanhu accompanied Meng Yuhan for a walk in the garden of the community. The night was gentle, the moonlight was like water, they held hands and enjoyed the tranquility and beauty. Juanhu, thank you for your constant company and support. Meng Yuhan suddenly stopped and said earnestly. Yi Juanhu tightly gripped her hand and said, My dear, you are everything to me. For you and our child, I am willing to give everything. They smiled at each other, their eyes shining with hope and anticipation for the future. The next day, Su Lanmei arrived as promised with local eggs and nutritional supplements. Meng Yuhan had already been waiting at the door, warmly welcoming her future mother-in-law. Su Lanmei was very pleased to see Meng Yuhan, and her face beamed with a broad smile. She kept saying, Yuhan, you're so pretty. My son is so lucky. Meng Yuhan smiled modestly and said, You're too kind, Mom. You're still young and pretty yourself, with a charming presence. You're so sweet and know how to talk. After a few words of greeting, the three of them went inside. As soon as Su Lanmei entered the door, she looked up and down at Meng Yuhan. Her gaze was even more critical than a mother-in-law looking for a daughter-in-law, but her mouth kept praising. My, Yuhan, you look even more radiant than freshly picked peach blossoms. My son has cultivated such good karma in his past lives to be able to marry such a beautiful and capable daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuhan couldn't help but laugh out loud at the flattering words. Mom, you're so sweet, sweeter than honey. If you keep going on like this, I'm going to find a hole to hide in. After saying this, she pretended to be shy and lowered her head, which made Su Lanmei and Yi Juanhu laugh. Yi Juanhu was watching from the side, and his heart was filled with joy. These two women, one is his beloved mother, and the other is his beloved daughter-in-law. Now they are together, and they are still so harmonious. It really makes him feel that life is sweeter than honey. Su Lanmei patted Meng Yuhan's hand and said seriously. Yuhan, don't be modest. I'm not just saying this. You're not only beautiful, you're also well-educated and well-behaved. You're also perfect for our Juanhu. The more I look at you, the more satisfied I become. Meng Yuhan couldn't stop smiling when she heard this. Mom, I'm embarrassed to hear you say that. In fact, I also feel that I am blessed to have met such a good person as Juanhu and such a kind mother-in-law as you. The three of them sat around, chatting away, and laughing constantly. The atmosphere was so warm that it felt like they had been a family for a long time. Just as the three of them sat together, laughing, Su Lanmei suddenly changed the subject and her eyes became serious. She looked at Yi Juanhu, as if she was about to start a family version of a criticism meeting. Juanhu, you must listen to me carefully. Su Lanmei cleared her throat, her expression as serious as if she were reading out an important document. You must cherish such a good daughter-in-law as Yuhan, and not let her suffer the slightest grievance, understand? Yi Juanhu was filled with trepidation when he heard this. He thought to himself. Mom, what wind has blown you to be so serious? But he dared not show the slightest neglect on his face, and quickly nodded like a bobbing head. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely treat Yuhan like a treasure and never let her suffer the slightest grievance. Su Lanmei's mouth curled up slightly when she heard this, but her face still had an expression of "you little brat," mark my words, as she continued. And, you need to do more of the housework, so that Yuhan doesn't have to work so hard. She's pregnant now, so she needs to rest more. Yi Juanhu was overjoyed when he heard this. His mother was in effect praising him for finding a good wife, and she had also given him the honorable title of family man. He quickly said, Mom, you're right, I'll do more housework in the future so that Yuhan can rest well. Meng Yuhan, who was standing nearby, looked at the mother and son singing in unison, and her heart was filled with warmth. She couldn't help but interject. Mom, don't worry about us, Juanhu is so good to me, we are very happy. Su Lanmei finally revealed a satisfied smile on her face when she heard this, but there was a trace of imperceptible smugness and happiness hidden in that smile. That's good, that's good. I can tell you, if Yuhan loses even one hair, I won't let you off the hook. Afterwards, Su Lanmei patted Meng Yuhan's hand again, her eyes gentle as she looked at a rare treasure. Yuhan, you must discipline this boy for me. If he dares to bully you, just tell me and I'll deal with him. Meng Yuhan burst out laughing when she heard this. Mom, don't worry, Juanhu is so good to me, he would never bully me. Yi Juanhu watched from the side, his heart filled with joy. He thought to himself, it seems that my position as a family man is completely secure. But why does this feel so good? And so, a seemingly serious denunciation meeting came to an end in laughter and joy. Su Lanmei, however, was indescribably happy and content. She knew that her son had finally found the one person who could make him happy. After dinner, the night grew darker, and the lights in the house looked especially warm. Su Lanmei carefully took out an exquisite little box from her bag, her expression like she was holding a rare treasure. Yuhan, come, I have something to give you, Su Lanmei said, handing the little box to Meng Yuhan. Meng Yuhan took the box, her heart full of curiosity and anticipation. She opened it gently and saw a crystal-clear bracelet with a warm luster lying inside. Every detail of the bracelet revealed the traces of time and the family heritage, and it was obviously an extremely precious object. Mom, this is Meng Yuhan looked at Su Lanmei in amazement, her eyes full of disbelief. Su Lanmei smiled and nodded, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. This is my family's ancestral bracelet, passed down from generation to generation. Now, Mom wants to give it to you. You are the precious daughter-in-law of our Yi family, and this bracelet is a little token of my affection. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuhan's eyes could not help but fill with tears. She tightly gripped Su Lanmei's hand, her voice choking, Mom, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Su Lanmei gently patted the back of Meng Yuhan's hand, her tone firm but gentle, silly child, just take it from me. This is not just a bracelet, it is also my recognition and blessing for you. From now on, you are part of our Yi family, and I hope that you and Juanhu can go on happily together. Meng Yuhan looked at Su Lanmei's eyes full of expectation, and a warm current welled up in her heart. She finally nodded, took the bracelet with tears in her eyes, and gently put it on her wrist. It looks so good. Su Lanmei looked closely at the way Meng Yuhan wore the bracelet, her eyes full of appreciation and joy. This bracelet is like it was made for you. Meng Yuhan looked down at the bracelet on her wrist, her heart full of emotion and happiness. She looked up and looked deeply into Su Lanmei's eyes. Mom, thank you. I will cherish this gift and try my best to be a good daughter-in-law, wife, and mother. Su Lanmei smiled and patted Meng Yuhan's shoulder. Mom believes in you. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Come, let's watch TV together. Saying this, Su Lanmei took Meng Yuhan's hand and sat down on the sofa together. A light-hearted program was playing on the TV, but their hearts were drawn even closer together by this precious gift. Yi Juanhu watched this scene from the side, his heart filled with warmth and gratitude. He knew that his mother had fully accepted Meng Yuhan, and this acceptance and blessing would be the solid foundation for their happy life in the future. Son. Yi Juanhu, who was in deep thought, suddenly heard his mother call him. What is it, Mom? Yi Juanhu asked with a smile, having come back to his senses. Chapter 8 No intimacy during pregnancy. Su Lanmei said to Yi Juanhu seriously, Son, I have to go back to the countryside now. Then, with a doting look, Su Lanmei said to Meng Yuhan with concern. Daughter-in-law, you're pregnant, so pay more attention to your health. I'll come visit you with Yi Juanhu's father in a few days. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Meng Yuhan to say anything to stop her, Su Lanmei stood up, picked up her bundle, and walked out the door. Before leaving the door, she did not forget to wink at Yi Juanhu, who understood immediately and hurriedly followed Su Lanmei downstairs. Mom, going back to the countryside so late? In fact, it's fine to stay for the night, we still have an empty guest room here. Yi Juanhu persuaded. It's only 7 o'clock now, I'll take the bus back, and I'll be there in 2 hours. I'll go back and tell your father about you and Yuhan. Su Lanmei said with a smile. Mom, if Dad finds out that I got a teacher pregnant before marriage, will he beat me up? Yi Juanhu shuddered at the thought of his father's temper. Although his father didn't usually get involved in things, whenever he made a mistake, he would punish him in various ways. He was so scared of being tortured. Su Lanmei glared at Yi Juanhu. What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? What century is this? You and Yuhan love each other. And you have a child together. This is a happy event. Your father is overjoyed, how could he beat you? Yi Juanhu scratched his head and laughed. I'm just a little nervous, after all, I haven't told my father about this yet. Su Lanmei patted Yi Juanhu on the shoulder and said seriously, Don't worry, I will talk to your father nicely. But you have to do better. Be good to Yuhan in the future, and don't let me find out that you have any improper thoughts, or I won't let you off. Yi Juanhu nodded repeatedly, Mom, don't worry, I will definitely be good to Yuhan. In the meantime, the two had already walked to the entrance of the community. Su Lanmei stopped and took out a red envelope from her bag and handed it to Yi Juanhu. This is for you, for Yuhan and the baby. Yi Juanhu took the red envelope, a little embarrassed. Mom, you're being too polite. Su Lanmei pretended to be angry and said, What's polite about it? This is my heart's desire, take it. Yi Juanhu had no choice but to accept the red envelope. As he watched Su Lanmei get on the bus to the countryside, a warm current welled up in his heart. He knew that he had a good mother in Meng Yuhan, who would soon become his good wife. The future would definitely be even better. When he returned home, Yi Juanhu handed Meng Yuhan the red envelope. This is from Mom for you, and she said it's for our future child. Meng Yuhan's eyes reddened as she took the red envelope. Mom is really wonderful, and I haven't done anything for her yet, and she loves me so much. Yi Juanhu hugged Meng Yuhan and whispered, Mom loves you, and I love you too. In the future, we will be good filial children together. Meng Yuhan nestled in Yi Juanhu's arms, her face beaming with a happy smile. She knew that she had found a shoulder to lean on and a partner to spend the rest of her life with. She loved Yi Juanhu very much. Yi Juanhu kissed her forehead and said gently, Okay, go take a bath and get some rest, you must be exhausted. Meng Yuhan nodded obediently and whispered, Okay, you get some rest too. Yi Juanhu smiled and said, Okay, you go first, I'll clean up the room. Meng Yuhan walked into the bathroom. The warm water cascading over her skin brought a sense of comfort and relaxation. She closed her eyes and felt the tranquility, her heart filled with anticipation for the future. Yi Juanhu, meanwhile, was busy tidying up the room. Occasionally, he looked up in the direction of the bathroom, his heart filled with tenderness and love. He knew that he was about to become a father, and this sense of responsibility made him cherish the happiness in front of him even more. Soon, the bathroom door opened gently. Meng Yuhan walked out wearing soft pajamas, her hair still dripping with water and her face flushed, looking exceptionally charming. Yi Juanhu put down what he was doing and went up to her, gently taking the towel from her hand and wiping her hair for her. The two of them smiled at each other, without needing to say anything, their feelings for each other already clear. Juanhu, thank you for always being by my side. Meng Yuhan said softly, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Yi Juanhu smiled slightly, looking deeply into her eyes. Hanin, you are everything to me, and I will always protect you. After saying this, he gently embraced Meng Yuhan in his arms. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped, and there was only the sound of their heartbeat and breathing. Finally, Yi Juanhu tenderly escorted Meng Yuhan back to the bedroom, and watched as she lay down on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. He kissed her forehead gently and whispered, "Good night, my baby." Yi Juanhu was about to leave, but suddenly he was stopped by Meng Yuhan. Juanhu. I heard you call my name. Yi Juanhu turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Meng Yuhan hesitated for a moment, and finally gathered her courage to ask, "Juanhu, let's sleep together tonight." Sleep together? But you're pregnant. Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Yi Juanhu's eyes. He then smiled tenderly, sat down on the edge of the bed, and gently took Meng Yuhan's hand. Honey, I know you want to be with me, but you're pregnant now, and we need to be more careful. I don't want you or the baby to feel any discomfort because of a moment of impulse. A flash of disappointment crossed Meng Yuhan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by understanding. She smiled gently and said, I know, I'm just being too impatient. I just want to feel more of your warmth. A warm current surged through Yi Juanhu's heart. He gently placed Meng Yuhan's hand back under the covers, then lay down gently, turning sideways to face her. Wife, do you know? You mean more to me than anything else. I'm already very satisfied just being able to stay with you like this, listening to you talk and watching you smile. Meng Yuhan's eyes were slightly moist, and she reached out to gently stroke Yi Juanhu's face, her voice a little choked with emotion. Juanhu, you're so good. I feel so happy to have you by my side. Yi Juanhu gently took Meng Yuhan's hand and placed it on his chest, saying with deep feeling, Wife, you are my treasure, the most important person in my life. I will spend my whole life protecting you and our baby. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Meng Yuhan was moved to tears, and she nodded gently, her voice trembling slightly. I believe in you, Juanhu. I believe in our love and our future. Yi Juanhu gently wiped the tears from Meng Yuhan's eyes and then gently embraced her. The two of them hugged each other tightly, as if they wanted to merge into each other. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped, and there was only the sound of their heartbeat and breathing. Good night, my baby. Yi Juanhu whispered, his voice full of tenderness and love. Good night, Juanhu. Meng Yuhan responded softly, her face beaming with happiness. She snuggled close to Yi Juanhu's embrace, feeling his warmth and protection, her heart filled with anticipation and yearning for the future. At this moment, Yi Juanhu suddenly seemed to have discovered a new continent, his eyes glowing. Chapter 9 Unmarried and pregnant Ye's father was unhappy. What's wrong? Meng Yuhan asked, puzzled, when she saw Yi Juanhu's sudden change in expression. It's nothing, honey. Yi Juanhu said awkwardly. Meng Yuhan. Yi Juanhu gently patted Meng Yuhan's back, coaxing her to sleep as gently as if he were soothing a child. Meng Yuhan gradually relaxed in his embrace, and her breathing became steady. Juanhu, do you know? I never thought I could love someone so much. Meng Yuhan's voice was dreamy and gentle, as if she were talking about a distant dream. Yi Juanhu smiled slightly, his eyes full of adoration. I know, Yuhan. I also never thought I could love someone so much. You are like the sunshine in my life, lighting up my world. Meng Yuhan lifted the corners of her mouth slightly, her face filled with a happy smile. Juanhu, thank you for giving me so much love and warmth. I will cherish our relationship and our baby. Yi Juanhu nodded gently, his voice firm but gentle. Yuhan, I will too. I will spend my whole life protecting you and our family. No matter how many storms there are in the future, I will hold your hand and walk through them together. Meng Yuhan's eyes shone with emotion as she tightly gripped Yi Juanhu's hand, as if to engrave this promise in her heart forever. Juanhu, I believe in you. I believe our love can withstand any test. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand firmly by your side. Yi Juanhu gently took Meng Yuhan's hand and placed it by his lips, kissing it lightly. Yuhan, you are everything to me. With you by my side, I am not afraid of anything. The two smiled at each other, their eyes full of anticipation and yearning for the future. They embraced each other tightly, as if they wanted to freeze this moment of happiness forever. In Yi Juanhu's arms, Meng Yuhan gradually drifted off to sleep. A happy smile spread across her face, as if she were having a beautiful dream. Yi Juanhu, meanwhile, quietly stayed by her side, guarding this hard-won happiness. The night gradually deepened, and the moonlight shone through the window and cast a soft silver veil over the happy lovers. On this quiet night, their love quietly blossomed, blooming into the most beautiful and most touching flower. On the other side of the story, Yi Juanhu's mother, Su Lanmei, got on the bus and finally returned to her hometown in the countryside after 2 hours. As soon as she arrived home, Yi Juanhu's father, Yi Dahai, welcomed her with a smile. Lanmei, you're finally back. Yi Juanhu's father, Yi Dahai, welcomed her with a smile and took the luggage from her hands. Su Lanmei gave him a cold look and then called Yi Juanhu. Son, I've returned to my hometown in the countryside safely, so don't worry. Finally, Su Lanmei did not forget to repeatedly urge Yi Juanhu to pay more attention to his daughter-in-law Meng Yuhan. After all, she is now pregnant with her grandson, so don't neglect her. After hanging up the phone, Su Lanmei let out a long sigh and turned to Yi Dahai and said, Dahai, we have been married for almost 20 years, and today we have finally married our daughter-in-law into the family. In the future, the two of us will just spend our days with our grandchildren and enjoy our retirement together. Yi Dahai was shocked to hear this. The brat hasn't even had a wedding yet, so where are the grandchildren? Su Lanmei told him everything, and after listening, Yi Dahai cursed. You brat, you actually got a beautiful female teacher pregnant, before you got married, how dare you? Yi Dahai's reaction seemed a bit agitated. He paced back and forth, frowning. You brat, how could you do such a thing? Getting someone pregnant before you get married, where does that put the reputation of our Yi family? Su Lanmei saw this and hurriedly went up to comfort him. Oh, don't be too angry. Young people nowadays have their own ideas and rhythms, we have to understand. Besides, that girl, Yuhan, seems pretty good to me, she's well educated and well behaved. Our family is lucky to have Juanhu marry her. Yi Dahai sighed, his tone softening slightly. That being said, the wedding still has to go ahead, we can't let the girl down. And Juanhu needs to be properly disciplined, he can't be allowed to be so willful. Su Lanmei nodded. Yes, the wedding needs to be held, and it needs to be done in style. As for Juanhu, in a few days, the two of us will take some free-range chicken over to our daughter-in-law to help build up her strength. And by the way, you should have a good talk with your son, we can't let the Yi family be the subject of gossip. Yi Dahai nodded. Okay, wife, I'll listen to you. After some discussion, the two decided to wait until Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan settled down before starting to prepare for the wedding. At the same time, they also decided to give Yi Juanhu a call and once again urge him to treat Meng Yuhan well and not let her suffer. When the call connected, Yi Juanhu felt a warm current of emotion well up in his heart as he heard his parents' exhortations and concerns. He solemnly promised that he would definitely take good care of Meng Yuhan and their child and would not let his parents down. After hanging up the phone, Yi Juanhu returned to the bedroom and looked at Meng Yuhan, who was sleeping soundly. His heart was filled with tenderness and gratitude. He knew that he was blessed beyond measure to have won the heart of such a stunning beauty. He reached out his right hand and stroked Meng Yuhan's cheek, his eyes full of love. Yuhan, you are truly my treasure, the blessing I earned in my past life, that I was able to meet you. I, Yi Juanhu, swear that I will take good care of you and let you live a carefree life. Don't worry, I, Yi Juanhu, will be by your side no matter what happens, until the end of time. After saying this, he leaned over and placed a gentle kiss on Meng Yuhan's forehead. Then he gently embraced her and let her rest her head on his chest. Meng Yuhan seemed to feel very comfortable, so she rolled over and changed her position to continue sleeping soundly. Yi Juanhu couldn't help but smile as he watched her peaceful appearance. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words before quietly exiting the room and returning to the living room sofa. A happy curve formed at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became increasingly tender. At this moment, Meng Yuhan opened her eyes and gazed in the direction Yi Juanhu had left. Her eyes were full of sweetness and dependence. Meng Yuhan secretly smiled to herself, this boy, he still thinks he's asleep. In fact, Meng Yuhan woke up as soon as he left the house. After all, who could sleep with such a gentle gaze? But seeing him so cautious and full of happiness was really quite amusing. Meng Yuhan quietly climbed out of bed, tiptoed to the living room, and planned to give Yi Juanhu a little surprise. Hey, who let him always tease her? This time it was her turn to strike back. Meng Yuhan crept up to the sofa, planning to surprise him by jumping out at him. But guess what happened? Yi Juanhu took out his phone, and on the screen was a photo of the two of them. He was smiling like a fool, and muttered, "Yuhan, you are really my little lucky star." Meng Yuhan almost couldn't hold back her laughter. This guy, normally quite serious, is actually such a funny person in private. Meng Yuhan coughed, deliberately making her voice sound a little serious. Ahem, Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Yi Juanhu was so scared that he almost dropped his phone. When he turned around and saw it was Meng Yuhan, he immediately put on a flattering smile. Oh, my dear wife, why are you up? Did I wake you up? Meng Yuhan put her arms around her chest and said, pretending to be angry. What do you think? You're not sleeping at night, you're holding your phone and giggling at my photos. Are you hiding something from me? Yi Juanhu hurried over, took Meng Yuhan's hand, and said innocently, honestly, I was just looking at our photos together and thinking about how good you are to me. Can that be considered a mistake? Seeing his earnest little eyes, Meng Yuhan really didn't want to continue teasing him. But the show had to go on, so Meng Yuhan put on a stern face and said, okay, I'll forgive you this time, but you have to promise me that you'll tell me everything that's on your mind in the future, and not keep it to yourself. Yi Juanhu nodded repeatedly, like a little chicken pecking at rice. Okay, I'll tell you everything in the future, I'll never hide anything. Meng Yuhan smiled contentedly, reached out and scratched his nose. That's more like it, go to sleep quickly, you still have to go to work tomorrow. After saying that, Meng Yuhan turned and went back to her room, feeling really good. It seems that this guy really puts himself at the top of his heart. This feeling is really good. Back in bed, Meng Yuhan quickly fell asleep, dreaming of their happy future together. As for Yi Juanhu, he was probably also very happy with this surprise, and had a good night's sleep. Chapter 10 Mercedes-Benz GLS 7-seater luxury car. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunshine shone through the gap in the curtains, Meng Yuhan had already awakened. She gently tilted her head, her gaze tenderly falling on Yi Juanhu, who was sleeping soundly beside her. A warm current surged in her heart, the feeling of home, the taste of happiness. Yi Juanhu's sleeping face was peaceful and serene, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Meng Yuhan extended her finger and gently and slowly stroked his cheek, feeling the real and warm touch, her heart full of love. Juanhu, it's time to get up. Meng Yuhan whispered softly, her voice full of longing and anticipation for the future. Yi Juanhu seemed to feel Meng Yuhan's gentle touch and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw that Meng Yuhan was looking at him with affectionate eyes, a smile as bright as the sun blossomed on his face. Good morning, my dear. Yi Juanhu's voice was low and full of magnetism, like a moving love poem that instantly melted Meng Yuhan's heart. Good morning, Juanhu. Meng Yuhan responded, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness and sweetness. After getting up, the two began a busy but warm morning. Yi Juanhu put on his apron and walked into the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. He skillfully fried eggs and toasted bread, humming a little tune from time to time, filling the whole kitchen with a happy atmosphere. Meng Yuhan was busy in the living room, tidying up the house and preparing the things she needed for work. A happy smile was on her face, and her eyes were constantly cast towards the kitchen. Watching Yi Juanhu's busy figure, her heart was full of gratitude and happiness. After breakfast was ready, the two sat down at the table and enjoyed the rare peace and warmth. They ate and chatted, sharing each other's work plans and interesting stories from their lives. The sound of laughter and conversation intertwined, creating a beautiful picture. Just then, a crisp prompt suddenly sounded in Yi Juanhu's ear. Ding, the host's current needs have been detected. You are now rewarded with a Mercedes-Benz GLS worth 1.5 million. The key and paperwork are already quietly lying on your desk, waiting for you to discover them. Ding, the host is also rewarded with some baby supplies, which have been quietly placed in the baby's room. Please check them, and may your little one grow up healthy and strong. Yi Juanhu was overjoyed. The system's rewards had finally come again. He glanced at Meng Yuhan and saw that she was eating breakfast intently. Not noticing his own unusual behavior, he quietly opened the system panel and checked the details of the rewards. Seeing the rewards of a Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car and baby products, Yi Juanhu secretly rejoiced in his heart. The baby products were exactly what he needed, and he had just been thinking about going back to buy some more, so he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. And the Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car was even more of a pleasant surprise. He looked it up and found that not only did the car have an imposing and luxurious appearance, but it also had a spacious interior that could seat 7 people. Thinking about this, Yi Juan-hoo smiled at Meng Yuhan and said, "Honey, I'll be back in a bit, you enjoy your meal." After saying this, before Meng Yuhan could react, he returned to the study. Sure enough, the keys to the Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car and some paperwork were already placed on the desk. After coming out of the study, Yi Juan-hoo went to the baby's room to take a look, and sure enough, there were a number of baby products. He was overjoyed and quickly moved them all into the baby's room. After doing all this, he returned to the bedroom to enjoy breakfast with Meng Yuhan. After breakfast, Meng Yuhan told Yi Juan-hoo, "Today we are going to the Iran Maternal and Child Health Hospital in Dongjan City for another prenatal checkup." Upon hearing this, Yi Juan-hoo thought about the Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car that the system had just rewarded him with. This would come in handy right away. "Sure, I'll drive you there." "What? You have a car?" Meng Yuhan was full of confusion. "Let's go." Yi Juan-hoo did not give a direct answer, carefully helped Meng Yuhan, went to the parking garage, and took out the Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car. Meng Yuhan was shocked when she saw the brand new Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car. "Where did you get such a beautiful car? How can you afford a luxury car?" Yi Juan-hoo lied, "I set up a stall selling Orleans roast chicken, didn't I? I made a little money, and this Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car is only a little over $1 million, I can afford it." After a pause, Yi Juan-hoo continued, "Besides, my wife, you're pregnant now, it's so inconvenient not to have a car." Meng Yuhan didn't say much in response, changing the subject and asking, "Why haven't you been selling things from your stall these past few days?" Yi Juan-hoo laughed, saying, "I've been taking care of some things I've been working on." Hearing him say that, Meng Yuhan felt relieved. Yi Juan-hoo drove the luxury car towards the city at high speed. The smooth ride quickly brought them to Dongjan City and finally to the city center's most prosperous Iran Maternal and Child Health Hospital. In the spacious and bright maternity ward of the hospital, Meng Yuhan sat in a comfortable examination chair. Her hands rested lightly on her bulging abdomen, her eyes both expectant and slightly nervous. Yi Juan-hoo stood beside her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder to offer silent support and comfort. The doctor asked Meng Yuhan gently about her recent physical condition. "How have you been feeling lately? Is there anything that bothers you?" Meng Yuhan smiled and replied, "I'm okay, except that I get a little tired sometimes and my sleep quality at night isn't very good." The doctor nodded in understanding. "This is a common phenomenon during pregnancy, so there's no need to worry too much. We will pay close attention to your physical condition to ensure the health of both you and your baby." Then the doctor began the prenatal examination. First, she listened carefully to the fetal heart rate with a stethoscope, then turned to Yi Juan-hoo and said, "Come, Daddy, listen to the baby's heartbeat too." Yi Juan-hoo excitedly leaned in, his ear pressed against the stethoscope. At that moment, he felt as if he could hear the most beautiful music in the world, the strong heartbeat of his baby, and every sound made him feel incredibly excited and happy. He looked at Meng Yuhan, his eyes full of love and gratitude. "The baby's heartbeat is so strong," Yi Juan-hoo said excitedly, as if he wanted to convey this joy to everyone present. The doctor then proceeded with the ultrasound examination. On the screen, the outline of the baby was clearly visible, and its small hands and feet kept moving, as if saying hello to its parents. Meng Yuhan and Yi Juan-hoo both stared at the screen, afraid of missing a single detail. "See, the baby's development is normal, and its limbs are also intact." The doctor pointed to the image on the screen and explained patiently. Meng Yuhan's heart finally sank after hearing this, and a broad smile blossomed on her face. "That's great, everything about the baby is normal." Yi Juan-hoo also let out a sigh of relief, took Meng Yuhan's hand in his and said tenderly, "Yes, our baby is healthy, we have to take good care of him." The doctor continued the examination and recorded the data in detail. Finally, she said to the two of them with a smile, "The results of the prenatal examination are very good, the baby is healthy. Next, you must continue to maintain good living habits. Pay attention to balanced nutrition, and have regular checkups to ensure the baby's healthy development." Meng Yuhan and Yi Juan-hoo nodded repeatedly, saying gratefully, "Thank you, doctor, we will pay attention." Before leaving the consultation room, the two looked back at the image of their baby on the screen once again, their hearts filled with boundless yearning and anticipation for the future. They knew that this little life would become the most precious gift in their lives, and would also be the driving force and source of their joint struggle. Yi Juanhu carefully helped Meng Yuhan out of the hospital. Why was it so lively across the street? It turned out that Chapter 11 A Walk in the Park for Two. After the medical examination was over and they left the hospital, Yi Juanhu saw that there was a park opposite. It was Saturday, so it was no wonder that there were so many people. He said to Meng Yuhan, "Honey, let's go for a walk in the park." Meng Yuhan nodded, and with Yi Juanhu's careful support, they set off towards the park. The park was very beautiful, with lush greenery, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. The air was fresh and invigorating, the environment was elegant, tree-lined and picturesque. The lake in particular was rippling with emerald water and overgrown with lotus leaves, exuding a gentle fragrance that made people feel carefree and happy. In the middle of the lake stood a rockery. At the top of the rockery was a pavilion, in which was placed a rattan deck chair. There were also stone tables and benches, and tea sets nearby, which looked quite romantic. At this time, there were already quite a few people hanging out or playing near the rockery. Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu also walked over and sat on the stone bench to admire the view. They leaned against each other and enjoyed this happy time that was theirs alone. "Wife, look how beautiful the lotuses are over there," Yi Juanhu said, pointing at the lotuses in the lake. "Yes, they really are beautiful," Meng Yuhan replied with a smile, her eyes full of longing and anticipation for the future. Just then, Meng Yuhan's gaze inadvertently swept over the crowd not far away, and suddenly her eyes froze. She saw several familiar figures, her students from Jinan University. Those youthful faces were walking towards them, and they didn't seem to notice Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu sitting on the stone bench. A ripple of emotion could not help but arise in Meng Yuhan's heart. Although she was pregnant before marriage, she was surrounded by Yi Juanhu's love during this happy time. But when faced with her students, she still inevitably felt a little embarrassed and at a loss. She gently tugged on Yi Juanhu's sleeve and whispered, "Juanhu, look over there, those are some of my students." Yi Juanhu looked in the direction Meng Yuhan was looking and immediately understood her concern. He gently took Meng Yuhan's hand in his and whispered reassuringly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. You're their teacher and also someone who was about to become a mother, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. We just need to face them with confidence." Meng Yuhan's tension gradually dissipated after hearing Yi Juanhu's words. She took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and then smiled as she looked at the students who were about to approach. The students also seemed to have noticed Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu, and they came over in surprise, greeting them. "Teacher Meng, are you here for a walk too?" Meng Yuhan smiled and nodded, graciously introducing herself. "Yes, I came here with Juanhu." "Are you here for a stroll too?" The students nodded in unison, and one of them asked curiously, "Teacher Meng, how old is the baby in your tummy? It looks so cute." Meng Yuhan's face was radiant with motherly love as she gently stroked her bulging abdomen and replied, "It's already 4 months old, and it will be born soon." On hearing this, the students all expressed envy and best wishes. They congratulated Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu and asked them questions about pregnancy and parenting. Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu patiently answered their questions, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed and pleasant. Meng Yuhan found that she was not as awkward and at a loss as she had imagined in the face of her students. On the contrary, she felt very proud and happy, because she was not only a teacher, but also a person who was about to become a mother. Just then, a breeze blew by, bringing the fragrance of the lotus flowers and the coolness of the lake water. Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu joined their students in admiring the lotus flowers in the lake and enjoying the rare tranquility and warmth. "Teacher Meng, you must take good care of yourself. When the baby is born, we'll all come to visit him," one of the students said with a smile. Meng Yuhan nodded with a smile, her heart full of gratitude and happiness. As the students gradually dispersed, Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu continued to enjoy the tranquility of the park. They walked slowly along the path by the lake, occasionally stopping to admire the lotuses in the lake or feel the cool breeze on their faces. "Wife, do you think our baby will look like you or me?" Yi Juanhu suddenly teased, with a mischievous smile on his face. Meng Yuhan laughed and replied, "I can't answer that. But no matter who he looks like, he is the fruit of our love, and I will love him the same." Yi Juanhu nodded, his eyes shining with happiness. He held Meng Yuhan's hand tightly, as if he wanted to pass on this happiness to her forever. They continued walking along the lake, occasionally encountering tourists who were also enjoying the beautiful scenery. Some were taking photos to remember the moment, others were taking a leisurely stroll, and still others were feeding the ducks by the lake. These scenes all made Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu feel incredibly warm and happy. Suddenly, Meng Yuhan stopped in her tracks and pointed to a grassy field not far away, where several families were having a picnic. The children were running and playing on the grass, while the adults sat around enjoying the food and laughter. Juanhu, look how happy they are, Meng Yuhan said with emotion. Yi Juanhu nodded with a smile. Yes, my dear. We will also have a warm and happy family like them in the future. I will work hard to earn money and give you and the baby the best life. Meng Yuhan hugged Yi Juanhu movely, and tears glistened in her eyes. She knew that this man would be the support of her life, and they would face the future storms and challenges together. Just then, a melodious sound of the piano came. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man playing the eru in a pavilion not far away. The sound of the instrument was melodious and beautiful, as if it could penetrate one's soul and make one feel an inexplicable sense of peace and tranquility. Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu stood there quietly, listening to the beautiful sound of the instrument. They seemed to be infected by this tranquility, and their hearts felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and calm. When the sound of the instrument gradually faded away, they came back from this tranquility. They smiled at each other, as if they understood each other's thoughts. They knew that no matter what difficulties and challenges they would encounter in the future, as long as they worked together, they would be able to overcome them. They continued walking along the lake, enjoying this rare peace and happiness. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, stretching their shadows long. At this moment, they felt as if they were the happiest people in the world. Eventually, they returned to the entrance of the park. Meng Yuhan patted her stomach gently and said to her baby, "Baby, look how much fun we had today. When you come out, mommy will definitely bring you here again." Yi Juanhu nodded with a smile. "Yes, baby. You must grow up healthy and enjoy the beauty of the world with mommy and daddy." They left the park hand in hand, leaving behind them laughter and happiness. The lotus flowers by the lake also swayed gently in the breeze, as if bidding them farewell. Chapter 12 A reward of 500,000. Just then, a sudden and shrill broadcast sounded in the park. The voice seemed to carry endless anxiety and panic, echoing in every corner. "Attention, please. A child has accidentally lost in the park. The situation is urgent. Please be sure to help look out. The child is very distinctive, wearing a blue top, white shorts, and a striking red hat." Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan, who were sitting in the luxurious Mercedes-Benz GLS, were about to drive off when they were suddenly interrupted by the sudden broadcast. The two glanced at each other, and a flash of tension and worry appeared in their eyes. They had just finished their prenatal checkup today and had planned to return home after a short stop in the park, but they never expected to encounter such a thing. Meng Yuhan gently pulled Yi Juanhu's hand, her expression a little urgent. Juanhu, let's go and see if we can help find him." Yi Juanhu nodded slightly, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. The two quickly got out of the car and hurried in the direction of the sound of the announcement. Along the way, the scenery around them seemed to have lost all color, leaving only the sound of anxious footsteps and the worry in their hearts. When they arrived, they saw a group of staff members sweating profusely, asking tourists around them questions, their faces full of anxiety and unease. Meng Yuhan saw this and immediately walked up to them. Her voice was gentle but firm. "Excuse me, where did the child get lost? We can help look for him." One of the staff members, as if seeing a savior, anxiously replied. "He was over there in the playground, and in the blink of an eye he was gone. We've been looking for a long time, but we haven't found him yet." Upon hearing this, Meng Yuhan immediately ran towards the playground with Yi Juanhu. They weaved through the bustling crowd, their eyes sharp as they searched every corner, afraid of missing any clue. Suddenly, Meng Yuhan heard a faint sound of crying. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a little boy wearing a blue top, white shorts, and a red hat hiding in a dark corner, crying and calling for his mother. The little figure looked so helpless and lonely in the huge playground. Meng Yuhan's heart instantly tightened. She immediately went up to him, knelt down, and comforted him with a voice so gentle it could melt anyone's heart. "Little friend, don't cry. Your mother is looking for you. How about I take you to your mother?" The little boy looked at Meng Yuhan through tearful eyes, his young, innocent face full of fear and helplessness. But he still nodded, as if he had grasped the last straw. Meng Yuhan gently took his little hand and led him towards the staff. When the staff saw the little boy, they all let out a sigh of relief, and a smile of relief appeared on their faces. They immediately notified the little boy's mother, and in a moment, a woman with anxious expression and reddened eyes ran over. She was so excited to see that the little boy was safe and sound that she burst into tears, embraced the little boy and kept thanking him. Meng Yuhan smiled and shook her head, her smile full of warmth and kindness. You're welcome. We're both parents, so we understand how you feel. In the future, you must keep a close eye on your child and never let him get lost again. The woman nodded repeatedly, looked at Meng Yuhan gratefully, and her eyes were full of respect and gratitude. Yi Juanhu watched this scene from the side, his heart full of emotion. He walked over to Meng Yuhan and gently put his arm around her shoulders. The action was full of affection and love. Wife, you're so good. Meng Yuhan smiled, her smile full of happiness and contentment. It's nothing, let's go. At this time, Yi Juanhu heard a system message prompt in his ear. Ding, one good deed by the host detected, now rewarded 500,000 yuan. Yi Juanhu secretly gloated, and soon received a prompt of the bank card balance. It seems that in the near future, he can buy a luxury house to welcome the birth of his twin babies. It will be a double celebration, and it will be so much fun. The two of them left hand in hand and got back into their luxury Mercedes-Benz GLS. The setting sun shone on the car and illuminated their happy smiles, which seemed to dispel all the gloom in the world. Honey, do you think our baby will be as naughty as that little boy? Yi Juanhu suddenly asked, his tone full of anticipation and curiosity. Meng Yuhan smiled and replied, it's fine if he's a bit naughty, as long as he grows up healthy and happy. Her eyes were full of tenderness and love, as if she could already see the baby's future. The two of them smiled at each other, started the car, and drove towards home. Their figures gradually receded in the afterglow of the sunset, leaving behind them laughter and warmth. On the way home, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan enjoyed each other's company. The gentle music in the car added a touch of romance and comfort to this warm moment. By the way, honey, do you think we have enough of the things we bought for the baby? Yi Juanhu suddenly asked, his eyes full of anticipation and nervousness. Meng Yuhan gave a small smile and nodded. We are both new mothers. If we don't have enough, we can buy more. As long as the baby is well, everything is worth it. So the two of them began discussing the things the baby would need. From baby clothes to formula and diapers, to strollers and cribs, they didn't miss a detail. Their faces were filled with the joy and happiness of becoming parents, and their smiles seemed to light up the world. The Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car was driving through the city streets, but the car felt like a small world isolated from the outside world, full of love and warmth. The warm atmosphere seemed to block out all the noise and distractions, leaving only the laughter of the two of them. After returning home, the two couldn't wait to start organizing the baby's room. They carefully selected baby products and decorated the room to make it warm and comfortable. Every time they saw a cute little object, their hearts were filled with anticipation and love for their baby, and the love seemed to overflow. As night fell, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan sat by the window, looking at the stars outside. They talked about their future plans and the growth and education of their baby. Although the future was full of unknowns and challenges, their hearts were full of confidence and courage. Wife, it's good to have you by my side. Yi Juanhu suddenly said, tightly grasping Meng Yuhan's hand. His tone was full of gratitude and appreciation, as if he was afraid that it was all just a dream. Meng Yuhan smiled and responded, me too. With you and the baby, I feel like the happiest person in the world. Her eyes were full of tenderness and determination, as if she could already see a bright future for the three of them. While the two of them were exchanging pleasantries, Yi Juanhu's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was his former roommate from Nanji University, Ma Qingyun, calling. The four of them had a great relationship and often joked and played around together. Even after graduation, they maintained close contact. Yi Juanhu pressed the answer button, and Ma Qingyun's teasing voice immediately came through his ear. Juanhu, the three of us are going to your Orleans barbecue to get together. Let me make it clear, we are the guests and you are the host, we won't pay for the chicken and duck legs you grill for us. Yi Juanhu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He turned to Meng Yuhan and a look of helplessness and a smile flashed in his eyes. Honey, it's Qingyun and the others, they said they want to go to the Orleans barbecue where I used to set up my stall and have a get-together, and they plan to eat there for free. Meng Yuhan was amused too. She patted Yi Juanhu's arm and said, then you just entertain them. You don't have anything to do today anyway, so just relax. Yi Juanhu nodded and said into the phone, Qingyun, I wasn't going to open my stall these few days. But okay, you can come to the place where I usually set up my stall, Xinghu Pedestrian Street. I'll treat you tonight and let you eat all you want. After hanging up the phone, Yi Juanhu said to Meng Yuhan, honey, why don't you come along? You've met the three of them before, and they're all very nice people. Meng Yuhan smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, I'm a pregnant woman, so I won't go and join the fun, so as not to ruin the mood. You guys have a good time together. Yi Juanhu nodded upon hearing this and then went out the door. Chapter 13 Qinghu Pedestrian Street Stalls, the secret recipe for Orleans barbecue. Yi Juanhu drove around the neighborhood, bought chicken and duck legs from Orleans barbecue, and a bunch of snacks. With a smile on his lips, he returned to the rented room full of barbecue ingredients, carrying a full load of food. He thought to himself, tonight I have to show off my skills and let everyone try the new food. Then he took out the secret recipe for barbecue in Orleans, a bone-melting seasoning, Orleans marinade, ethyl maltol, monosodium glutamate, garlic powder, ginger powder, salt, monosodium glutamate, chicken essence, and dark soy sauce, and calculated the proportions. After half an hour in the marinator, the food was well seasoned and ready to be barbecued. If it wasn't marinated in the marinator, it would have to be left in the refrigerator for more than 10 hours to become flavorful. Yi Juanhu packed the marinated chicken legs and other snacks in a foam box, put them in the car, and walked towards his own stall on Qinghu Pedestrian Street. The Orleans rock machine oven, charcoal, and other tools were always kept at the stall, and every time he opened the stall, he could start work directly by pulling open the covered tent. Yi Juanhu drove all the way to the old Orleans barbecue stall. As soon as he arrived, his three friends, Ma Qingyun, Zhao Taizhu, and Li Ergu, came up to him giggling, each patting Yi Juanhu on the shoulder as if they hadn't seen each other in years. "Oh, brother Tiger, you're a busy man, finally showing your face," Ma Qingyun exclaimed exaggeratedly, his eyes fixed on the delicious food on the barbecue grill. "Cut the crap, serve the food already. We're starving here." Zhao Tiazu was not to be outdone, and directly found a seat, looking ready to tuck in. Yi Juanhu shook his head with a smile, and began to skillfully grill the food. He first took out the marinated chicken and duck legs from the foam box. These ingredients had already become fragrant and had an attractive color after being bathed in his special Orleans barbecue sauce. He skillfully skewered the chicken and duck legs on the grill, as if in a silent dance. Then he began grilling various snacks. The grill was blazing with embers and sparks, adding a touch of wild charm to the whole grilling process. With a fan in his hand, he fanned the flames lightly to adjust the fire and ensure even heat on each side. During the grilling process, Yi Juanhu flipped the ingredients from time to time and sprinkled them with some special seasonings. These seasonings, which he has carefully selected and blended, include a bone-melting enhancer, an Orleans marinade, and ethyl maltol. Together, they work on the ingredients to give them a more layered and aromatic flavor. When the chicken and duck legs are golden and crispy, he takes a brush and dips it in some honey, cumin powder, and a special sauce, and evenly brushes it on the surface of the ingredients. This step not only makes the color of the ingredients more attractive, but also further enhances the flavor. In addition to the chicken and duck legs, Yi Juanhu also barbecued a variety of vegetables and snacks, such as potato chips, corn, and green peppers. The fire was blazing, the kebabs sizzled on the grill, and the aroma was so overpowering that it made the three of them drool. "Come on, try the chicken drumsticks I grilled myself first," Yi Juanhu shouted, handing them a few golden, crispy skewers. The four of them immediately started eating, their mouths full of oil, and they didn't forget to tease each other. "Brother Hu, your cooking skills are getting better and better. If you open a barbecue restaurant in the future, I'll be the first one to come and support you," Li Ergu praised as he ate, and he didn't forget to stuff a handful of grilled eggplant into his mouth. "Support? You have to pay for today's meal first," Yi Juanhu said in a serious tone, which drew a burst of laughter. Ma Qingyun laughed even harder. "Brother Tiger, you've been possessed by the cheapskate. Don't worry, we'll eat you out of house and home tonight." In this way, the four of them ate and chatted, talking about everything from interesting stories from university to the little things in life today. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Yi Juanhu's face had flushed. "Come on, let's have another toast." Yi Juanhu held up his glass and staggered to his feet. "Brother Hu, take it easy, don't get drunk," Zhao Taizhu reminded him. "Drunk? No way. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." Yi Juanhu waved his hand and finished another drink. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The others quickly went up to help him, and they saw that he was already drunk and his mouth was hanging with a silly smile. "Ah, Brother Tiger, I'm afraid you'll have to change your reputation as 1,000 cups without getting drunk," Ma Qingyun teased. Yi Juanhu didn't care at all, and continued to smile foolishly. "It's fine, I can still drink. Let's continue." In the end, it was only after much persuasion that Yi Juanhu reluctantly put down his wine glass. He leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes, with a satisfied smile still on the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to his university days, and the innocence and joy of those times welled up in his heart once again. He looked at Ma Qingyun, Zhao Taizhu, and Li Ergu, and said with emotion, "Time doesn't forgive anyone." After saying that, he sighed, slowly closed his eyes, and seemed to want to go to sleep. Ma Qingyun and the other two knew that he was really drunk. What should they do? They had to call his family to come and drive him home together. Hey, hey, hey! Yihu, don't pretend to be dead. It's time to go home. Ma Qingyun pushed his chest. But Yi Juanhu had already snored loudly at this time, so he couldn't hear his call, and no matter how hard he pushed, he didn't budge. Looking at Yi Juanhu sleeping soundly, Ma Qingyun, Zhao Taizhu and Li Ergu looked at each other and smiled, but also with a little helplessness. Zhao Taizhu suggested, "Let's not hesitate, quickly open his phone's contacts and find a family member to pick him up." Saying this, Zhao Taizhu took out Yi Juanhu's phone from his pocket and skillfully unlocked the screen with Yi Juanhu's fingerprint. The screen lit up, showing his slightly tired but still smiling face. Hey, this guy usually looks pretty smart, but as soon as he drinks, he shows his true colors. Li Ergu teased. Zhao Taizhu quickly browsed through the phone's contacts and quickly found a phone number, which he then dialed. The phone was quickly connected, and a hazy greeting came from the other end. "Hello, how can I help you?" It was a pleasant girl's voice on the other end. Zhao Taizhu gave a brief introduction of the situation. Zhao Taizhu spoke into the phone, trying to make his voice sound sincere and clear. "Hello, this is Yi Juanhu's friend. He got drunk tonight. Are you his family member or can you contact his family? We hope someone can come and take him home to ensure his safety." The girl on the other end of the phone seemed a little surprised, but then regained her composure and replied, "Oh, I'll come and pick him up right away. May I ask where exactly you are?" Zhao Taizhu quickly gave Yi Jinjia the detailed address of the stall and reassured her not to worry, as they would take good care of Yi Juanhu until she arrived. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Taizhu turned to Ma Qingyun and Li Ergu and said, "He has already notified his family, and they should be here soon. Let's clean up here first, so that brother who doesn't have to sleep in such uncomfortable conditions." The three of them began to tidy up the barbecue stall, putting the remaining ingredients and tools back in place, while also finding a relatively comfortable place for Yi Juanhu to continue resting. Ma Qingyun also specially brought a thin blanket from the car and gently covered it over Yi Juanhu's body. Soon, the sound of a car engine came from the distance, and a Didi taxi slowly pulled up next to the stall. The door opened, and a beautiful girl in simple clothes and a pretty face got out. Chapter 14 Unable to hold her liquor. It turned out that Meng Yuhan received a call from Zhao Taizhu and learned that Yi Juanhu was drunk and unconscious. Her heart skipped a beat, so she hurriedly hung up the phone and rushed outside in a flurry to come here. "Oh my god, our goddess, Miss Meng." The three of them originally attended Nanji University with Yi Juanhu, and of course they also knew Meng Yuhan, who was recognized as the school's beauty queen at the time. Meng Yuhan immediately saw Yi Juanhu lying asleep on the chair. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She walked quickly over to Yi Juanhu and patted him gently on the face. Juanhu, wake up." But Yi Juanhu just rolled over and continued to sleep soundly, showing no signs of waking up. Ma Qingyun explained from the side, "Miss Meng, don't worry, brother who is just drunk, it's nothing serious." Meng Yuhan turned to look at them and asked, "Why did he drink so much?" Zhao Taizhu scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Well, it's just that we haven't gotten together for a long time, and we got a little drunk out of joy." Li Ergu also hurriedly agreed, yes, we didn't expect brother who to be so weak against alcohol." Meng Yuhan sighed helplessly and then looked at them and said, "Thank you for taking care of him, I'll take him home first." Zhao Taizhu nodded and said, "Okay, you be careful." With that, Meng Yuhan leaned down and tried to help Yi Juanhu up. But Yi Juanhu was as heavy as a mountain at the moment, and she simply couldn't lift him up by herself. "Let me help you." Seeing this, Zhao Taizhu quickly stepped forward to lend a hand. With their combined strength, they finally managed to help Yi Juanhu to the side of the Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car. Meng Yuhan opened the door, helped Yi Juanhu in, and then got in herself. Thanks to the fact that Meng Yuhan had also obtained her driver's license early, it came in handy this time. Meng Yuhan gave Yi Juanhu a deep look, then started the car and headed towards the rented room. Ma Qingyun, Zhao Taizhu, and Li Ergu stood by the roadside, watching the luxury Mercedes-Benz GLS drive away. "Alas, I didn't expect brother who to do this, it really makes people laugh and cry." Li Ergu sighed. Zhao Taizhu nodded and said, yes, it seems that in the future we have to be more careful and not let him drink so much anymore. Ma Qingyun looked in the direction where the Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car had disappeared and said thoughtfully, but then again, Teacher Meng really cares about Brother Hu. Zhao Tiezhu's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, yes, now that you mention it, I remember too. I remember that when we were at school, Teacher Meng took special care of Brother Hu. Li Ergu also came over and said mysteriously, do you think Teacher Meng likes Brother Tiger? Zhao Taizhu slapped his thigh and said, it's possible. Brother Tiger was a popular figure at our school back then, and many girls had a crush on him. Ma Qingyan shook his head and said, okay, stop guessing. Who can tell in matters of the heart? Let's quickly clean up and go back. With that, the three of them began to pack up the barbecue stand. On the other side, Meng Yuhan, driving the Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car, looked at the sleeping Yijun tiger next to her and felt a mixture of emotions. She thought of the bits and pieces of her time with Yijun tiger in college. From the time they met until now, Yijun tiger had been like an umbrella protecting her, shielding her from the vicious gossip. Meng Yuhan whispered Juntager's name, and 2 tears slipped down her eyes. Don't worry, in this life, I will always be by your side, watching over you, Meng Yuhan whispered to herself. Soon, the car stopped outside Yi Junhu's house. Meng Yuhan took out the key and unlocked the door, supporting the already sleeping Yi Junhu as she walked him inside and gently laid him on the bed. She was about to leave when Yi Junhu suddenly grabbed her clothes. Yi Junhu closed his eyes and muttered, Hanin. Hearing this nickname, Meng Yuhan's delicate body trembled slightly. She stroked Yi Junhu's handsome face and said softly, yes, I'm here. Hearing her response, Yi Junhu slowly opened his eyes. His infatuated gaze fell on Meng Yuhan's beautiful face, and he said dreamily, Hanin, you're so beautiful today. Stop it, you're talking nonsense again, Meng Yuhan said, looking at Yi Junhu with anger. Her fair cheeks flushed, making her look even more attractive. Meng Yuhan looked at Yi Junhu with a reproachful expression, her white and tender cheeks flushed, looking even more seductive. Looking at Yi Junhu, who was close at hand, Meng Yuhan, as if possessed, leaned over and kissed Yi Junhu's sexy lips, then quickly pulled away. Yi Junhu stared in surprise, his eyes widening. Meng Yuhan smiled shyly, then held out her finger to block Yi Junhu's mouth, which was about to speak. Don't say anything, just go to sleep quietly. Everything will be back to normal tomorrow. After saying this, Meng Yuhan exited the room, closed and locked the door. Leaning against the door, she let out a soft sigh, and the charming drunken appearance of Yi Junhu, with a sweet and happy expression on his face, appeared in her mind. The night gradually deepened, the moon hid behind the dark clouds, the dark world enveloped the city, and all sounds ceased. Meng Yuhan stood by the window, staring out in a daze. The bright moonlight shone on her snow-white skin, as if draped in a silver veil, adding a touch of warmth to this cold city. Just then, a slender and strong arm wrapped around Meng Yuhan's slender waist, while a deep and magnetic male voice sounded in her ear, "What are you looking at, baby?" Meng Yuhan turned around and looked at this handsome face in front of her, and couldn't help but hum, looking at the stars. Yi Junhu pinched her delicate and cute nose affectionately and asked, "Where are the stars?" Meng Yuhan looked up at the dark sky and pointed at the sky and said, "Look there, it's the Big Dipper." Yi Junhu looked over and sure enough saw a dazzling star in the night sky. "It's really beautiful," Yi Junhu sincerely praised. Meng Yuhan smiled and asked, "So do you like it?" Yi Junhu answered without hesitation, "Of course I like it, because it represents what I like best." "Oh? Then I want to hear what your favorite thing is." Meng Yuhan looked at Yi Junhu with a smile and asked. Yi Junhu looked at Meng Yuhan and suddenly smiled seductively, "My favorite thing is naturally you." "Ouch, you're so smooth." Meng Yuhan gave Yi Junhu a gentle slap on the chest and said, "I'm ignoring you." Yi Junhu caught Meng Yuhan's mischievous pink fist and looked at Meng Yuhan's slightly bulging stomach. "Wife, you're a pregnant woman, don't mess with me. What if I can't help eating you later?" Meng Yuhan gave Yi Junhu a glare and said, "I'm afraid you can't." Yi Junhu laughed happily and then grinned evilly, "It's okay, I can try it." Meng Yuhan blushed and said shyly, "I don't want to." Then Yi Junhu thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Since you don't want it, I'll reluctantly give you a cough." As Yi Junhu deliberately made a lewd expression, Meng Yuhan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, but she still couldn't help but retort, "Dare you? If you really do that, I'll castrate you." "Okay then." Puff. Seeing Yi Junhu's serious reply, Meng Yuhan finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Seeing his wife laughing through her tears, Yi Junhu took the opportunity to say, "Then, wife." Meng Yuhan covered her ears and said, "Don't say it." "So, do you let me say it?" Meng Yuhan puffed up her cheeks and said, "You let go first, otherwise I won't let you say it." "Okay." Yi Junhu replied cheerfully. Seeing that Yi Junhu obediently released his right hand, Meng Yuhan couldn't help but sneer, "Childish." "Ha ha." Yi Junhu laughed again. Meng Yuhan was amused too, but then she suddenly frowned, contemplated for a moment, and said to Yi Junhu, "Junhu, stop messing around, let's rest, look at you, you're still drunk." Yi Junhu said, "Okay, let's go to sleep. I'll hug you while we sleep." After saying this, he walked over to hug Meng Yuhan and walked towards the bed. "Oh no, you can't, you've had too much to drink, I'm worried you'll fall." "Oh no, don't weigh me down." "Aha, you're." Chapter 15 Getting a lecture from his father. Yi Junhu hugged Meng Yuhan tightly, and the two of them fell together on the soft bed like fallen leaves returning to the roots. Meng Yuhan's jade hands gently pushed against Yi Junhu's firm chest, but her strength was like the spring breeze blowing through the willows in front of Yi Junhu, insignificant. "Hanin, stop it, I'm really sleepy." Yi Junhu's voice carried an unmistakable hint of hoarseness and fatigue, but it was more of a sign of his indulgence and helplessness towards Meng Yuhan. His eyes were full of tenderness, as if they could melt all the ice in the world. Meng Yuhan looked up at Yi Junhu's slightly tired face, and an indescribable pain welled up in her heart. Concern and tenderness shone in her bright eyes, and she stopped struggling. Instead, she nestled in Yi Junhu's arms and whispered, "Okay, you can hold me to sleep, but you mustn't move around." "Yes, my dear wife," Yi Junhu said with a grin that was a little mischievous and a little content. He then hugged Meng Yuhan tightly, as if he wanted to rub her into his body, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Meng Yuhan listened to the even breathing of Yi Junhu and felt an immense sense of peace and contentment. She gently stroked Yi Junhu's face, her fingers like the spring breeze brushing across the surface of a lake, carrying endless tenderness and love. Her eyes were full of deep affection, as if she wanted to engrave the image of Yi Junhu in her heart forever. "Junhu, do you know? I really love you," Meng Yuhan murmured to herself, then slowly closed her eyes as well, a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth, and she fell asleep. The next morning, when the first ray of sunshine shone through the curtains and into the room like golden filaments, Yi Junhu woke up. He looked at Meng Yuhan in his arms, as if he were looking at the most precious treasure in the world, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He kissed Meng Yuhan's forehead gently, and that kiss was like a dewdrop in the morning sun, full of endless tenderness and love. Then, he slowly got up and went to the kitchen like a guardian angel to prepare breakfast for Meng Yuhan. When he returned to the room with the steaming breakfast, Meng Yuhan had also woken up. She looked at the steaming breakfast and a flash of surprise and emotion passed through her eyes. The breakfast was as warm and sincere as Yi Junhu's intentions. "Junhu, you're so good," Meng Yuhan said in a soft voice, and the sound was like the spring breeze blowing across the lake, with endless tenderness and love. Yi Junhu chuckled, placed the breakfast on the bedside table, and then helped Meng Yuhan sit up. His movements were gentle and skilled, as if he had done it countless times. "Eat up, I prepared it especially for you," said Yi Junhu, his voice tinged with a little pride and satisfaction. Meng Yuhan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a fried egg and took a bite, then nodded with satisfaction. The fried egg was as good as Yi Junhu's intentions, with a crispy outside and tender inside, delicious and tasty. "It's delicious," Meng Yuhan said, her voice full of happiness and satisfaction. Yi Junhu looked at Meng Yuhan eating with relish, his heart full of happiness and satisfaction. He sat by the bed, reached out and touched Meng Yuhan's slightly bulging stomach, his eyes full of anticipation and love. "Baby, you must grow up healthy," Yi Junhu said softly, his voice like the spring breeze blowing across the land, full of endless warmth and hope. Meng Yuhan's face lit up with a sweet smile. She put down her chopsticks, reached out and took Yi Junhu's hand, saying, "Junhu, don't worry, I will take good care of our baby." Yi Junhu was moved when he heard this. He held Meng Yuhan's hand tightly, as if he wanted to absorb all of her warmth and love into his own body. He looked deeply into Meng Yuhan's eyes and said, "Hanin, it's so good to have you by my side." The two of them smiled at each other, their smiles full of endless warmth and happiness. A deep sense of affection and love flowed between them, as if the whole world had come to a standstill. After breakfast, Yi Junhu and Meng Yuhan were tidying up the dishes when the doorbell suddenly rang. Yi Junhu put down what he was doing, walked quickly to the door, and opened it to see that it was his parents, Yi Furen and Yi Fumu, who had arrived. Their faces were full of kindness and expectation, as if they couldn't wait to see their son and daughter-in-law. "Mom and Dad, you're here?" Yi Juanhu asked, a little surprised, his voice tinged with a little surprise and joy. Then he shouted to Meng Yuhan, "Honey, my parents are here." Ye's mother looked at her son with a smile and said, "We're here to see you and Hanin again, and we've brought some home-raised free-range chickens for your daughter-in-law to help build up her strength." With that, Yi Mu handed a few bags to Yi Juanhu, which contained a few lively and frisky free-range chickens, as sincere and warm as the hearts of their family. Meng Yuhan heard a noise and also walked out of the kitchen. She saw Yi Mu, and her face beamed with a sweet smile as she shouted, "Mom and Dad, you're here." That voice was like the spring breeze blowing across the earth, with endless joy and welcome. Yi Mu nodded, but his expression was a little serious. He looked at Meng Yuhan, his eyes full of a mixture of reproach and concern. The look was like a father's love and expectations for his daughter, deep and sincere. "Hanin, I heard that you're pregnant?" Yi Fu asked, his voice tinged with a mixture of seriousness and concern. Meng Yuhan's face flashed with a mixture of shyness and happiness at the sound of her father's voice. She nodded and said, "Yes, Dad." The sound was like the spring breeze blowing across the lake, carrying endless tenderness and love. Ye's father sighed and looked at Yi Juanhu, his tone tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction and rebuke. "Juanhu, how could you let Hanin get pregnant before marriage? It's not a good thing if this gets out." Yi Juanhu didn't expect his father to say that, and for a moment he was a little stunned. He looked at Meng Yuhan and then at his father, and explained, "Dad, Hanin and I truly love each other. We plan to get married after the baby is born." There was a hint of determination and confidence in his voice. However, his father shook his head and said, "No, you must get married first, and then have a child. This is the right thing to do for Hanin, and it is also the right thing to do for our ancestors." There was a sense of determination and persistence in his voice. Yi Juanhu looked at his father helplessly. He knew that once his father had made up his mind about something, it was very difficult to change it. He looked at Meng Yuhan, hoping that she could help him speak up. There was a sense of help and expectation in his eyes. Meng Yuhan felt Yi Juanhu's gaze. She gently shook Yi Juanhu's hand and then said to her father, "Dad, don't blame Juanhu. In fact, this is also my wish. We really love each other and are looking forward to the arrival of this child." There was a touch of firmness and tenderness in her voice. Ye's father looked at Meng Yuhan, and a flash of tenderness and relief passed through his eyes. He sighed and said, forget it, I can't control what you young people do. However, you must hold the wedding as soon as possible, so that Hanin will not be wronged." The voice contained a hint of helplessness and compromise. Yi Juanhu was overjoyed at hearing this, and quickly nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Dad, we'll hold the wedding as soon as possible." The voice contained a hint of firmness and satisfaction. Yi Mu also persuaded from the side, "Yes, honey, don't blame Juanhu anymore. The young people have their own ideas, so let's not interfere too much." The voice contained a hint of tenderness and understanding. Yi Fu was silent for a while, and finally nodded, tacitly agreeing with Yi Mu. The silence was tinged with a sense of deep thought, as if he were worried and looking forward to his son's future. The storm had thus subsided. Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan smiled at each other, both feeling relieved. They knew that although their father was a bit traditional, he ultimately hoped that they would be happy. Now that he had agreed to their marriage, it meant that he had already approved of Meng Yuhan. After a short while of small talk between the four of them, Ye's mother said to Yi Juanhu, "Son, you must take good care of your daughter-in-law. Let's go visit her. My younger sister is going back to the countryside from Dongjian City." Yi Juanhu heard this and knew the disposition of the two elderly. He did not try to persuade them. "Okay, Mom and Dad, I'll drive you to my younger sister's." Sitting in the car, and seeing this brand new vehicle, his parents glanced at each other and stared at Yi Juanhu with strange looks. Chapter 16. They named the twins Xiaoli and Xiaofeng in advance. Yi Juanhu felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by his parents, so he touched his nose and laughed. "Mom and Dad, why are you looking at me like that? We saved some money from my previous job, and with Hanin's support, we bought this car together." Upon hearing this, Ye's mother's eyes flashed with a trace of relief. "Juanhu, you've grown up and know how to consider your family. We're very happy to see you like this." Ye's father also nodded, his expression softening. "Well, being able to shoulder responsibilities is a good sign. However, you still need to work even harder in the future to give Hanin and the child a stable life." Ye's mother continued to exhort, "Son, in the future, earn money to buy a house, so that you will have a place to settle down in this city. I know, Mom and Dad. Yi Juanhu nodded seriously. I will definitely work hard, so you can rest assured. With that, 10 minutes later the car had already arrived at his sister-in-law's house. Yi Juanhu parked the car and walked in with his parents. His aunt saw them and gave them a warm welcome. During the small talk, Yi Juanhu chimed in from time to time, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After bidding farewell to his aunt, Yi Juanhu bid farewell to his parents and his aunt, and returned to his residence alone to see Meng Yuhan back to Nanji University to teach. Yi Juanhu sent Meng Yuhan back to school and then headed home. He had just returned to his residence for a short while. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. Yi Juanhu frowned in puzzlement. At this time of day, who could it be? He walked quickly to the door and looked through the peephole. It was Meng Yuhan's best friend, Li Xiaoxian. This Li Xiaoxian also taught at Nanji University. She was Meng Yuhan's colleague and best friend, so Yi Juanhu naturally knew her as well. Later, for some reason, this Li Xiaoxian left Nanji University. Teacher Li? Why are you here? Yi Juanhu asked in surprise as he opened the door. Li Xiaoxian was wearing a fashionable short skirt with a simple top, and a mischievous smile was on her face. What? You don't welcome me? I've come to visit our future little nephew on purpose. And, don't call me Teacher Li anymore, just call me Xiaoxian. Yi Juanhu was taken aback, and then he reacted to the fact that Li Xiaoxian was referring to Meng Yuhan's pregnancy. He smiled helplessly. Welcome, but don't say anything, Hanin is still at school. Li Xiaoxian teased while changing her shoes. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. But then again, you're quick, you've already become a father, congratulations. Yi Juanhu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. It's all fate, I didn't expect it to be so soon. After a few words of small talk, Li Xiaoxian couldn't wait to ask Yi Juanhu all sorts of questions. From Meng Yuhan's pregnancy symptoms to their future plans, Yi Juanhu was overwhelmed. By the way, Juanhu, how are you going to surprise Hanin? Li Xiaoxian suddenly changed the subject and asked mysteriously. Yi Juanhu was taken aback. Surprise? What surprise? Li Xiaoxuan's eyes widened. Oh dear, you're not planning to just have the baby in a mundane way, are you? There has to be some sense of ceremony. Yi Juanhu suddenly realized that Li Xiaoxian was reminding him to create a surprise for Meng Yuhan. He thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet, do you have any good ideas? Li Xiaoxian smiled proudly. You've come to the right person. I have a wonderful idea, but I need your cooperation. Yi Juanhu nodded eagerly. Just tell me, as long as I can do it, I will cooperate. Li Xiaoxian leaned close to Yi Juanhu's ear and whispered a few words. After listening, Yi Juanhu's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Great idea. It's settled. After the two discussed the details, Li Xiaoxian began to get busy, helping Yi Juanhu decorate the room and prepare the items needed for the surprise. Yi Juanhu, on the other hand, was responsible for picking up Meng Yuhan and bringing her to this trap full of love. In the evening, Yi Juanhu drove to the entrance of Nanji University. From afar, he saw Meng Yuhan's figure. She was wearing an elegant dress and carrying a small bag on her shoulder. She was talking to a few colleagues. Yi Juanhu honked the horn. Meng Yuhan looked up at the sound and saw him. She gave a gentle smile. Why are you here so early? Meng Yuhan asked, a little surprised, after getting into the car. Yi Juanhu smiled. I wanted to see you earlier. Did you have a lot to do at school today? Are you tired? Meng Yuhan shook her head. It's okay, there wasn't anything major today. How about you? Yi Juanhu casually talked about his work situation, and then changed the subject. Hanin, I have some good news for you. Meng Yuhan asked curiously, what good news? Yi Juanhu smiled mysteriously. You'll know when you get there. Meng Yuhan was amused by his mystery and stopped asking questions. She just snuggled into his arms and enjoyed this rare peace and happiness. After a while, the car pulled up in front of their little nest. Meng Yuhan got out of the car and, looking at the scene in front of her, couldn't help but freeze. There was a big balloon hanging at the door, with the words Welcome Home, Dear, written on it. The living room was filled with colorful balloons and flowers, and the table was covered with her favorite dishes and a small, exquisite cake. Meng Yuhan was so surprised that she could not speak. Yi Juanhu smiled and took her hand. This is my surprise for you, to celebrate our upcoming family of 4. Meng Yuhan's eyes welled up with tears, and she embraced Yi Juanhu with emotion. Juanhu, you're so good. Just then, Li Xiaoxian walked out of the room, holding a gift box in her hands. "Hanin, this is a gift for your little nephew-niece from me." Meng Yuhan was even more surprised. "Xiaoxian, why are you here too?" Li Xiaoxian shrugged with a smile. "How could I miss such an important moment? Besides, I have a big gift for you too." Saying this, she handed Meng Yuhan a gift box. Meng Yuhan opened it and found a pair of delicate little silver bells inside, with their names and the baby's due date engraved on them. "Wow, how cute!" Meng Yuhan couldn't help exclaiming. Li Xiaoxian smiled proudly. "I had these specially custom made, so that after the baby is born, they can be worn on the wrist." The three of them sat together, enjoying this rare moment of togetherness. Yi Juanhu cut a piece of cake for Meng Yuhan and fed it to her. Meng Yuhan couldn't stop smiling while eating, while Li Xiaoxian kept taking photos to commemorate the moment. "By the way, Juanhu," Li Xiaoxian suddenly changed the subject, "what name are you going to give the baby?" Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan looked at each other and then shook their heads. "We haven't thought of a name yet, do you have any suggestions?" Li Xiaoxian thought for a moment. "How about Yi Xiaofeng or Yi Xiaoli? It means that the baby is as warm and full of hope as the morning sun." Meng Yuhan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Yes, that's a good name." "Juanhu, what do you think?" Yi Juanhu nodded. "Yes, I also think it's pretty." Then it's settled, Yi Xiaoli and Yi Xiaofeng. The three of them smiled at each other, as if they could already see two cute little beings coming into the world in the near future. After dinner, Li Xiaoxian suggested going for a walk to digest their food. So the three of them walked hand in hand along the tree-lined street in the residential area. The breeze caressed their faces, bringing a cool breeze and the fragrance of flowers. They chatted, sharing their happiness and expectations. "Juanhu," Li Xiaoxian suddenly said, "you have to take good care of Hanin and the baby. If I find out you've done anything wrong, I'll teach you a lesson." Yi Juanhu nodded quickly. "Don't worry. I'll do my best to take care of them." Meng Yuhan laughed on the side. "Xiaoxian, don't scare Juanhu. He's already trying very hard." Li Xiaoxian couldn't help laughing either. Okay, I won't scare him anymore." "But Juanhu, you have to remember what you said today." The three of them continued walking forward, laughter and joyful chatter filling the tree-lined street. They knew that no matter how many difficulties and challenges they would encounter in the future, as long as they loved and supported each other, they would be able to overcome them and usher in an even better future. As the night grew deeper, the three of them reluctantly said their goodbyes. Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan returned home, and looking at their little nest full of love, their hearts were filled with gratitude and happiness. They knew that all this was the result of their joint efforts and a testament to their love. "Juanhu," Meng Yuhan suddenly said, "I feel so happy." Yi Juanhu hugged her tightly. "Yes, I'm also very happy. As long as we are together, we are not afraid of anything." The two of them smiled at each other, as if they could already see that bright future beckoning to them. On this warm evening, they embraced each other tightly, enjoying this rare happiness and tranquility. Chapter 17 A belated marriage proposal gift. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight crept into the room like a shy child, it gently brushed Meng Yuhan's serene face, bringing a warm and soft touch. Yi Juanhu had already awakened from his slumber. Yi Juanhu's heart felt as if it were being bathed in the warm spring sunshine, filled with boundless yearning and love for the future. It was as if the whole world had become brighter because of this love. Yi Juanhu got up quietly, afraid of waking his sleeping lover, every movement full of tenderness and warmth. After tidying his clothes, he set off with a pounding heart for the journey to the historic and reputable jewelry store. Yi Juanhu had thought last night that he should buy Meng Yuhan a wedding ring and propose to her. Even though Meng Yuhan was pregnant, this marriage proposal was essential and a sign of respect. This jewelry store, like an elegant noblewoman, was quietly located next to a busy street. The storefront was elegantly decorated with a modern feel, as if every detail revealed nobility and luxury. In the window, all kinds of jewelry are on display, each one exuding a seductive luster. They lie quietly, as if telling their own different stories and provoking the imagination. Yi Juanhu walks into the store and is immediately surrounded by an atmosphere of nobility and warmth. The air is filled with the faint scent of perfume and the freshness unique to jewelry, intertwined into a relaxing aroma. Led enthusiastically by the clerk, he arrives at the area dedicated to displaying wedding rings. There were a wide variety of rings here, from simple plain circles to luxurious styles set with sparkling diamonds. Yi Juanhu carefully examined each ring, imagining them on Meng Yuhan's slender fingers. His heart was full of anticipation and sweetness. A gentle light shone in his eyes, as if at that moment he could already see Meng Yuhan's happy and contented smile after putting on the ring. After some careful consideration, Yi Juanhu's gaze was captivated by a uniquely designed diamond ring. The ring was set with a classic six-prong setting, and at its center was a round diamond of about 1 carat, perfectly cut, with each facet seeming to capture the light and radiating a dazzling but not blinding radiance. The ring mount was made of 18-karat white gold, with smooth and simple lines, perfectly complementing the brilliance and nobility of the diamond. The shop assistant smiled and said, "This ring is one of the treasures of our store. The diamond is of high quality, with pure color and high clarity. The cut is also of the highest level. Although it is not cheap, considering its unique design and timeless value, I believe it will definitely be the best choice for you to express your love." After a pause, the shop assistant finally said the value of the ring was 200,000 yuan. Yi Juanhu hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but was immediately overwhelmed by his deep love for Meng Yuhan. He knew that this ring was not just an expensive object, but also a symbol of their love and a beautiful hope for their future life together. So, without hesitation, he decided to buy it and asked the clerk to pack it carefully. As he left the jewelry store, Yi Juanhu held the small, exquisite box in his hands, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. He knew that when Meng Yuhan saw the ring, the same light as the one in his heart would surely twinkle in her eyes. That was the most sincere response to love, and the best hope for the future. Back at the apartment, Yi Juanhu began planning the marriage proposal in earnest. He carefully selected the venue, decorated the scene, and chose the music, striving for perfection in every detail. The precious wedding ring will become an important token for him to express his love and commitment to Meng Yuhan, witnessing the most romantic and unforgettable moment of their love. The sunset is like a gentle painter, dyeing the sky orange and red, and covering the city in a dreamlike veil. Meng Yuhan has finished a busy day of teaching, and with a light pace and a warm longing for home in her heart, she slowly walks towards the familiar alley. Today, she always felt an unusual atmosphere in the air, as if something wonderful was about to happen. The moment she opened the door, the scene in front of her made Meng Yuhan freeze for a moment. The home had been carefully decorated. Under the warm lighting, petals were scattered all over the floor, creating a dreamlike and intoxicating scene. The dinner table was set with their favorite dinner for two, and there was a bottle of red wine that had already been opened, glistening temptingly in the light. Yi Juanhu, meanwhile, was standing in the middle of the scattered petals, holding a small, exquisite box in his hands. His eyes were full of deep affection and anticipation. "Welcome home, my dear," he said softly but firmly. He walked slowly towards Meng Yuhan, each step seeming to mark the passage of the years they had spent together. An inexplicable feeling of emotion welled up in Meng Yuhan's heart. She looked at Yi Juanhu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and confusion. "Juanhu, is today a special day?" Yi Juanhu smiled and shook his head, then nodded again. He looked deeply into Meng Yuhan's eyes, as if he wanted to concentrate all his love in that moment. "In fact, every day is a special day for us, but today, I want to make it even more unforgettable. Hanin, will you marry me?" With that, he gently opened the small box, inside of which was the wedding ring shining with a brilliant radiance, like a witness to their love, lying there quietly, waiting to be given a new meaning. Meng Yuhan's eyes welled up with tears. She never imagined that such a belated marriage proposal would be so romantic and so touching. Yi Juanhu carefully took out the ring and gently took Meng Yuhan's hand. Those hands had held chalk countless times, writing about the power of knowledge. Today, they would accept the promise of a ring, witnessing the eternity of their love. The ring slowly slipped onto her finger. At that moment, it felt as if the whole world had come to a standstill, leaving only their heartbeat and breathing. "I do, Juanhu, I do want to spend my life with you, through thick and thin, in good times and bad, I will walk hand in hand with you." Meng Yuhan's voice was firm but gentle, as she tightly embraced Yi Juanhu. The two hearts were connected at that moment, never to be separated again. Outside the window, the night was gradually getting darker, with stars twinkling, as if also sending their most sincere blessings to the lovers. After a long while, Yi Juanhu said tenderly to the girl in his arms, "Honey, let's go get our marriage certificate tomorrow." Meng Yuhan shyly lowered her eyelids. "Okay." Yi Juanhu lightly kissed her hair on her forehead. "Now, let's have dinner and celebrate." Looking at Meng Yuhan's slightly bulging stomach, Yi Juanhu said with concern, "Honey, don't drink red wine, have something light." "Okay." Yi Juanhu helped Meng Yuhan sit down, took out the chopsticks, picked up some food, and put it in her bowl. Meng Yuhan looked up at Yi Juanhu, a sweet curve rising at the corner of her mouth. "You eat too." The two of them silently enjoyed this warm moment. It wasn't until after dinner was finished and Yi Juanhu had cleaned up the mess that he took Meng Yuhan's hand and walked towards the bedroom. As soon as the two entered the room, Yi Juanhu couldn't wait to push Meng Yuhan down on the bed, lean over and kiss her luscious lips, then slowly remove her clothes. Chapter 18 Getting a Marriage License. The next morning, as the sun gently shone through the curtains and caressed the two of them, Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu woke up one after the other. They smiled at each other, their eyes shining with infinite anticipation for the future. After a brief wash, they held hands and, full of expectation, went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to officially become husband and wife. Walking into the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they were touched by the solemn atmosphere. People were coming and going in the hall, but every step seemed so orderly. They found the marriage registration office and were warmly greeted by a smiling staff member. Staff member, hello, welcome to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register your marriage. Please show your ID cards, household registration books and other relevant documents. Yi Juanhu quickly took out the documents he had prepared from his bag and handed them to the staff member. Meng Yuhan, meanwhile, was a little nervous, clutching Yi Juanhu's hand. She looked at the staff member, her eyes flashing with anticipation and anxiety. The staff member carefully checked their documents and then smiled and said, "Your documents are in order. Next, please fill in some basic information on this form." Yi Juanhu took the form and filled it in carefully. Meng Yuhan watched from the side, occasionally looking up at Yi Juanhu, her eyes full of tenderness and trust. After filling it out, they handed the form to the staff member. The staff member took the form, carefully verified the information, and then said with a smile, "Congratulations, the information is correct. Now, please sign this marriage registration statement to indicate that you are willing to become husband and wife and share the responsibilities of the family together." Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan took the statement, looked at each other, their eyes full of determination and deep affection. Then, they solemnly signed their names. The staff took the declaration form, carefully verified the signatures, and then smiled and said, "Congratulations, you are now officially married. Please keep this marriage certificate, it is a testament to your love and a guarantee for your future life." Meng Yuhan took the marriage certificate, looked at the photo and signatures on it, and her heart was filled with happiness and contentment. Yi Juanhu tightly held her hand, and they smiled at each other, as if to say, "We did it." Just as Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu were about to step out of the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau and enjoy their sweet moment, the appearance of Ma Qingyun, Zhao Taizhu and Li Ergu, three roommates of Yi Juanhu when he was studying at Nanji University, added a touch of humor and excitement to this heartwarming scene. Ma Qingyun started things off, saying with a teasing tone, "Yi, you've done a really good job keeping secrets. We used to spend every day in the dorm studying the goddess, but then you went and studied her into becoming your wife without saying a word. This is just unbelievable." Zhao Taizhu was not to be outdone, muttering angrily, "Yes, Yi, you're not being fair. We were trying to help you woo the goddess, but instead you just gave us a surprise." Li Ergu had an exaggerated expression on his face, as if he had just experienced an emotional drama. "My goodness, this is practically a real-life version of Battle of Love. Yi, you used the tactic of concealing the old to attack the new really well, and you've directly stolen the goddess." Meng Yuhan was amused by their humor and couldn't help but laugh. She gently patted the back of Ye's hand to indicate that he shouldn't mind. Yi Juanhu responded with a helpless smile, "Don't tease me, I had no choice. But now we're all family, if you need anything, just let me know." Ma Qingyun saw this and immediately changed the subject to try to lighten the mood. Okay, no more jokes. Yi, you've really got the girl this time, we need to celebrate. How about the four of us going out for dinner tonight?" Zhao Taizhu and Li Ergu immediately agreed, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, we must celebrate tonight. Lao Yi, you have to treat us." Yi Juanhu nodded with a smile, agreeing, "No problem, I'll treat you tonight. How about we go to that seafood restaurant we've always wanted to go to but haven't yet?" Meng Yuhan also joined in the discussion with a smile, "You guys go ahead, I'm pregnant and can't join in the fun." "Sister-in-law, you can't do that. The three of us men are drinking, how can we do without you?" Ma Qingyun deliberately put on an unhappy look as he looked at Meng Yuhan. "Besides, tonight is your boyfriend treating us, if you don't go, he definitely won't agree." Haha, Yi Juanhu laughed out loud after hearing this. "My wife is pregnant, so she can't be forced to do things. You guys don't have to make things difficult for her." Zhao Taishu shrugged his shoulders, looking at Yi Juanhu with a face pretending to be disgusted. Having a wife and forgetting his friends, what a disloyal guy. Ha, I haven't forgotten. Tonight, none of US friends should be absent. Yi Juanhu laughed heartily. Liurgua then patted his belly and said, Alas, it seems that President Yi will have to spend a lot of money again tonight. Ma Qingyun punched Li Ergu on the chest and said with a wicked smile, Ergu, tonight's drinking will make you feel like you're in heaven. Ha, feel like you're in heaven? I think you want to get drunk on alcohol and then get a good night's sleep. Yi Juanhu teased, drawing a burst of laughter. Meng Yuhan was also infected by their joyous atmosphere. She gave Yi Juanhu a gentle pat on the shoulder and said tenderly, Okay, stop it. You can celebrate tonight, but remember not to drink too much, especially Ma Qingyun, you always get drunk easily. Ma Qingyun pretended to be aggrieved and shrugged his shoulders. Sister-in-law, you're wronging me. I'm now 1,000 cups of wine without getting drunk. Come on, last time you got drunk and you were hugging the street lamp and shouting I love you. Zhao Taizhu teased from the side, which made everyone laugh again. Li Ergua interjected, Okay, let's not talk about this. Tonight, President Yi is treating, so we should enjoy ourselves. But although my sister-in-law isn't going, we should bring her back some delicious food, right? Yi Juanhu nodded in agreement, of course. Later, we'll order some of her favorite dishes and have them delivered back to her. So, after the four of them had agreed on the celebration plans for the evening, they went about their own business. Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan walked hand in hand out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, their hearts filled with anticipation and happiness for the future. In the evening, when Yi Juanhu returned home with the takeaway food, Meng Yuhan was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. She took the food from Yi Juanhu's hands and her face was filled with a happy smile. How was it? Did you have a good time tonight? Meng Yuhan asked with concern. Yi Juanhu nodded with a smile, Of course I did. But the happiest part was being able to share this joy with you. The two of them ate and chatted, enjoying their sweet time together. Although Meng Yuhan did not participate in the evening's celebrations, her heart was filled with a deep sense of happiness. Chapter 19 I'm pregnant, I can't sleep with you. After dinner, the atmosphere in the house was warm and relaxed, like a spring day, and every inch of the air seemed to carry a faint sweetness. Meng Yuhan's face was beaming with a smile like a blooming flower, a smile that seemed to dispel all the gloom in the world. She spoke softly to Yi Juanhu, Honey, I'm going to take a shower, you rest for a bit. After saying this, she turned lightly and walked into the steamy bathroom, leaving behind a graceful shadow and the fragrance filling the room. Yi Juanhu sat alone on the sofa in the living room, with a satisfied and happy smile on his face, an infinite yearning for the future shining in his eyes. When the bathroom door closed gently, Yi Juanhu felt as if he had been suddenly awakened by something, patted himself on the head, and muttered to himself. Oops, I almost forgot to call my parents and tell them the good news. He quickly pulled the phone out of his pocket, the one that carried so much love and longing, and dialed the familiar and friendly number, his mother's phone number. On the other end of the line, his mother's voice was tinged with surprise and anticipation. Hello, Juanhu, why are you calling so late? Is something good going on? Her words were full of love and concern for her son. Yi Juanhu took a deep breath, unable to contain his excitement, as if he wanted to convey this joy to his mother on the other end of the line. Mom, I have some good news for you. Yuhan and I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau today and got our marriage certificate, so we are officially husband and wife. Upon hearing this, Ye's mother's voice instantly raised a few decibels, full of joy and excitement, she said. Really? That's great, I'll tell your father right away, he'll be overjoyed too. As she spoke, she turned around and shouted at Ye's father, who was reading the newspaper in the study. Old man, come here quickly, Juanhu called, he and Yuhan got their marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, Ye's father almost dropped the newspaper in his hands. A smile blossomed on his face for the first time in a long time, a smile as warm and gentle as the winter sun. He walked quickly to the phone and took the handset from his wife, his voice a little shaky and excited. Juanhu, is it true? You and Yuhan really got married? It was your fault for getting pregnant out of wedlock, but now that you have a marriage certificate, it's all right. Yi Juanhu confirmed the good news once again. After hearing this, Ye's father's eyes reddened slightly, and his voice was a little choked with emotion. Good. This is the best news I've heard this year. Do you young people plan to settle down in Dongjian for a long time? Dad has saved up a bit over the years, not much, but it's enough for you to put a down payment on a small house. Yi Juanhu felt a warm current well up in his heart, but then said firmly. Dad, Mom, thank you for your kindness. But we want to rely on our own efforts first and see if we can gain a foothold in this city. Keep your savings for your old age, we will still need your help in the future. Ye's mother agreed, saying, yes, yes, Juan-Hu was right. We young people have our own ideas and plans, so don't worry. Although Ye's father was a little reluctant to hear this, he was also relieved to see his son being independent and responsible. He laughed and said, good, good, as long as you have your own plans. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, your family will always be your strongest backing. Finally, Ye's father did not forget to repeatedly remind him to treat his daughter-in-law, Meng Yuhan, well. After all, she is a university professor and a senior intellectual. After hanging up the phone, Yi Juan-Hu's heart was full of strength and gratitude. He knew that with the support and understanding of his family, the future of he and Meng Yuhan would surely bloom as brilliantly as spring flowers. Soon, the bathroom door slowly opened again. Meng Yuhan was dressed in loose-fitting loungewear, her hair damp and hanging down her shoulders, looking fresh and elegant like a lotus flower emerging from the water. A gentle smile was on her face, a smile as warm and comfortable as the spring breeze. She walked over to Yi Juan-Hu and sat down next to him, and asked softly, who are you talking to? You're smiling so happily. Yi Juan-Hu gently took her hand and said tenderly, I was talking to my parents, telling them the good news that we've got our marriage certificate. They were really happy and even said they'd help us buy a house, but I refused. Meng Yuhan's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion and admiration at this. She snuggled into Yi Juan-Hu's arms and whispered, you did the right thing. We can create our own happiness on our own. The two of them smiled at each other, and that smile was full of infinite yearning and firm belief in the future. They chatted for a while, then prepared to go back to their room to rest. Juan-Hu, let's sleep together tonight, Meng Yuhan whispered, her face flushed like the morning sun, her cheeks burning, as if she had drunk too much wine, and the whole person was lost. Yi Juan-Hu saw this and an indescribable impulse welled up in his heart, but he still resisted. He stared at her with burning eyes and said hoarsely, well, I wanted to. Unfortunately, you're pregnant, so I'm afraid. Yi Juan-Hu's words didn't quite finish, but the tenderness and restraint were obvious. He gently stroked Meng Yuhan's cheeks, which were as red as the sunset, but also carried an imperceptible trace of shyness and nervousness. Yuhan, I know how you feel, but your body is more important. Yi Juan-Hu's voice was low and full of magnetism. He slowly helped Meng Yuhan up from his arms, his gaze full of love and care. You are now pregnant with our baby, and I cannot let anything happen to you. We are responsible for this little life, and we are also responsible for you. Upon hearing this, a flash of disappointment crossed Meng Yuhan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by understanding and tenderness. She nodded gently, a faint smile curling the corners of her mouth, I know. I just want to be closer to you. Yi Juan-Hu embraced her in his arms and kissed her forehead lightly, don't worry, I'll always be by your side, day and night. We still have a long time together. After the baby is born, the four of us can enjoy our time together. Meng Yuhan snuggled into his embrace, feeling the warmth and reassurance. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if she wanted to engrave this happiness in her heart forever. Juan-Hu, thank you. Her voice was soft and sincere, like the spring breeze rippling across the lake. It's so good to have you here. The two of them sat embracing, enjoying the peace and warmth. The moonlight outside the window shone through the curtains and fell on the floor, adding a touch of romance and poetry to this warm evening. The moonlight was as clear as water, and the stars shone like diamonds, as if they were also blessing this happy couple. Soon, Meng Yuhan yawned, looking a little sleepy. Seeing this, Yi Juan-Hu gently picked her up, placed her tenderly on the bed, and covered her up. His movements were gentle and skilled, as if he were doing something incredibly sacred. Rest well, my dear. He placed a kiss on her forehead and whispered, good night. Meng Yuhan smiled, closed her eyes, and soon fell asleep. Her breathing became steady and even, as if she was also enjoying this happiness and tranquility in her dreams. Yi Juan-Hu sat by the bed, quietly watching over her, until her breathing became as light and long as the breeze blowing across the lake. He got up, turned off the light, and tiptoed out of the room, his heart full of anticipation and yearning for the future. He knew that although the road to love for him and Meng Yuhan was full of unknowns and challenges, as long as they worked together hand in hand, they would be able to overcome all difficulties and create a happy future together. That night, the moonlight was as gentle as water, falling softly on the windowsill, while the stars shone brightly, like poetry, adorning the night sky. In this warm and peaceful little home, two loving hearts were joined together, weaving their dreams together. Chapter 20 Villa by Hai-Wan. The next morning, Yi Juan-Hu woke up feeling relaxed, and welcomed the morning light earlier than usual. He skillfully finished washing up, then went into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. The aroma of congee gradually filled the whole house. He walked softly to the bedroom and woke Meng Yuhan, who was still in a dream. Yuhan, get up and have breakfast. Meng Yuhan rubbed her sleepy eyes and beamed with happiness. Juanhu, good morning. Yi Juanhu petted the top of her head and gently urged her, get up quickly, the porridge will get cold. Meng Yuhan stretched and looked particularly cute. When she arrived at the dining table, she took a deep breath and exclaimed, it smells so good, Juanhu, you're so nice. Yi Juanhu smiled as he served her the porridge. The two of them shared breakfast together, and the sunlight streaming through the window made them feel extra warm. While eating, Yi Juanhu gazed at Meng Yuhan with tender eyes. Meng Yuhan looked up and smiled at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Juanhu smiled slightly. You look especially cute when you eat breakfast. Meng Yuhan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pretended to be angry. You just want to make me happy. Yi Juanhu laughed heartily. That's the truth. After breakfast, Yi Juanhu picked up the car keys. Let's go, I'll drive you to work. Meng Yuhan stood up and sweetly responded, okay. The car slowly drove towards Nanjing University, and Meng Yuhan looked out the window and murmured to herself, I have a new class today, I need to prepare well. Yi Juanhu looked at her sideways and encouraged her, don't worry, you're the best. Meng Yuhan's heart warmed, and she smiled gratefully at him. After arriving at school, Meng Yuhan got out of the car, straightened her clothes, and turned around and said, Brother Juanhu, I'm going in. Yi Juanhu nodded with a smile, go, do your best. Meng Yuhan waved goodbye to him, turned around, and walked into the school with a firm and confident pace. Yi Juanhu looked at her back, his heart filled with warmth, and he silently wished her luck. Then, he drove away, with a faint smile on his face. However, as soon as he returned to his residence, a crisp system sound suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding, the system has detected that the host has already collected the marriage certificate, and is now being rewarded with a 50 million yuan Beihai Bay villa. The relevant information and procedures are legal and compliant, and are stored in the host's desk and mobile phone. Yi Juanhu froze for a moment, then revealed a look of surprise. A reward villa? He carefully reviewed the system prompt, and his mouth couldn't help but rise. Beihai Bay villa, that's pretty good. Good guy, this system is extraordinary this time, coming up with such a strong reward. Yi Juanhu eagerly browses through the detailed information about the villa in the Bay of Green. He is pleasantly surprised to discover that the villa is actually a magnificent 5-story building located in the picturesque southern suburbs of Dongjin City. Each of the 5 floors of this villa has been carefully designed to retain the elegance and comfort of a traditional villa while also incorporating the simplicity and style of modern architecture. The exterior of the villa is a combination of high-end stone and glass curtain walls, which gives it a sense of stability without losing its agility. The 5-story building stands out from its surroundings and is a beautiful sight. The first floor features a spacious living room and dining room, as well as a fully equipped kitchen. The living room is designed with high ceilings and is decorated with exquisite chandeliers and furniture, creating a noble and warm atmosphere. The dining room is connected to the living room, which is convenient for family dinners or entertaining friends. The kitchen is equipped with the most advanced cooking equipment, making cooking a pleasure. The second and third floors are mainly living areas, with multiple bedrooms and living rooms. Each bedroom is spacious and bright, with high-end bedding and furniture to ensure the occupants enjoy the most comfortable sleep experience. The living room provides a space for relaxation and entertainment, whether it's reading, watching movies, or listening to music. The fourth floor is a multifunctional area that can be used as a study, workshop, or converted into a gym or yoga studio. The design is very flexible and can be personalized according to the needs of the occupants. The fifth floor is a spacious terrace overlooking the entire villa area and the surrounding natural scenery. With leisure seating and a barbecue grill, the terrace is the perfect place for family gatherings, dinners with friends, or just enjoying some quiet time alone. In addition to the luxury and comfort of the villa itself, the Villa Costa del Sol also offers a complete range of supporting facilities and services. From the security team to the property service team, from the beautiful gardens to the convenient transportation network, all of these provide residents with a safe, comfortable, and convenient living environment. Yi Juanhu looked at the information and his heart was full of longing and anticipation for the future. He knew that this 5-story villa in the Bay of Green would be the starting point for him and Meng Yuhan to build a happy life together. With infinite longing for the villa in the Bay of Green, Yi Juanhu set off for the villa district in his luxury Mercedes-Benz GLS. With its luxurious interior, powerful engine and outstanding comfort, the Mercedes-Benz GLS has become Yi Juanhu's first choice for daily travel. As the car slowly pulled into the villa district of Beihai Bay, Yi Juanhu was deeply attracted by the scene before him. The roads in the villa district were wide and clean, with trees and flowers blooming on both sides, as if he were in a paradise. He followed the winding road, and from time to time he could see the silhouettes of other villas looming between the trees, adding a sense of mystery and anticipation. Finally, his Mercedes-Benz GLS pulled up in front of his 5-story villa. The exterior of the villa sparkled in the sunlight, with the texture of the stone contrasting with the transparency of the glass curtain wall, giving it an air of grandeur and a modern feel. After getting out of the car, Yi Juan-Hu walked around the villa, taking in every detail. From the exquisite carvings to the elegant lines, every part revealed the ingenuity of the designer. He couldn't wait to open the door to the villa and step into the space that would soon become his and Meng Yuhan's new home. The spacious and bright lobby on the first floor was bathed in light from the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating dappled shadows on the floor. He walked up the stairs to the second and third floors, visiting each bedroom, living room, and multifunctional area. Each room was designed to be both practical and beautiful, fulfilling all their imaginations for their future life. When he reached the 5th-floor terrace, he was even more shocked by the beautiful view. The view from the terrace was incredibly open, overlooking the entire villa area and the natural scenery in the distance. He imagined the scene of enjoying tea, chatting and admiring the sunset with Meng Yuhan here, and his heart was filled with warmth and happiness. After visiting the villa, Yi Juan-Hu was even more satisfied with this 5-story villa in the bay. He knew that this was not only a living space, but also a harbor that would carry their future happy life. He couldn't wait to tell Meng Yuhan the news and share this joy and anticipation with her. Chapter 21 Moving. As the sun set, Meng Yuhan finally finished her busy but fulfilling day of studying and working at Jinan University. With a little indescribable fatigue and deep expectations, she stepped through the threshold of her home. Under the porch light, Yi Juan-Hu's figure looked exceptionally upright. A mysterious smile was on his face, like the brightest star in the night sky, as if he was preparing a surprise just for her. "Yuhan, today I'll take you to a wonderful place, I guarantee you'll be overjoyed." Yi Juan-Hu's words carried an irresistible allure, like the spring breeze rippling across the lake, stirring up layers of ripples in Meng Yuhan's heart, making her curious heart grow like wild grass. "Oh? What place is it?" Meng Yuhan looked down while changing her shoes, while casting a curious glance at Yi Juan-Hu. The light in her bright eyes shone with a gleam of exploration. Yi Juan-Hu did not directly reveal the answer, but gently took her hand and the two of them walked out of the house side by side. Yi Juan-Hu's luxury Mercedes-Benz GLS waited quietly outside the door, its body glowing softly in the moonlight, as if it too was looking forward to the wonderful journey that was about to begin. Inside the car, Yi Juan-Hu skillfully drove, while Meng Yuhan sat in the passenger seat, her heart filled with both doubt and anticipation. Although she didn't know where the destination was, she could clearly feel the excitement and joy in Yi Juan-Hu's heart. Finally, the car slowly stopped in front of the villa in Baihewan. Meng Yuhan looked up, and the sight in front of her instantly dazzled her, and an indescribable excitement and joy welled up in her heart. The 5-story villa was even more solemn and mysterious in the shadows of the night, like a sleeping ancient castle, waiting for the brave to explore its mysteries. "Could this be our new home?" Meng Yuhan's voice carried a hint of disbelief, and her eyes sparkled with surprise. Yi Juan-Hu nodded with a smile, his eyes flashing with pride and tenderness. "Yes, wife, this is our new home. May it win your favor." Meng Yuhan was so excited that she could hardly speak. She looked around and saw beauty and hope everywhere she looked. However, when she thought about the value of this villa, a trace of worry crept into her heart. "Juan-Hu, how on earth did you manage to raise such a huge sum of money?" Yi Juan-Hu knew that this question would surface sooner or later, and he had already had a plan. He gently took Meng Yuhan's hand and said softly. After a pause, he continued to explain, "Recently, our Orleans roast chicken business has been booming, and the profits are quite good. In addition, I have also made a lot of money from some stocks I have invested in, so we have more than enough money to buy this villa." Although Yi Juan-Hu's answer was a bit vague, Meng Yuhan did not pursue it. She deeply believed in Yi Juan-Hu's ability and wisdom, and even more so in their future, which would surely be as bright as the sun. She shook Yi Juan-Hu's hand firmly, her eyes shining with happiness, her voice full of determination and gratitude. "Juan-Hu, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I believe that our future will definitely be even more brilliant." At that moment, their hearts were connected, as if the whole world had come to a standstill. They knew that no matter how rough the road ahead, as long as they had each other, they could face it together and write their own happy chapter together. "Honey, since we're here at the villa at the bay, why don't we stay the night? After all, there's everything here," Yi Juan-Hu suggested. "Okay." Meng Yuhan agreed readily after a moment's thought. So, while Yi Juanhu comforted Meng Yuhan into the villa to rest, he couldn't wait to drive to the nearby market to buy the necessary daily necessities such as rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Back at the villa, the two worked together to quickly prepare a delicious meal. The next morning, when the first ray of sunshine gently brushed Meng Yuhan's face through the gap in the curtains, Meng Yuhan slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yi Juanhu, who was sleeping next to her. She felt a surge of happiness and contentment in her heart. The night they spent at the villa in the Bay of Green was like a sweet dream, filling their future with endless possibilities. Yi Juanhu had already woken up, and he had prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Meng Yuhan. The two sat at the table, enjoying the rare tranquility and warmth. Meng Yuhan looked deeply into Yi Juanhu's eyes as she ate, her eyes full of gratitude and love. Juanhu, thank you for giving me such a warm and wonderful home. Yi Juanhu smiled and stroked the top of her head, his gaze full of affection. Hanin, you are my wife, this is what I should do. For the rest of our lives, we will work together to make this home even warmer and happier. After dinner, Yi Juanhu personally drove Meng Yuhan to Nanji University. Along the way, they talked about their future plans and dreams, as if the whole world was full of hope and possibilities. After properly settling Meng Yuhan at school, Yi Juanhu drove back to the old residence. He had already contacted a moving company to prepare to pack up everything in the house and move to the Big Bay Villa. He knew that Meng Yuhan had always looked forward to starting a new life in her new home, and he wanted to make her wish come true as soon as possible. The movers quickly and methodically got to work, carefully packing and labeling each item in the house. Yi Juanhu supervised closely to ensure that every item was properly stored. In particular, he paid special attention to the baby's room and the baby supplies that Meng Yuhan had prepared long ago. He knew that these were not just objects, but also the crystallization of Meng Yuhan's vision for the future and her motherly love. He personally supervised the workers as they packed these precious items and placed them in prominent locations so that they could be properly placed as soon as they arrived at the new home. After a whole day of hard work, the movers finally safely transported all the belongings from the house to the villa in Big Bay. Yi Juanhu looked at their tired but contented figures, his heart full of gratitude and respect. Not only did he pay their wages in full the first time, but each worker also received a free bottle of Red Bull. The workers were deeply grateful for Yi Juanhu's generosity, and each of them bowed with a smile to express their thanks. As night fell, Yi Juanhu stood alone on the terrace of the villa at the bay, overlooking the beautiful view of the entire city. Yi Juanhu's heart was filled with boundless expectations and yearning for the future. He firmly believed that as long as he and Meng Yuhan worked together hand in hand, they would definitely be able to create an even better future in their brand new home. At this moment, he thought of Meng Yuhan again, and recalled the scene this morning when he saw her off to her teaching position at Jinan University. He had told her to go straight back to the villa at the bay this evening. However, not long ago, a thought suddenly flashed through Yi Juanhu's mind, and he realized that he had left an important item behind in the old house. So, he hurriedly sent Meng Yuhan a text message, asking her to drop by the old residence after work tonight and bring the item. He immediately received a reply from Meng Yuhan, "Okay, don't worry, I'll go back to the old residence after school." Chapter 22 A stormy night. Meng Yuhan walked out of the school gate tired but content after a long and busy day of teaching. She slowly picked up her phone, the screen lit up, and she read Yi Juanhu's text message again. "Honey, don't forget to get that little box for me, it's very important to me." The short message was like a warm current, instantly warming her heart. Although the longing and curiosity for their new home made her feel like a cat scratching at her heart, eager to immediately rush to the Bai Heimun villa full of love and hope. She knew that the item left behind in the old house was of great significance to Yi Juanhu. Taking a taxi to the old house, Meng Yuhan's thoughts flew with the turning wheels. She recalled every warm moment she had spent at the Villa Bai Hai last night. The spacious living room was a happy place for their future family gatherings. The carefully decorated bedroom was a haven for their sweet dreams. And the beautiful view outside the window was a shining pearl in their love journey, carrying their shared dreams and expectations. Those beautiful images played in her mind like a movie, causing her mouth to unconsciously turn up. After arriving at the old residence, Meng Yuhan relied on her familiarity with the place. Like a nimble kitten, she quickly found the small box that Yi Juanhu had forgotten in the corner of the dim room. Although the small box was simple and unadorned, it seemed to be enchanted, containing endless stories and emotions. She carefully held it up, as if holding a heavy promise and hope. In this box, perhaps there were precious childhood photos of Yi Juanhu, recording the footsteps of his growth. Or maybe it's a small object he made with his own hands, containing his deep expectations for the future. just as Meng Yuhan was full of emotion, preparing to set off on the journey back to the villa in Baihewen. The sky suddenly changed, the wind howled, dark clouds gathered, and then large raindrops fell like the tears of an angry god, smashing down on the earth. The power suddenly went out at the old residence, too, and it became pitch black. At that moment, her phone gave a warning sound, saying that the battery was running low, and the screen gradually dimmed. She sighed helplessly, thinking to herself, is this the will of heaven, to let me stay in this old house a little longer, to reminisce about the past? Meng Yuhan sat quietly in the darkness of her old home, feeling a sense of loneliness in her heart, as well as deep thoughts of Yi Juanhu. Just as she was preparing to accept this unexpected night, a familiar sound of footsteps came from outside the door. The sound was like a distant call, instantly lighting up the light of hope in her heart. The door was flung open and Yi Juanhu burst in like a bolt of lightning. His face was full of anxiety and worry, his eyes desperately searching for Meng Yuhan's figure in the darkness. Hanin, where are you? Why can't I get through on the phone? His voice echoed in the empty room, tinged with a hint of reproach, but more concerned and worried. Meng Yuhan's heartbeat quickened instantly, and she looked in the direction of the sound. She saw Yi Juanhu, drenched to the skin, with water droplets clinging to his hair, but his eyes were exceptionally determined, as if he had found the only light in the darkness. She smiled and stood up, although it was dark around her, her heart was full of light and warmth. I'm here, Juanhu, she said softly, her voice tinged with a little tremor, but more tenderness and gratitude. Yi Juanhu followed the sound and came to her, embracing Meng Yuhan in his arms and holding her tightly, as if he wanted to melt her into his body. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. He repeated these words, his tone tinged with a little fear and relief. Meng Yuhan felt the solid embrace of Yi Juanhu and a warm current welled up in her heart. She looked up at Yi Juanhu's worried eyes, her heart full of emotion and happiness. I'm sorry for worrying you. The phone ran out of battery, and I didn't expect to be here for so long. She explained softly, her voice tinged with a little apology and self-blame. Upon hearing this, Yi Juanhu gently stroked Meng Yuhan's hair, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. Silly, what's there to apologize for? As long as you're okay. Next time you go out, remember to fully charge the phone, so you don't make me worry. He said softly, his tone tinged with a little reproach, but more tolerance and understanding. The two of them smiled at each other, and all their worries and anxieties vanished in an instant. They embraced each other tightly, finding comfort and strength in each other's arms. Although the storm outside was still raging, the hut was full of love and warmth. They knew that no matter how many storms they would encounter in the future, as long as they were together, nothing could stop their footsteps. At this moment, Meng Yuhan deeply felt Yi Juanhu's love and care. She knew that she had found the most important person in her life. Yi Juanhu also felt Meng Yuhan's tenderness and dependence, and he was even more convinced that he was willing to spend his whole life protecting this warm and resilient woman. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, as if the whole world was in their eyes. In this dark and cold room, their hearts came together at that moment, warming each other and never leaving. Wife, let's go over to the villa at Baihai Bay. My Mercedes-Benz GLS is parked outside. After a long while, Yi Juanhu softly suggested. Okay, let's go. Meng Yuhan obediently agreed and walked out of the old residence with Yi Juanhu. Stepping out of the old residence, Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu walked side by side in the rain. Despite the bad weather, they were in an exceptionally happy mood. Yi Juanhu held Meng Yuhan's hand tightly, as if he was afraid that she would get lost in the storm. Meng Yuhan, on the other hand, snuggled up to Yi Juanhu, feeling secure in his arms. Despite the heavy rain, their pace was firm. They knew that no matter how difficult the road ahead, as long as they had each other, nothing could stop their footsteps. When they reached the Mercedes-Benz GLS luxury car, Yi Juanhu gently opened the door for Meng Yuhan and helped her into the car. Then he got into the driver's seat and started the car. As the car started, they drove away from their old home and headed for the villa in the bay. Outside the window, the rain continued to pour, but inside the car, it was full of warmth and sweetness. Yi Juanhu drove while chatting with Meng Yuhan. They talked about the past and looked forward to a good life in the future. Their laughter echoed in the car, as if even the sound of the rain was infected by this happiness and became softer. When the car finally arrived at the villa in the Bay of Green, they couldn't wait to get out. Looking at this villa full of love and hope, their hearts were full of excitement and emotion. They walked hand in hand into the villa and took in everything. The spacious living room, the well-decorated bedroom, and the beautiful view from the window all made them feel incredibly satisfied and happy. After washing up, the two of them snuggled up on the sofa in the living room. At this time, Meng Yuhan curiously asked, "What precious thing is in that box of yours?" Yi Junhu smiled slightly, and a trace of mystery flashed in his eyes. "You'll know when you open it," he said, and took the small box out of his pocket, gently placing it in Meng Yuhan's palm. Meng Yuhan opened the box and saw a sparkling diamond ring lying quietly inside. She looked up in surprise, looking at Yi Junhu, her eyes glistening with tears. Yi Junhu looked at her deeply, softly saying, "This is the diamond ring I bought for you to propose a few days ago. I found it on the bed when we moved in today. I think you forgot to wear it because you were in a hurry, so I put it in the box. But I realized only when I came here to the Villa Costa del Mar that I also forgot to bring the diamond ring here for a moment." Meng Yuhan suddenly realized what had happened and tears welled up in her eyes. She hugged Yi Junhu tightly and said with a choked voice, "Junhu, thank you. Thank you for loving me so much." She felt incredibly happy, her heart filled with emotion and sweetness. "Silly girl, what are you crying for? Wipe your tears quickly, you won't look pretty if you keep crying." Yi Junhu chuckled lightly, wiping away the tears on her face and caressing her nose affectionately. Meng Yuhan couldn't help but smile sweetly. This kind of scene is enviable. "Okay, I'll go prepare dinner first, I'll start cooking soon. You can rest in the living room and wait for dinner." Meng Yuhan laughed lightly, playfully sticking out her tongue and said playfully, "Well, then you have to do it seriously. If it doesn't taste good, I'll punish you." Her expression was playful, and Yi Junhu was suddenly happy. "Okay. I promise I won't let you down," Yi Junhu said with a smile, then turned around and ran into the kitchen to get busy. Looking at Yi Junhu's happy back, Meng Yuhan couldn't help but smile, her heart was filled with sweetness. A moment later, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of food. Chapter 23 Indulgent and Meticulous Care. Moonlight crept into the room, casting a dreamy silver glow on Meng Yuhan, as if she were a fairy come down to earth. She slowly closed her eyes, took a deep breath of fresh air, and felt a sense of peace and sweetness fill her heart. "Junhu, I really want to thank you for everything you've done for me." Meng Yuhan suddenly spoke, her gratitude overflowing. Yi Junhu poked his head out of the kitchen and gave Meng Yuhan a gentle smile. "Hanin, we are like each other, what's yours is mine." Meng Yuhan's heart warmed, she understood that she had found the man of her dreams, the one who would go through fire and water for her. She got up and walked lightly to the kitchen door, giving Yi Junhu a big hug. "Junhu, I love you." Meng Yuhan's voice was soft but firm, like a clear mountain stream. Yi Junhu turned around and hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to melt Meng Yuhan into his bones. "I love you too, Hanin. I will love you forever and ever." The two of them embraced tightly, as if time had come to a standstill at that moment. Their love was pure and flawless, like the bright moon, illuminating each other's hearts. Then Yi Junhu took Meng Yuhan's hand and they strolled to the window to admire the bright moon together. The moonlight was like fine silk, gently falling on them and also quietly slipping into their hearts. "Hanin, look at the moon, it's so beautiful and just like you," said Yi Junhu softly, full of love. Meng Yuhan smiled slightly, knowing that this was the unique affection that Yi Junhu had for her. She nestled in Yi Junhu's arms, overwhelmed with happiness and an unprecedented sense of peace. She gently stroked her bulging belly, where the fruit of their love was growing. "Junhu, can you feel it? Our baby." Meng Yuhan's voice was gentle and full of expectation. Yi Junhu lowered his head and placed his ear against Meng Yuhan's belly, as if listening to the miracle of life. Excitement shone in his eyes. "Yes, Hanin, I can feel it. This is our baby, the fruit of our love." Meng Yuhan's face is radiant with motherly love, and she tightly grips Yi Junhu's hand. "Junhu, I can't wait for him to arrive. I want to be a good mother and give him lots of love." Yi Junhu embraces Meng Yuhan deeply, his eyes full of determination. "Hanin, you will definitely be the best mother. I will also try to be a good father, and together we will protect him and watch him grow up strong." The two smiled at each other, full of infinite longing and hope for the future. They knew that the arrival of this precious baby would make their love even stronger and their lives even more colorful. Then, Yi Junhu carefully helped Meng Yuhan back to the sofa and sat her down, covering her with a soft blanket, afraid that she would be the least bit uncomfortable. The two snuggled together again, enjoying the peace and warmth, sharing the joy and anticipation in their hearts. On this warm evening, Meng Yuhan and Yi Junhu's love was as bright and eternal as the full moon. Yi Junhu glanced at the clock. It was already 8 o'clock. He remembered that he still had to tell his parents the good news and tell them that he already owned a luxury home in the Big Bay Area. He could already see his parents' faces when they heard the news, beaming from ear to ear. This was what they had always hoped for, that their son would make a name for himself in Dongjian City, own a luxury home and a car, and start a family. Yi Juanhu held the phone, an uncontrollable smile on the corner of his mouth, and dialed the family phone number. On the other end of the line, the voices of his parents, Yi Foren and Yi Fumu, were full of warmth and expectation. "Hello, Dad, Mom, it's me, Juanhu." His voice was full of happiness and joy. "Juanhu, are you calling at this time because you have some good news to tell us?" Yi Fumu's voice was full of concern and curiosity. Yi Juanhu took a deep breath, unable to hide his excitement. "Mom and Dad, we really have some good news. We bought a villa in the Emerald Bay." On the other end of the line, the voices of Ye's parents instantly raised a few degrees, full of surprise and relief. "Really? That's great. Son, you've given us so many surprises, you're really our pride." Then, Ye's mother asked with concern. "Now that you've already got your marriage certificate and a villa, when are you planning to get married? We need to get ready." Yi Juanhu turned to Meng Yuhan and saw her smiling and shaking her head, indicating that he didn't need to worry. So he replied with a smile, "Mom and Dad, don't worry too much. We plan to take our time with the wedding, there's no rush. We want to enjoy our time together first, and when the time is right, we'll have a warm and special wedding." After hearing this, although Ye's parents were a little disappointed that they wouldn't be able to witness their son's wedding right away, they were overjoyed and gratified to see how much their son and daughter-in-law loved and understood each other. Ye's father's voice carried a hint of emotion. "Well, you young people have your own ideas, and we respect your choice. As long as you are happy, we are content." Meng Yuhan also whispered next to the phone, "Uncle and Aunt, don't worry. We will take good care of our little family, and we will come back to visit you often." After hearing this, Ye's mother's voice was full of relief and emotion. "Good, good. Yuhan, daughter-in-law, you can say that, and we feel even more at ease. You must be happy." Finally, Ye's father asked Yi Juanhu in a serious tone, "Son, be honest and tell me, where did you get the money to buy a car and a house at the same time?" Yi Juanhu hurriedly explained, "Dad, I've been making a lot of money from the Orleans Rock Machine barbecue. And I've also made money from buying stocks. My source of money is absolutely legal and compliant." Ye's father let out a long sigh of relief. "Well, one must be open and aboveboard, and never go down the wrong path. Dad, I've always remembered what you taught me." After saying this, Yi Juanhu just wanted to hang up the phone. At this time, Ye's mother snatched the phone from her father's hands and wanted to talk to Yi Juanhu about something else. Ye's father was full of black lines. "Son, do you still have any of the free-range chickens I caught from the countryside a few days ago to nourish my daughter-in-law's body?" Ye's mother asked with concern. Yi Juanhu answered with a smile, "Mom, thank you for raising the free-range chickens with so much effort. Han Han said they were delicious. What are you all being polite about? If you kill all the free-range chickens to eat, just let me know. And I'll catch a few more for you to send over. My daughter-in-law is pregnant and needs to nourish her body properly." Before Yi Juanhu could reply, his mother hung up. "My mother really cares about my daughter-in-law," Yi Juanhu muttered to himself with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Yi Juanhu gently embraced Meng Yuhan in his arms. The two of them smiled at each other, their tacit understanding and sweetness seeming to melt away all the troubles in the world. "Juanhu, thank you for giving me such a warm home." Meng Yuhan's voice was full of gratitude and happiness. Yi Juanhu held her hand tightly and said deeply, "Henin, it is you who has made me feel the warmth of home. As long as you are here, anywhere is home." The two of them snuggled together again, enjoying this rare peace and sweetness. Shone through the window, illuminating the couple and casting a dreamlike silver radiance over them. Meng Yuhan gently stroked her swollen belly, feeling the miracle of life growing within her. She knew that the arrival of this child would make their love even stronger and their lives even more colorful. Then Yi Juanhu helped Meng Yuhan back to the bedroom and laid her on the bed to rest. He gently covered her with the quilt, making sure she was comfortable. "Henin, you rest for a while, I'll go prepare some fruit and milk for you," Yi Juanhu said softly. Meng Yuhan nodded with a smile, her heart full of emotion and happiness. She knew that she had found the one true love who was willing to do anything for her. Yi Juanhu went out of the bedroom and started bustling about. He carefully selected some fresh fruit, cut it into small pieces and placed it on a plate. Then, he poured a glass of warm milk and placed it on a tray, ready to take it to the bedroom for Meng Yuhan to enjoy. When he entered the bedroom with the tray, he found Meng Yuhan asleep. Her face was filled with a happy smile, as if she was dreaming. Yi Juanhu gently placed the tray on the bedside table, then sat by the bed and quietly looked at Meng Yuhan's sleeping face. His heart was filled with tenderness and love, as if the whole world had become gentle. He gently reached out and stroked Meng Yuhan's cheek, feeling her warmth and softness. Chapter 24 New Orleans Barbecue New Surface. The next morning, Yi Juanhu gently woke up his pregnant wife Meng Yuhan, who was sound asleep, as usual. He nudged her gently and said in an extremely gentle voice, "Baby, get up for breakfast. Today I have your favorite millet porridge." Meng Yuhan rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Yi Juanhu blankly, as if she was still in a dream. But when she saw the bowl of steaming millet porridge on the table, a smile instantly blossomed on her face, and she said coaxingly, "Honey, you're so sweet." The two sat down at the table and enjoyed this rare moment of peace. They occasionally exchanged smiles, and the air was filled with warmth and sweetness. Yi Juanhu did not forget to help Meng Yuhan with her food, saying, "Eat more, our little one needs nutrition too." After the meal, Yi Juanhu, like a guardian, carefully escorted Meng Yuhan to Nanji University. His Mercedes-Benz GLS weaved through the streets in the early morning, the car echoing with the two of them laughing happily. Yi Juanhu did not forget to remind Meng Yuhan, "Baby, be careful today, don't get tired, and call me if anything happens." After safely delivering Meng Yuhan, Yi Juanhu drove to his other battlefield, the rented house where he set up his stall. But as soon as he opened the door, his phone rang. It was his good friend Li Ergu. He answered the phone while taking frozen chicken, duck, and chicken legs out of the refrigerator. "Ergu, what's up?" "I'm busy preparing the ingredients." On the other end of the line, Li Ergu's voice was as eager as if he had just taken a shot of chicken blood. "Juanhu, let me tell you, your stall at Qinghu Pedestrian Street may not be doing well. I recently discovered a new place that is definitely a good place to go." As Yi Juanhu heard this, his eyes instantly widened, as if he had seen the dawn of a new world. "Where? Tell me quickly." Li Ergu also didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "The night market on Huaxin Street in Daxiang. I'll send you the location, you hurry up and go check it out, I think it will definitely take your business to the next level." After hanging up the phone, Yi Juanhu couldn't wait to check the location information, already scheming in his heart how he would make a big splash. On the other side of the line, Meng Yuhan was at school when she received Yi Juanhu's call. She was so happy to learn that he had found a new shop that she almost jumped up and down. "Honey, you're amazing. When the baby is born, we'll have to celebrate." Time flew, and before long, 2 months had passed. Yi Juanhu's barbecue shop officially opened for business, and all the barbecue equipment and other items from the rented house were transported to the new shop. Meng Yuhan was pregnant, but she came to help out despite her big belly. As she watched Yi Juanhu busy about, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Honey, you've worked hard." At that moment, Yi Juanhu's 3 roommates, Ma Qingyun, Zhao Taizhu, and Li Ergu, also came to support him. As soon as they entered the door, they shouted, "Juanhu, we're here. We're going to eat a lot today." Meng Yuhan saw them and smiled, nodding to greet them. "You're here, have a seat. Today you can eat and drink as much as you like, it's all on the house." Li Ergu couldn't stop smiling when he heard this. "Thank you, Miss Meng, no, I should say thank you, sister-in-law. This restaurant is really great, Juanhu will definitely make a lot of money." Ma Qingyun agreed, "Yes, Juanhu's cooking is top-notch, and this restaurant is so popular, it's bound to be a hit." Zhao Taizhu teased from the side, "Juanhu, you have to be careful, don't let your sister-in-law get too tired, otherwise we can't afford it." Yi Juanhu laughed and laughed when he heard this. "Don't worry, I will take care of Yuhan. Come, everyone, raise your glasses and cheers to our new shop." With Yi Juanhu's cheers, the moment the 4 people clinked their glasses, it was as if the air was filled with the joy of the moment. Meng Yuhan couldn't drink, but she smiled and drank with the others with juice instead. Li Ergu then suddenly suggested, "Juanhu, you're such a good barbecue chef, why don't we have a barbecue contest to see who can cook the best?" Zhao Taizhu perked up at the suggestion. "Great idea. I'll be the judge, and I'll give the best barbecue chef medal to whoever wins." Ma Qingyun was not to be outdone. "I'll be your assistant and help you prepare the ingredients, I guarantee you'll have a great time grilling." Yi Juanhu looked at his friends and felt warm in his heart, so he nodded and agreed, "Okay, that's settled. However, Yuhan, you have to be my cheerleader and cheer me on." Meng Yuhan nodded with a smile, making a fist with both hands to make a cheering gesture. "No problem, husband, cheer. You're the best." The competition began, and the 4 of them were busy and happy. Yi Juanhu's technique was proficient, and every skewer of barbecue was grilled just right. When it was Li Ergu's turn, he was flustered, but he had eaten barbecue before, so he put on a professional appearance. Ma Qingyun, as the assistant, was also busy running around, and from time to time he stole a few bites of the ingredients, which made everyone laugh. Zhao Taizhu, on the other hand, sat seriously in the judge's seat, holding a small piece of paper in his hand, carefully recording everyone's performance. Whenever someone finished grilling a skewer, he couldn't wait to taste it, and then he would nod or shake his head solemnly, which made everyone laugh. At this time, a customer walked in and, seeing the lively atmosphere in the restaurant, couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's going on? Why is it so lively?" Meng Yuhan smiled and explained, "Oh, we're holding a barbecue contest. You've come at the right time. You can try and see which chef has the best barbecue." The customer was immediately interested and ordered some skewers to sit back and wait. In no time, a few skewers of fragrant barbecue were served. After tasting, the customer was full of praise, "It's really delicious. Each chef is very good." Upon hearing this, Zhao Taizhu immediately announced proudly, "See, I told you that our barbecue here is top-notch. Come on, everyone, keep up the good work and strive to make every customer happy." The competition continued, and there was laughter and joy in the restaurant. Meng Yuhan was busy serving customers, and from time to time, she took out her phone to record these happy moments. As night fell, more and more customers came into the restaurant. Yi Juanhu's barbecue stall was extremely busy, and everyone was extremely busy. But even so, they still maintained their smiles and enthusiasm, serving every customer with all their hearts. In the end, the competition came to an end in a sea of laughter and joy. Although there was no real winner or loser, everyone went home with a full heart and a friendship. Yi Juanhu's barbecue shop also became famous after the competition, attracting more customers to come and taste the food. Looking at the bustling crowd in the shop and his busy friends, Yi Juanhu's heart was full of gratitude and satisfaction. He knew that all of this could not have happened without the support and help of his friends, and even more so without the silent dedication of his wife, Meng Yuhan. "Yuhan, you've worked hard." Yi Juanhu hugged Meng Yuhan and gazed deeply into her eyes. "As long as you're happy, I'm willing to do whatever it takes." Meng Yuhan gave her husband a gentle smile and stroked his forehead. It was after midnight, after the night market ended, and everyone had said their goodbyes before slowly dispersing. A few people worked together to pack up the stall, and Meng Yuhan followed her husband back home. Chapter 25 Entertaining the three roommates. Back at their cozy home, Yi Juanhu carefully settled Meng Yuhan on the soft sofa, while he himself busied himself tidying up, exhausted from the day. While deftly removing his apron, which was smelling of the charcoal fire, he said to Meng Yuhan with a face full of adoration, "Yuhan, you rest for a while, I'll go get you a glass of water to quench your thirst." Meng Yuhan nodded with a smile, her gaze full of tenderness and care for Yi Juanhu, as if to say, "Honey, you should take care of yourself too, don't get too tired." Today was the first time she had called Yi Juanhu honey so naturally and sweetly, and it made Yi Juanhu's heart feel as sweet as honey, and he felt like floating. Yi Juanhu held the warm water and handed it to Meng Yuhan with a smile, then turned around and walked into the bathroom to start washing up. The sound of running water came from the bathroom, in stark contrast to the tranquility outside. Meng Yuhan sat on the sofa, gently stroking her bulging belly with her hands, feeling the rhythm of life, her heart filled with infinite expectations and yearning for the future. After a while, Yi Juanhu walked out of the bathroom refreshed, wearing comfortable pajamas, with a few drops of crystal water hanging in his hair, looking exceptionally handsome and charming. He walked over to Meng Yuhan, gently put his arms around her, and said with deep feeling, "Hanin, thank you for always being by my side and supporting me. With you here, I feel that everything is worthwhile." Meng Yuhan looked up, her eyes sparkling with love and determination. "Juanhu, do we still need to say all this to each other? As long as you are here, I will have the confidence to face any difficulties." The two of them smiled at each other, their smiles full of so much sweetness and happiness that it was as if all their fatigue had vanished at that moment. Just then, Yi Juanhu's phone suddenly rang, breaking the tranquility. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Li Ergu. He gently patted Meng Yuhan's shoulder and said tenderly, "Ergu is calling, probably something's up. You sit here for a while, I'll answer the phone." Meng Yuhan nodded with a smile, "Go ahead, I'll wait for you." Yi Juanhu walked over to the side to answer the phone. "Ergu, what's up? It's so late and you're still calling." From the other end of the line came the excited and slightly teasing voice of Li Ergu. "Juanhu, among all of us, you are the most successful. You have bought a luxury car, rented a shop and become the boss, and more importantly, you have won the heart of our goddess, Miss Meng Yuhan. Ha, you are truly a winner in life." Hearing Li Ergo's congratulations, Yi Juanhu was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He laughed and responded, "Ergo, don't tease me. By the way, if you guys have time, come over to my new villa in by High Bay for tea and a chat." "What? You bought a villa in by High Bay? That's a luxury home worth tens of millions of yuan. Juanhu, you're awesome. Ma Qingyun, Zhao Taiju, and I will go over there tomorrow to take a look." Li Ergo's tone was full of surprise. It's only a 5-story villa, so what? You are welcome to come. Come early, I have to open the stall in the evening. Yi Juanhu said modestly. After hanging up the phone, Yi Juanhu returned to Meng Yuhan's side and told her that Li Ergu and the other two would come over to play in the morning. Meng Yuhan smiled and said, "Then I will take a taxi back to Nanji University to teach alone tomorrow morning, and you can wait for them at home." Yi Juanhu looked at Meng Yuhan's slightly bulging stomach, his eyes full of tenderness and love. He gently took Meng Yuhan's hand and said softly, "Hanin, I'm really a little worried about you going back to Nanji University to teach by yourself. Why don't I drive you there?" Meng Yuhan shook her head and smiled, "It's fine, Juanhu. I'm still in good health and I can manage on my own. Besides, I want you to rest at home and get ready for Ergu and the others to arrive tomorrow. You're always so busy, and it's rare that you get a chance to hang out with your friends." Yi Juanhu felt a warm current well up in his heart at these words. He understood Meng Yuhan's thoughtfulness and concern, and also knew that she didn't want to let herself get too tired. So he nodded and said, "Okay, Hanin. Take care of yourself, and be sure to call me if anything happens." Meng Yuhan nodded with a smile, her heart full of emotion. She knew that no matter where she was, Yi Juanhu's love and care would always be with her. She gently stroked her stomach, feeling the rhythm of life, her heart full of anticipation and longing for the future. The next morning, Meng Yuhan got up early, got everything ready, and then took a taxi alone to Nanji University. Yi Juanhu stayed at home and began to prepare for the arrival of Li Ergu and the others. He cleaned the room, tidied the living room, and specially prepared some refreshments and fruit, hoping to make his friends feel the warmth and comfort of home. Meng Yuhan also started her busy day after arriving at the university. She taught her students seriously, patiently answered their questions, and enjoyed the happiness and sense of accomplishment of being a teacher. Although she was a little tired, her heart was full of happiness and satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yi Juanhu anxiously waited for Li Ergu and the others to arrive at home. From time to time, he looked at the door, expecting to see the figures of his friends. Yi Juanhu waited and waited at home, and finally heard the moment the doorbell rang. He quickly ran to open the door, and as soon as he opened it, he saw the familiar faces of Li Ergu, Ma Qingyun, and Zhao Taiju. "Oh, brothers, I've been waiting for you to arrive." Yi Juanhu greeted them happily, and put his arm around Li Ergu. "Ha, Juanhu, your mansion really opens our eyes." Li Ergu looked around as soon as he entered, his eyes full of envy. "Come, make yourself at home, come in and sit down. I've prepared refreshments and fruit for you, all of Hanin's favorites, so please try them." Yi Juanhu warmly invited his friends to sit down. Ma Qingyun and Zhao Taiju also looked around the luxurious villa, their mouths full of exclamations. They knew that Yi Juanhu had been working hard for many years, but they had never imagined that he had achieved so much. "Juanhu, you are truly a hidden gem. It's admirable that you can buy such a luxurious villa so easily." Ma Qingyun exclaimed. "Not at all. It was all luck and opportunity. Besides, without the support and encouragement of you guys, I wouldn't have made it this far," Yi Juanhu said modestly. Zhao Taiju patted Yi Juanhu on the shoulder. Come on, don't be modest. Among us brothers, who doesn't know your abilities and strength? Come on, let's drink." With that, the four of them sat around the coffee table, started drinking tea, and chatted. They reminisced about the past, sharing their lives and experiences, and from time to time they let out a laugh or an exclamation. Time passed quickly, and before long it was noon. Yi Juanhu asked his friends to stay for lunch, and personally cooked a sumptuous meal. The four of them sat around the table, enjoying the food and the beautiful time together. After the meal, Yi Juanhu showed his friends around the entire villa, introducing them to every room in detail. The friends were full of praise, expressing their envy and best wishes. "Juanhu, your villa is really great. Let's all come here for our gatherings in the future," Li Ergu said with a smile. "Sure, you're all welcome anytime. As long as you don't mind my humble place," Juanhu Yi responded generously. After spending a pleasant afternoon at the villa, the friends said they had to go back. Juanhu saw them off to the door, reluctant to say goodbye. Juanhu, today was really great. We need to get together more often in the future. Li Erguo waved goodbye. Don't worry, guys, I definitely will. Come visit often when you're free. Yi Juanhu waved back. After seeing his friends off, Yi Juanhu returned to the villa. He sat on the sofa, looked out the window, and felt a sense of contentment and happiness. Just then, Meng Yuhan called. She told Yi Juanhu that she had finished class and was on her way home. Upon hearing this, Yi Juanhu immediately stood up and prepared to go and pick her up. Hanin, you're done with class? I'll go pick you up now, so wait for me by the school gate, Yi Juanhu said with concern. No need, Juanhu, I'll just take a taxi home. You've had a long day too, so just rest at home, Meng Yuhan responded gently. No, I must go and pick you up. You're pregnant now, I can't let you go home alone, Yi Juanhu insisted. Yi Juanhu looked at the time and muttered to himself, I won't start the engine today. It's more important to go pick up my wife and bring her home. My wife is pregnant. Meng Yuhan felt warm in her heart after hearing Yi Juanhu's words. Okay, Juanhu, I'll wait for you at the school gate. In a moment, when Yi Juanhu slowly pulled up in his luxury car at the gate of Nanji University, he immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. After getting out of the car, he stood next to it, gazing tenderly towards the school gate, waiting for Meng Yuhan to appear. At this moment, a group of students and teachers who were walking out of the school gate noticed this scene. Looking at Yi Juanhu's sharp suit and confident demeanor, coupled with the dazzling luxury car, they couldn't help but cast envious glances. Wow, who is that guy? He's got such charisma. A girl pointed at Yi Juanhu and said to her friends. I don't know, maybe he's here to pick up his girlfriend. Look at that car, it's really luxurious. Another girl responded, her eyes full of envy. At that moment, a male teacher walked over and looked at Yi Juanhu, snorting in disdain. Humph, he used to be just another poor student at the school, what's so great about him? It's just that he has a few stinking bucks. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was countered by a female teacher next to him. You can't say that. Having money is also a kind of ability. Look at him, not only is he rich, he's also so handsome, really enviable. Just as everyone was discussing this, Meng Yuhan walked out of the school gate. She was wearing a simple dress, her long hair flowing around her shoulders, and a happy smile on her face. When she saw Yi Juanhu, she smiled even wider. Yi Juanhu also saw Meng Yuhan, and immediately went up to her, opened the car door for her, and gently helped her in. This scene made everyone around them envious. Wow, Miss Meng is really happy. She has such a handsome and rich boyfriend to pick her up from work. One girl said enviously. Yes, it really makes people jealous. Why don't I have such good luck? Another girl agreed. And the male teacher, who had previously looked down on him, also revealed an envious look. He thought to himself, if only I could have a girlfriend like that. Chapter 26 Girlfriends arguing with each other. After picking up Meng Yuhan, it had gradually grown dark. After a simple dinner, the two of them sat side by side on the sofa, enjoying their quiet time together. Meng Yuhan snuggled into Yi Juanhu's arms and said softly, Juanhu, I was very happy to see you and your friends having so much fun today. You have always valued friendship, and I really appreciate that. Yi Juanhu gave a slight smile, wrapped his arms around Meng Yuhan, and said, Hanin, do you know? It is only when I have you by my side that I feel that life truly has meaning. Friends are of course important, but you are the most important person in my life. Meng Yuhan felt warm and fuzzy inside after hearing this. She looked up and looked into Yi Juanhu's eyes, and said earnestly, Juanhu, thank you for giving me so much love and warmth. I will always be by your side, supporting and encouraging you. Yi Juanhu looked deeply into Meng Yuhan's eyes, which were full of love. He kissed her forehead gently and said, Hanin, as long as you are here, I am not afraid of anything. We will work hard together to create a bright future for us. The two of them snuggled together like this, chatting about their plans and dreams for the future. It got late, and Meng Yuhan yawned. Seeing this, Yi Juanhu gently helped her up and sent her back to her room to rest. He stood at the door of the room, watching Meng Yuhan lie down and cover herself up before gently closing the door. Back in his own room, Yi Juanhu could not sleep for a long time. He stood in front of the window, looking at the starry sky outside, his mind full of thoughts. He knew that he had everything he needed now, but none of it would be possible without Meng Yuhan's support and company, and that was the joy of life. Thinking about this, he took out his phone and sent Meng Yuhan a message, "Hanin, good night. Have sweet dreams, and include me in them." In a moment, Meng Yuhan replied, "Juanhu, good night. I'll be waiting for you in my dreams." Seeing Meng Yuhan's reply, Yi Juanhu felt much more at ease. He lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. In his dream, he and Meng Yuhan strolled together on a golden beach, the setting sun shining on them, everything looking so beautiful. Meng Yuhan was just about to turn off the light and go to sleep when her best friend Li Xiaoxuan's WeChat account sent a message, "So bored, my dear best friend." Meng Yuhan chuckled, thinking that Li Xiaoxian was always able to surprise her at the most inopportune times. She quickly replied, "Oh, it's our busybody. How come you have time to bother me when I'm already preparing to meet with the Lord of the Underworld?" Li Xiaoxian replied in seconds, with a tone of teasing. "Oh, the old man Lord of the Underworld is not as interesting as me. I'm just afraid that you'll be lonely sleeping alone, so I've come to chat with you about life and your dreams." Meng Yuhan laughed so hard she almost threw her phone, and continued typing. "Come on, are you here to keep me company or to find out if I have any juicy gossip to tell?" Li Xiaoxian was not to be outdone. "Oh dear, you've seen through me. But seriously, have you had any new experiences today? Like sweet moments with that guy Yi Juanhu, share them with me." Meng Yuhan's cheeks flushed, but she was not to be outdone. "Go away, you gossiping little expert, and go find your Zhou Gong number 2 quickly. I don't have any big news here, just a bunch of beautiful dreams waiting for me." Li Xiaoxian sent over a disappointed emoticon, but then she perked up again. "Okay, since you don't have anything to blow the whistle on, I'll reluctantly find my own fun. But remember to have a good chat with me tomorrow." Meng Yuhan replied with a smile, Okay, I'll definitely satisfy you tomorrow. Now, hurry up and let me get some sleep, so that I can continue our stroll on the golden beach with Yi Juanhu in my dreams." After saying this, Meng Yuhan decisively pressed the power button, threw the phone aside, and thought to herself, "Having a best friend like this really adds a lot of fun to life." On the other side, Li Xiaoxian couldn't help but smile when she read Meng Yuhan's reply. She knew that no matter how late it was, no matter how busy they were, their friendship would always be so pure and beautiful. Li Xiaoxian rolled over in bed and muttered to her black screen phone, Don't think you can escape my gossip radar like that. Tomorrow, I'm definitely going to dig up some juicy gossip from you." After that, she followed Meng Yuhan's example, threw her phone aside, closed her eyes, and started to imagine her own adventures in her dreams. But just then, her stomach suddenly growled, interrupting her dreamy plans. "Oh, this stomach is so unreliable." Li Xiaoxian muttered, and in the dark, she picked up a bag of snacks from the bedside table and began to tuck in. While eating, she also did not forget to say to herself, Fortunately I was resourceful and hid some night snack reserves, otherwise how could I survive this long night?" Meng Yuhan, meanwhile, was already fast asleep. She dreamed that she and Yi Juanhu were strolling on a golden beach, the afterglow of the setting sun shining on them, everything looking so beautiful. Suddenly, a gust of sea breeze blew and messed up Meng Yuhan's hairstyle. "Oh no, my hairstyle!" Meng Yuhan exclaimed in her dream. But Yi Juanhu laughed and said, "Hanin, no matter what you look like, you are the most beautiful in my eyes." Meng Yuhan felt sweet in her heart after hearing this, and she stopped worrying about her hairstyle. She continued to play and fight with Yi Juanhu on the beach. Just then, a familiar ringtone suddenly woke Meng Yuhan from her dream. "Ha! Why is the alarm clock ringing?" Meng Yuhan rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at the screen of her phone. It turned out to be the alarm she had set for early morning exercise. She sighed and thought to herself, "Hey, beautiful dreams are always so short-lived." But then she thought, "Today I'm going to share my funny stories with Li Xiaoxian," and Meng Yuhan perked up again. She quickly got up, washed up, changed into her sports gear, and was ready to start the day. And Li Xiaoxian, on the other hand, also opened her eyes at the call of the alarm. She stretched, yawned, and looked out the window at the sunlight, saying to herself, "Well, here's another day. I wonder what Meng Yuhan will do to surprise me today." In this way, the two best friends began their day at home, each with their own expectations and curiosity about the other. And it was through spending time together day after day that their friendship grew ever deeper and more precious. Meng Yuhan and Li Xiaoxian try to keep in touch every day, talking about life and men. Their relationship is like two magnets, strong and firm. Although the two girls usually insult and argue with each other online, when they get together, they can talk about anything and are always happy. Every time Meng Yuhan suggests to Li Xiaoxian that they find a man to fall in love with and have a baby, Li Xiaoxian always argues back, "No way. Haha, Meng Yuhan. can only laugh until her sides ache whenever she encounters this kind of problem. Chapter 27 A united couple is unstoppable. Haha, Meng Yuhan almost choked from laughing, and she patted the armrest of the sofa, used to Li Xiaoxuan's playful nature. You are a child who never grows up. But that's good, life is short, so we should enjoy it while we can. Li Xiaoxian pouted, pretending to be angry, and pretended to reach out her hand from the video call screen to pinch Meng Yuhan's face. Who are you calling a child? I think it's you who has been spoiled by Yi Juantu and become more and more childish. Even your dreams are about strolling on golden beaches, so sweet it makes you want to smile. Meng Yuhan's cheeks turned slightly red as she pretended to dodge, but a happy light shone in her eyes. So what if I'm childish? I'm willing to be spoiled. As for you, when are you going to find a Zhougong number 2 to keep you from being a night owl? Li Xiaoxian rolled her eyes, then couldn't help but laugh. Zhougong number 2? I don't want that. What I want is a soulmate who can accompany me late at night eating skewers and exploring during the day. But seriously, if that day ever comes, I'll be the first to call you over to check it out, so you won't keep saying I'm all alone. The two of them smile at each other, the screen overflowing with the bond of best friends. Meng Yuhan suddenly says in a mysterious voice, by the way, Yi Juanhu told me about a super big plan last night. When it's realized, I'll be the first to tell you, and I promise it'll blow your mind. Li Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up, her curiosity completely piqued. What big plan? Hurry up and let slip a little bit of news, so that I, a gossiping expert, can have a go too. Meng Yuhan played hard to get, smiling slyly. I can't tell you yet, but it's guaranteed to be a super surprise. When the time comes, you'd better be prepared to let out a scream. Li Xiaoxian pretended to be angry and snorted, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Okay, then I'll be waiting for your super surprise. But don't forget, surprise is one thing, but if you dare to hide it, I will personally come to your house to search for information. The two laughed again, as if happy bubbles were filling the air. Before hanging up the video, Meng Yuhan did not forget to remember to eat on time, don't always rely on those snacks, the body is the capital of the revolution, understand? Li Xiaoxian made a face and promised, I know, you're such an egg. You do the same, don't let Yi Juanhu feed you into a little fat girl, you'll be the one crying then. After hanging up the phone, Meng Yuhan felt warm and fuzzy inside. She was so lucky to have a best friend who could argue with her but also care about her. She looked out the window at the rising sun and her heart was full of infinite hope for the future. Li Xiaoxian, on the other hand, was quietly calculating in her heart while nibbling on the last bite of her snack. Perhaps it was time to step out of her comfort zone and meet the person who would make her willingly give up her freedom and spend the rest of her life with. At that moment, Yi Juanhu, looking adoringly at Meng Yuhan, who had just hung up the phone, asked, Honey, it's Saturday, you don't need to teach at Jinan University today. Why don't you come with me to open the stall at the Orleans barbecue restaurant on Huaxin Street in Daxiang? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Juanhu looked at Meng Yuhan's slightly bulging stomach and suddenly changed his mind. Honey, you're pregnant and it's a rare day off. You stay here at the villa in the bay and rest, I'll go open the stall alone. Meng Yuhan glared at him angrily, nonsense. How can I let you go open the stall alone? I'll go with you, and together, you and I will work hard and definitely make the barbecue restaurant a roaring success. Yi Juanhu smiled and embraced Meng Yuhan's waist, I knew you loved me the most. Meng Yuhan pinched Yi Juanhu's chest a few times in anger, her shy expression very touching. Night fell, the lights were just being turned on, and at the corner of Huaxin Street, the Orleans barbecue shop, which Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu had carefully tended to, stood out under the neon lights. This shopfront is the culmination of their joint efforts and the place where their dreams set sail. Yi Juanhu pushes open the glass door of the shopfront, and a warm and familiar scent hits him. He skillfully turns on the lights and adjusts the mood lighting in the shop. Meng Yuhan is tidying the tables and chairs nearby. Despite being pregnant, her movements are still light and full of strength. She only needs to stop occasionally to gently stroke her bulging belly and feel the warmth of the new life. Honey, let me do the heavy lifting, you go take a break. Yi Juanhu is full of concern and tries to take over the work in Meng Yuhan's hands. Meng Yuhan smiles slightly, her eyes flashing with determination and tenderness. It's okay, Juanhu, let's work together to make this shop the brightest pearl on this street. As night falls, the number of pedestrians on Dasang Huaxin Street gradually increases, and their barbecue shop also begins to welcome its first guests. Yi Juanhu stands in front of the barbecue grill, skillfully turning the skewers. The charcoal fire jumps in the night, emitting a tempting aroma. Meng Yuhan, on the other hand, is busy greeting customers. Her warm and friendly smile makes every customer who steps into the shop feel the warmth of home. Boss, 20 skewers of lamb skewers, plus a grilled fish, with lots of chili. A young man shouts excitedly. Okay, coming right up. Yi Juanhu responded with a smile, fanning the air with his fan even more vigorously as the seasoning bottles drew graceful arcs in the air, adding a unique flavor to each skewer. Meng Yuhan was busy taking payments and packing takeaways, her movements swift and precise, earning her praise from the customers. Inside the shop, there was a lively buzz, with laughter and shouts of encouragement intermingling to create a vivid and harmonious scene. As the night deepened and the customers gradually dispersed, Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu began to clean up the shop. They cleaned together, tidied up the ingredients, and although they were tired, their hearts were full of satisfaction and joy. Wife, you worked hard today. Yi Juanhu looked deeply at Meng Yuhan, his eyes full of gratitude. It's not hard, Juanhu. I feel very happy to run this shop with you. Meng Yuhan responded with a smile, her eyes shining with anticipation for the future. Back at the Big Bay Villa, Meng Yuhan lay on the bed, feeling the movements of the fetus in her belly. Her heart was full of motherly love and strength. And after learning that Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu's barbecue shop was doing a booming business, Li Shaoxian was also sincerely happy for them. She decided to go to the shop tomorrow to see them in person and share the joy and happiness of their success together. The next morning, Meng Yuhan woke up early, washed up, and then sat in front of the dressing table to put on her makeup. When Yi Juanhu came in with the wash basin, she was already fully dressed and sitting in front of the mirror applying skincare products. Yi Juanhu embraced her from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, and inhaling the faint fragrance. Did you sleep well last night, wife? Yi Juanhu asked with a smile on his lips. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuhan's fair, jade-like cheeks instantly flushed red, and her delicate body trembled slightly. She said in a stammering voice, I slept very well, and her guilty gaze flitted around, afraid to fall on Yi Juanhu's face. Seeing this, Yi Juanhu knew immediately what was going on, and continued to ask with a wicked smile, so tell me, what beautiful dreams did you have last night? Hearing this topic, Meng Yuhan's face turned red, her eyes watery as if they were about to drip with water, and she said, I didn't do anything. At this time, Meng Yuhan deliberately changed the subject. Honey, today my best friend Li Shaoxian is going to come in person to our Orleans barbecue restaurant on Huaxin Street in Dashang. Oh, you are welcome. Yi Juanhu replied with a smile, and reached out to pinch Meng Yuhan's smooth and delicate face. Humph. Nasty. Meng Yuhan pretended to be angry and slapped Yi Juanhu's palm away, pouting and saying, How can you bully people like this? Ha ha ha. Yi Juanhu laughed heartily, took her in his arms, and whispered comfortingly, Honey, be good, don't be angry, after we finish eating, we'll go pick up your best friend and bring her to our store. The two of them smiled at each other, their deep love flowing between them. Chapter 28, The Best Friend Visits the Barbecue Restaurant. After breakfast, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains, dappling the room with light and adding a touch of warmth to an ordinary day. Yi Juanhu deliberately rummaged deep in the closet for his favorite blue t-shirt. It was a garment that bore the marks of time but was still as neat and new as ever, as if wearing it would help him retrieve some of his past memories and self-confidence. He looked at himself in the mirror, carefully straightening his collar. He even deliberately sprayed some light perfume on himself, curling the corner of his mouth into a slightly narcissistic smile, as if he were about to go out and meet a big occasion. Wife, do you think I look handsome today? Yi Juanhu stood in front of the mirror, changing his posture from time to time, his eyes shining with anticipation. Meng Yuhan was sitting on the sofa, holding a magazine in her hands, but she couldn't help but smile at the sight of Yi Juanhu. She held back her laughter, pretended to examine him carefully, and then said in a critical tone, Well, so, a little bit worse than me. After she finished, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and her eyes were full of love. Yi Juanhu pretended to be hurt when he heard this, exaggeratingly covering his chest, but his face was full of a smile. Oh, my heart, you've broken it. After saying this, the two of them smiled at each other, and the air was filled with sweetness and warmth. With their hearts full of love, they walked out of the house hand in hand and drove off towards Dashang Huaxin Street. After about half an hour, they arrived at their own Orleans barbecue restaurant on Dashang Huaxin Street. They parked the car and walked straight to the front of Orleans Barbecue. The door was slowly pushed open, and a familiar and friendly atmosphere came rushing towards them. Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu quickly got into character and started bustling about, making final preparations for the arrival of their guests. As the sun set, the sky was tinged with a gorgeous afterglow, and the night market gradually became lively. On both sides of the street, all kinds of small vendors began to shout, and the colorful lights twinkled in the night, adding a touch of mystery and romance to the street. Li Xiaoxian arrived as promised. As soon as she entered the door, she was captivated by the lively and warm atmosphere of the shop. She looked around, watching Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu's busy figures, which looked particularly harmonious amidst the intertwining of the charcoal fire and the oily smoke. She couldn't help but exclaim, "You two really are a match made in heaven, and you've also made this barbecue restaurant a roaring success." Upon hearing this, Meng Yuhan's face broke into a bright smile, and she modestly said, "Not at all, it's all Juanhu's doing." Upon hearing this, Yi Juanhu immediately waved his hands, his face full of modesty. No, it's all thanks to my wife for her guidance." The two of them smiled at each other, their eyes full of understanding and happiness. After a while of small talk, Li Xiaoxian joined them and began helping to greet the guests. As she watched Meng Yuhan and Yi Juanhu work together in perfect harmony, her heart was full of envy and blessings. "Yuhan, you are so lucky to have found such a capable and considerate husband," Li Xiaoxian said sincerely. Meng Yuhan couldn't stop smiling, her eyes shining with happiness. "Of course I am. I've found a treasure." Just then, a few young guests walked in and ordered a bunch of barbecue dishes. Yi Juanhu immediately got busy. He skillfully controlled the heat, brushed oil, and sprinkled cumin and other seasonings on the suit chicken, duck legs, and grilled rabbit. Every movement looked so smooth and rhythmic. The charcoal fire leaped in the night, exuding a tempting aroma that made people drool. Li Xiaoxian looked at Yi Juanhu's busy figure and couldn't help but praise, "Juanhu, your skills are really superb, much better than those barbecue stalls outside." Yi Juanhu grinned, his face full of pride. "Of course, I have an exclusive recipe." As night fell, the lights of the Orleans barbecue restaurant twinkled in the night, like a bright pearl, attracting the attention of passers-by. The restaurant was bustling with people. Just then, Yi Juanhu's three roommates, Ma Qingyun, Zhao Taizhu, and Li Sangu, burst into the barbecue restaurant with a mischievous smile on their faces. Their arrival was like a refreshing breeze, instantly breaking the hustle and bustle inside the restaurant. "Yi Juanhu, my sister-in-law, we're here uninvited today to eat and drink for free," Ma Qingyun shouted as soon as he entered, as if he was afraid that no one would know they were here. His loud and hearty voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Zhao Taizhu followed closely behind, but his eyes were fixed on the food on the grill, his mouth watering. "Juanhu, your cooking is superb, I can smell the aroma from across the street." His appearance was so comical that it was hard to hold back a laugh. Li Sangu teased from the side. "I'm telling you, Juanhu, if your barbecue restaurant doesn't open a branch soon, we foodies are going to be trampling through the door." Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan couldn't help but smile at each other when they saw this. They knew that although their three roommates liked to joke around, they would always give each other their utmost support in times of need. This deep friendship was the most precious treasure they had shared over the years. Li Xiaoxian looked curiously at the three uninvited guests, her face showing a puzzled expression. Ma Qingyun saw this and immediately came forward, with a wicked smile on his face, saying, "Oh, it's teacher Li Xiaoxian. I heard you're single, so why not consider the three of us?" His tone was a little teasing and sincere, making it hard to read. Li Xiaoxian was stunned when she heard this, and then reacted immediately, smiling and teasing. "Wow, what wind blew you three handsome guys here? But I have to warn you, I have high standards, and the average person can't get in my good graces." Her tone was a little arrogant and confident, making people unable to hold back their laughter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taizhu immediately puffed out his chest in defiance. "How are the three of us not ordinary people? Look at my physique, how burly and strong I am." He said this while displaying his muscles, looking very funny. Li Sangu was not to be outdone. Yes. Look at my appearance, how handsome and charming I am." He said this while making an expression that he thought was charming, which drew a round of laughter from everyone. Ma Qingyun was laughing on the side. "You two should stop bragging. I think my face is the most attractive." He said this while touching his face, looking completely self-absorbed. Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan couldn't help but laugh as they watched the scene. They knew that although these three roommates liked to joke around, they were kind-hearted and would never really offend someone. This innocence and straightforwardness was the most precious part of their friendship. Just then, a customer walked in and interrupted their joking and laughing. Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan immediately put a stop to their smiling and got down to work. Ma Qingyun, Zhao Taizhu, and Li Sangu also found a seat and began to taste the food at the barbecue restaurant. Their arrival added a few more laughs and a lively atmosphere to the barbecue restaurant. Li Shaoxian also felt the enthusiasm and sincerity of this group of people in the midst of all the laughter. Everyone had a great time that night, especially Yi Juanhu, who opened up his heart and let go of his usual reserved self, chatting with his brothers like a fool. His laughter echoed in the night sky, as if he were leaving all his worries and sorrows behind. Meng Yuhan, who was eager to succeed, was pregnant but still took charge of cleaning up the table, washing the dishes, and wiping down the table and chairs. Her busy figure looked exceptionally gentle and virtuous in the light. A faint smile was always on her face, as if she was silently giving everything for the family. Li Shaoxian was also busy, following Meng Yuhan around, helping to clean up the dishes, tableware, and tables and chairs. Her movements were a little rusty, but her seriousness and hard work made people feel respectful. As she watched Meng Yuhan's busy figure, her heart was full of gratitude and admiration. As the night deepened, the lights of the Orleans barbecue restaurant remained bright. The restaurant was still bustling with people and was extremely lively. Chapter 29 Hiring a roommate to run the barbecue restaurant. Yi Juanhu talked with his 3 roommates, laughing and joking, but then his expression became a little grave. He glanced at his wife Meng Yuhan, who was busy working nearby, and a feeling of guilt welled up in his heart. Thinking that she was pregnant but still had to work hard with him, Yi Juanhu couldn't help feeling a little distressed. So, he put down the kebab on his hands and said seriously to his 3 roommates. Guys, let me tell you something. As you know, Yuhan is pregnant now, and I can't let her work so hard with me in the store. So, I want to ask one of you to come to the store and help. The salary is based on commission, and the treatment will definitely not be bad. Ma Qingyun immediately widened his eyes when he heard this. Oops, Juanhu, you're looking for talent. But I'm used to being lazy, I'm afraid I can't do the job. Zhao Taizhu scratched his head and said hesitantly, I'm only good at cooking, how can I do barbecue? Li Senga teased from the side, Juanhu, I think you'd better find someone else. Which one of the 3 of us isn't a foodie? Which one of us isn't lazy? How can we do the job at this barbecue restaurant? However, despite what they said, the 3 roommates' eyes revealed a hint of hesitation and thought. They knew that Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan had always taken care of them, and now that they were in trouble, how could they just stand by and do nothing? Just then, Ma Qingyun suddenly patted the table and said firmly, Okay, Juanhu. The 3 of us will reluctantly help you out. But you have to promise us one condition, you have to save a few of the best skewers for us every day. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taizhu and Li Sangu immediately agreed, saying, Yes. You have to save some of the best skewers for us every day. Otherwise, we won't do it. Yi Juanhu was moved to hear this. He knew that although these 3 roommates usually like to joke around, they can always give each other the greatest support and help in critical moments. So, he nodded with a smile and agreed to their conditions. It was getting late, and Yi Juanhu's 3 roommates left, promising to come to work tomorrow before leaving. Yi Juanhu told them that he would come over the next 2 days to give them pointers, and that they would be allowed to show off their skills once they had mastered the barbecue techniques. Yi Juanhu drove his luxury Mercedes-Benz GLS, carrying his wife Meng Yuhan and her best friend Li Shaoxian. He first dropped off Li Shaoxian at her place, and then the couple returned to their villa. Upon returning home, Yi Juanhu said to Meng Yuhan with a sense of relief, Honey, the barbecue restaurant is taken care of, so I can focus on taking care of you as a pregnant woman. Meng Yuhan was slightly taken aback by his words, and a happy and sweet expression appeared on her face. Juanhu, thank you. Yi Juanhu shook his head, embraced his wife in his arms, and kissed her fair and smooth cheek with his lips. Meng Yuhan closed her eyes lightly and let her husband embrace her, enjoying the long-lost intimacy. Wife, you're about to give birth, so tomorrow we'll go back to Nanji University and ask the school leaders for maternity leave, and we'll just stay at home and wait for the baby to be born. Yi Juanhu softly persuaded his wife. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuhan's mouth curled up into a playful smile. Oh, Juanhu, you really treat me like a national treasure, the giant panda. But I really need to think about taking maternity leave. You know, all my students are naughty, but they are also my treasures, and I really don't want to leave them. You have to, my dear wife. You are now the number 1 person we need to protect in our family. If anything happens to you at school, I, Yi Juanhu, will be heartbroken. Yi Juanhu said exaggeratedly, and squeezed his eyes at the same time, which made Meng Yuhan giggle. Okay, I know you worry about me. How about this, I'll go to the school tomorrow, talk to the school leaders first, and arrange the work properly, is that okay? Meng Yuhan compromised, her eyes full of tenderness and understanding. That's more like it, my little princess really understands the big picture. Yi Juanhu nodded with satisfaction, feeling like he had won the lottery. Just as the two of them were getting too cozy, Meng Yuhan suddenly sat up straight and said with a serious face. By the way, Juanhu, can you really trust your 3 roommates? Barbecuing is no joke, you need to pay attention to the technique and the heat. Don't worry, honey. Don't look at them goofing around all the time, they'll definitely be on point in a pinch. Besides, with my personal guidance as the barbecue master, I guarantee that they will be able to take charge on their own in less than a month. Yi Juanhu patted his chest and gave a confident smile. Meng Yuhan was also relieved to hear this, but then she teased. You just love to brag. But I feel much more at ease with you here. In our little family, as long as you are here, we are not afraid of anything. As she said this, she leaned lightly against Yi Juanhu's shoulder. At that moment, Yi Juanhu felt as if he owned the whole world. Yes, a place with family is a warm harbor. No matter how stormy the outside world is, this will always be their strongest support. Wife, when the baby is born, we have to celebrate. By then, the barbecue restaurant will be on the right track, so let's take the little one around the world, okay? Yi Juanhu said with great anticipation, his eyes shining with infinite yearning for the future. Meng Yuhan listened, her eyes sparkling with stars, as if she could already see that beautiful picture. Yes, Juanhu, let's make a deal. As a family, let's go see all the beauty in the world together. Yi Juanhu was overwhelmed with emotion at hearing his wife's words full of expectation. At the same time, he made up his mind that he must work hard and earn money to give his wife a more comfortable, happy, and fulfilling life. Thinking about this, Yi Juanhu took a deep breath and said solemnly, well, my dear, as long as I, Yi Juanhu, am still alive, I must let you live the best life possible. Meng Yuhan's face was filled with a deep sense of happiness and sweetness when she heard this. She tightly grasped Yi Juanhu's strong arm and looked up at his determined face. At that moment, Yi Juanhu's determined and manly facial features came into her eyes, causing her heartbeat to suddenly accelerate. She couldn't help but look down and kiss Yi Juanhu's forehead. At this moment, Yi Juanhu felt his entire heart instantly melt. Hey, wife, you're really beautiful today, absolutely beautiful. Yi Juanhu gave a wicked smile, leaned close to Meng Yuhan's ear, and whispered softly with warm breath. Meng Yuhan blushed immediately and glared at him, nuisance. Okay. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Yi Juanhu laughed heartily at the sight of his wife's coy appearance. He turned and entered the bathroom, preparing to shower and rest. Meng Yuhan lay on the bed, took out her phone and didn't forget to send a message to her best friend Li Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, what are you doing? Did you go to sleep? Soon, Li Xiaoxian replied. Watching a movie. Hanin, did your man not try anything tonight? Meng Yuhan's face flushed as she read the message, and she quickly typed back. You little brat, what are you talking about? Hey, I'm just kidding, look how embarrassed you are. Li Xiaoxian replied. Meng Yuhan's pretty face turned even redder, and she said with clenched teeth. Humph. You little brat, if you tease me again, I'll get you tomorrow. Oh, threatening me? Let me tell you, I'm prepared for anything. Pfft, you little brat, the more you say, the more ridiculous it gets, I'm not even going to bother with you. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. By the way, what's your husband doing? Why haven't you heard from him for so long? I hope he hasn't fallen for some pretty woman. Screw you. He's in the bathroom taking a shower. Oh, so he's taking a shower? Your husband is really hardworking, still working at 1:30 in the morning. Damn girl, you want to die. After a few idle conversations, the two hung up on each other. At this time, Yi Juanhu walked out of the bathroom, wearing a loose white shirt. Because he had just taken a shower, the shirt was slightly open, revealing his sexy collarbone and muscular chest, which looked exceptionally attractive. Why aren't you sleeping, honey? He asked, drying his wet hair with a towel. Meng Yuhan looked up at him, her cheeks flushed with a slight blush, and said with some embarrassment. I can't sleep. Why can't you sleep? Are you worried about the barbecue tomorrow? Don't worry at all, I'm here for you. Yi Juanhu said softly, wrapping his arms around Meng Yuhan and leaning in to whisper in her ear. Smelling Yi Juanhu's masculinity and feeling his strong and powerful arms, Meng Yuhan's heart felt as sweet as if it had been filled with honey, very comfortable. She rested her head on Yi Juanhu's arm, a happy curve at the corner of her mouth, and said softly, Honey, thank you, it's so good to have you by my side. Yi Juanhu looked down at Meng Yuhan's beautiful and moving profile and asked with a smile, "Honey, do you think I'm handsome?" Meng Yuhan was slightly startled, and then she smiled with pursed lips, "Of course I think you're handsome. Who doesn't know that you, Yi Juanhu, are handsome and charming? Heh, as long as you know." Yi Juanhu smiled proudly and continued, "Since I'm so handsome, wouldn't you be a catch if you married me?" "Pfft, who wants to marry you?" Meng Yuhan pouted her lips and pretended to be disdainful. But she was secretly delighted, feeling that she had really found a treasure this time. Yi Juanhu heard his wife's retort and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Hey, honey, don't be ungrateful. A man is outstanding, attractive, capable of earning money, and who loves and cares for you as much as I do is hard to come by these days. I advise you to cherish this opportunity and not let it slip away." Puff. Meng Yuhan finally couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out, "Honey, you're so arrogant." Yi Juanhu grinned from ear to ear, "That's good, it shows that I'm narcissistic." Meng Yuhan laughed so hard that she bent over. Yi Juanhu looked at his wife's convulsing laughter and laughed along with her. Then, Yi Juanhu leaned over and kissed Meng Yuhan's cherry lips. "Honey, I'm going to go to sleep. When I wake up, we can be affectionate again." "Okay, good night, honey," Meng Yuhan said coquettishly. "Good night," Yi Juanhu replied, then climbed into the covers, turned off the light, and went to sleep. Meng Yuhan looked at her husband's towering back, and her heart felt warm and sweet. This feeling of being cared for and loved was truly wonderful. Chapter 30 Chicken Soup for the Wife. Yi Juanhu knew that if he wanted to give his wife Meng Yuhan and their unborn child a better life, he would need to work even harder. In the days that followed, he not only devoted himself to running the barbecue restaurant, he also had to start planning more business projects in the hope of bringing in more income for the family. In terms of the barbecue restaurant, Yi Juanhu first gave full play to his barbecue skills and management experience, personally instructing his 3 roommates on the techniques and fire control involved. Under his careful guidance, the barbecue skills of the 3 roommates improved day by day, and the barbecue restaurant's business became more and more prosperous. Customers praised the unique taste and freshness of their barbecue, and the restaurant's reputation and popularity continued to rise. That's all a story for later. This day, Meng Yuhan said to Yi Juanhu, "I've been pregnant with twins for 9 months now. And it looks like I'm going to give birth soon, so it's time to go to our gynecology hospital for a checkup." Upon hearing this, Yi Juanhu immediately said, "Okay, I'll drive you to our gynecology hospital for a checkup." "Well, honey, thank you for all your hard work." Meng Yuhan smiled sweetly. "Silly, why do you need to say thank you to me?" Yi Juanhu petted her and gently scratched her upturned nose. The two of them left their villa chatting and laughing, and drove to the largest IR gynecology hospital in Dongjian City. After arriving at IR Gynecology Hospital, Yi Juanhu carefully helped Meng Yuhan into the hospital lobby. They checked in and then followed the guide to the maternity ward for the examination. The doctor carefully performed various tests on Meng Yuhan, including a fetal heart monitor, blood pressure measurement, and a routine gynecological examination. While waiting for the results, Yi Juanhu sat nervously next to Meng Yuhan, holding her hand tightly, giving her silent encouragement and comfort. While waiting for the results at the hospital, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan sat together on the sofa in the maternity waiting area, surrounded by other expectant parents also waiting. The hospital was filled with the faint smell of disinfectant, but in this atmosphere of hope and anticipation, the smell seemed to become less pungent. Meng Yuhan gently stroked her bulging abdomen, her face radiating the light of motherhood. Yi Juanhu, meanwhile, held her hand tightly and gazed at her tenderly, as if to tell her that no matter what happened, he would always be by her side. Occasionally, they spoke in low voices, sharing their visions and plans for the future. Meng Yuhan mentioned that she wanted to decorate a warm and cozy children's room for their children, and Yi Juanhu promised to build a safe cradle for them with his own hands. Their conversation was full of love and warmth, and it made everyone around them feel happy too. While waiting, they also met an enthusiastic nurse. The nurse took the initiative to ask about their needs and gave them some advice on prenatal preparations. She patiently answered Meng Yuhan's questions about childbirth and postpartum care, giving them a clearer understanding of the upcoming birth process. Finally, the doctor came over with the test results and said to them with a smile, "Congratulations, the fetus is developing well and is all healthy. Ms. Meng's physical condition is also very good, so get ready for the birth and welcome the new life." Upon hearing this news, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan both beamed with joy. They thanked the doctor gratefully, then walked out of the consultation room and discussed the next preparations. On the way home, Yi Juanhu said to Meng Yuhan as he drove, "Hanin, you've worked hard. After the children are born, I will make it up to you. Meng Yuhan responded tenderly, Juanhu, I'm not working hard. As long as I can be with you and watch our children grow up healthily, I will be content. The two smiled at each other and held hands in tacit understanding. After returning home, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan began to busy themselves preparing for the new life that was coming. Together, they once again selected baby clothes, diapers, formula and other necessities, and even prepared a warm and welcoming children's room for their children. The walls were covered with cute cartoon stickers, the beds were covered with soft bedding, and everything looked so warm and full of anticipation. During this process, Yi Juanhu even showed his attentive side. Not only did he personally build a safe cradle for the children, he also installed a baby monitor to ensure that he could always keep an eye on the children. After all the hard work, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan were both very tired. But they were content and happy inside. Because they knew that in the near future, they would welcome two lovely little lives into the world, making their family complete and beautiful. Honey, there's still one of those free-range chickens my mother brought last time. I'll go kill it for you to help you regain your strength. Yi Juanhu said. Let me help you. Meng Yuhan also hurriedly stood up. It's okay, I can do it alone. You're pregnant, you shouldn't do heavy work, Yi said with concern. Honey, I'm going to the kitchen first. With that, Yi turned and walked towards the kitchen. Yi walked into the kitchen, skillfully picked up the sharp kitchen knife and began to process the chicken. He was skilled and quickly finished processing the chicken. Then he started boiling water to prepare the chicken soup. Meng Yuhan was dissuaded by Yi Juanhu from doing heavy work, but she couldn't help but watch from the side. Occasionally passing things like green onions, ginger and garlic, the couple were busy in the kitchen, but it was also full of a warm atmosphere. Juanhu, do you think our child will look like you or like me? Meng Yuhan suddenly asked. Yi Juanhu looked up at her and replied with a smile, I hope it's as pretty as you and as smart and capable as me. Damn you, who would praise themselves like that? Meng Yuhan said coquettishly, but her face was filled with a happy smile. While the chicken soup was simmering, Yi Juanhu did not forget to bring Meng Yuhan some hot water from time to drink to keep her warm. Meng Yuhan sat on the sofa, drinking the hot water while watching Yi Juanhu's busy figure in the kitchen, her heart filled with emotion and happiness. Finally, the chicken soup was ready. Yi Juanhu carried the soup to the dining table and beckoned Meng Yuhan over to drink. The aroma of the soup was mouth-watering. Meng Yuhan took a sip and couldn't help but exclaim, it's delicious. Juanhu, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Yi Juanhu was overjoyed to hear this and said, I'll make it for you every day if you like it. The two of them drank the soup while chatting. Meng Yuhan mentioned her plans for the future. She said that after the children were born, she wanted to take care of them herself and give them the best maternal love. Yi Juanhu, on the other hand, said that he would work harder to earn money and provide a better life for Meng Yuhan and their children. Their conversation was full of hope and anticipation for the future. Although the upcoming life would be full of challenges and hardships, they believed that as long as they worked together, they would be able to overcome all difficulties and embrace a bright future. After finishing the chicken soup, Yi Juanhu began to clear the table, while Meng Yuhan sat on the sofa to rest. As she watched Yi Juanhu busy about, her heart was filled with gratitude and happiness. She knew that she had chosen the right man, a man who would always be by her side, giving her endless love and care. As night fell, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan lay together in bed. They embraced each other closely, feeling each other's heartbeat and breathing. In this warm little house, they felt as if they owned the whole world. Juanhu, thank you for always being by my side. Meng Yuhan said softly. Silly, why do you need to say thank you to me? Yi Juanhu patted her head fondly, I will always be by your side, forever. The two smiled at each other, then fell into a deep sleep. In their dreams, they seemed to have seen the two cute little beings, waving and smiling at them. Chapter 31 The son-in-law meets the father-in-law. The morning sun shone through the gaps in the curtains and fell into Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan's bedroom. Meng Yuhan slowly opened her eyes and felt the even breathing of Yi Juanhu beside her, and a warm current welled up in her heart. She gently tilted her head to the side and looked at Yi Juanhu's sleeping face, and the corner of her mouth unconsciously rose. Yi Juanhu seemed to feel Meng Yuhan's gaze, and slowly opened his eyes, meeting her gaze. Good morning, my dear, he said tenderly, his voice a little hoarse from having just woken up. Good morning, my dear, Meng Yuhan responded, her voice full of sweetness. She gently touched her bulging belly, feeling the two little lives inside her beating, her heart full of anticipation. After the two got up, they ate breakfast together. Yi Juanhu had prepared a nutritious breakfast especially for Meng Yuhan today, with milk, eggs, wholemeal bread and fresh fruit. He knew that Meng Yuhan now needed more nutrients to support the two babies in her tummy. "Hubby, you're so good," Meng Yuhan said, looking at the breakfast on the table and feeling moved. "As long as you and the babies are well, I'll be content," Yi Juanhu responded with a smile. After breakfast, Yi Juanhu accompanied Meng Yuhan for a walk in the courtyard. As they walked, they chatted and enjoyed this rare moment of peace. "Wife, you said our baby is about to be born, and you still haven't told your parents about you and I. Shouldn't we go and meet your parents? This issue will have to be resolved sooner or later, right?" Yi Juanhu suddenly asked. Meng Yuhan's expression became solemn when she heard Yi Juanhu bring up this topic. In fact, last night, Meng Yuhan also thought about it for a long time, and wanted to find an opportunity to tell her father about their relationship. But she was worried about being scolded by her parents. After all, she was pregnant before marriage, so she put it off until today. After a moment of silence, Meng Yuhan nodded in agreement. "So when is a good time?" Yi Juanhu asked again. "I think, just today." Meng Yuhan made up her mind and looked at Yi Juanhu with firm eyes. "Sooner or later, I have to face it, so I might as well do it today when I'm still in a good mood." Yi Juanhu felt a warm current surge through his heart at these words. He took Meng Yuhan's hand in his and said tenderly, "Okay, I'll go with you. No matter what the outcome, I'll always be by your side." The two tidied up briefly and drove to Meng Yuhan's parents' house. On the way, Meng Yuhan seemed a little nervous, looking out of the window from time to time and gently stroking the hem of her shirt with her fingers. Yi Juanhu was by her side, gently reassuring her and trying to calm her down. Finally, the car stopped in front of Meng Yuhan's parents' house. Meng Yuhan took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and walked into the house with Yi Juanhu. Meng Yuhan's parents were a little surprised to see them come together. In particular, seeing Meng Yuhan's bulging belly, the two elderly people were even more stunned. "Dad, Mom, I have something I want to tell you." Meng Yuhan gathered her courage and broke the silence. Yi Juanhu also approached in time and greeted respectfully, "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I'm Yi Juanhu, Yuhan's." He paused, seemingly searching for the right words. "Friend and also the father of these two children." Meng Yuhan's parents' expressions became complex upon hearing this. They looked at Meng Yuhan, their eyes full of both reproach and concern. "Yuhan, how could you be so confused?" Meng's mother spoke first, her voice tinged with reproach. "Pregnant out of wedlock, how are we going to tell our relatives and friends?" Meng Yuhan lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. Yi Juanhu saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to explain patiently. When Meng Yuhan's parents learned that Yi Juanhu not only owned a luxury villa in the Emerald Bay area, but also ran a thriving barbecue restaurant called Orleans, and his daily commute is in a luxury Mercedes-Benz GLS, their tone softened involuntarily. Meng's mother was first taken aback, and then a flash of surprise and scrutiny crossed her eyes, but more of a sense of security for her daughter's future life. She turned to look at Meng's father, and the two of them smiled at each other, as if they had reached some kind of understanding at that moment. "Well, Yi Juanhu, from what you say, it seems that you have a thorough plan for the future of our Yuhan and the children." Meng's father's voice carried a hint of praise, and his gaze on Yi Juanhu became much gentler. "Competent and responsible, that's important." Meng Yuhan saw this and a great weight was finally lifted from her heart. She looked at Yi Juanhu gratefully, her eyes sparkling with tears, but also with more longing and hope for the future. Yi Juanhu smiled modestly. He knew that while these material conditions were important, what was more important was his love and responsibility for Meng Yuhan and the children. "Uncle, Aunt, I know that material conditions don't mean everything. But please believe me, I will use all my love to care for Yuhan and our children, and give them a warm, happy home." After listening to Yi Juanhu's words, Meng's father and mother were even more determined to trust and support them. They began to discuss the details of the wedding and future plans in detail with Yi Juanhu, and the atmosphere became harmonious and congenial. "Good, since you already have such a good foundation, then we feel even more at ease," Meng's mother said with a smile, "and we can discuss the wedding together, so that our children can get married in style." Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan smiled at each other. They knew that at that moment, they had not only gained the love of each other, but also the blessings and recognition of both sets of parents. They would walk hand in hand down the path ahead, and together create a bright future that was theirs alone. Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan left Meng Yuhan's parents' house together. Meng Yuhan sat in the passenger seat, and as she looked sideways at Yi Juanhu, who was driving, her eyes were full of springtime joy, and a sweet smile played at the corner of her mouth. Yi Juanhu looked at Meng Yuhan and noticed her coy expression, so he couldn't help but reach out his right hand and stroke Meng Yuhan's smooth, fair little face. "Silly girl, what are you thinking about?" Yi Juanhu teased. Meng Yuhan's face turned red, and she lowered her head coyly. Seeing this, Yi Juanhu's mouth curled up into a smile. "Okay, when we get home, I'll let you see enough." Upon hearing this, Meng Yuhan immediately looked up at him and glared at him, scolding, "You pervert." Yi Juanhu laughed out loud a few times, and then concentrated on driving. Meng Yuhan leaned back in her seat and looked at Yi Juanhu's handsome and charming profile, feeling incredibly at ease. Her man always inexplicably made her feel at ease. Unconsciously, her eyelids slowly grew heavy and she gradually fell asleep. Yi Juanhu glanced at Meng Yuhan's serene appearance in the corner of his eyes full of affection. He lowered the car's speed to the lowest gear, minimizing noise interference as he drove smoothly on the highway. They soon returned to the villa at the bay. Yi Juanhu parked the car, carefully picked up Meng Yuhan, and gently placed her on the bed in the bedroom. Looking at Meng Yuhan sleeping soundly, Yi Juanhu leaned down and kissed her forehead, his eyes filled with tenderness. He covered Meng Yuhan up and then gently exited the room, closing the door behind him. It wasn't long after he closed the door that Yi Juanhu suddenly received a phone call. Chapter 32 The Orleans barbecue restaurant opens a branch. Yi Juanhu was suddenly awakened by a loud ringing sound, and squinted to take a look. The words Lee Sango flashed on the screen of his phone, and it turned out to be a call from the partner of the barbecue restaurant. "Hey, Juanhu, something big has happened." On the other end of the line, Lee Sango's voice carried a certain amount of uncontrollable tension and excitement, as if there was a force pushing his tone of voice. Yi Juanhu rubbed his sleepy eyes, frowned slightly, and muttered unhappily. "What's so important?" "It's the middle of the night, don't be so dramatic, let people sleep. Our barbecue restaurant is famous. A food blogger passed by yesterday and posted a video online, and overnight our restaurant became famous." Lee Sanga spoke so fast that every word seemed to pop out like a jumping bean, afraid that Yi Juanhu would hang up the phone the next second. "What? Are you serious?" Upon hearing this, Yi Juanhu's heart trembled with both happiness and excitement, as if a warm current was surging through his heart. "If you don't believe me, just go online and check it out. The orders for our restaurant are already queued up to 3 days in advance." Lee Sanga's tone was full of pride, as if he were announcing this good news to the world. Yi Juanhu picked up his phone half believing and opened the internet. Sure enough, there were comments and pictures about his Orleans barbecue restaurant on various social media, and the number of likes and reposts was terrifying. His eyes widened as he slid his finger across the screen, and an indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. "This is amazing, isn't it?" Yi Juanhu muttered to himself, his face breaking into an incredulous smile. "Yes, Juanhu, our store is now famous. You need to think of how to handle all these orders." Lee Sanga urged from the other end of the phone, his tone tinged with a hint of urgency. Yi Juanhu hung up the phone and turned to look at Meng Yuhan, who was still asleep. Her serene face looked exceptionally soft in the moonlight. An indescribable excitement welled up in his heart, as if there was a force pushing him forward, making him restless. It seems that Yi Juanhu's hard work has finally paid off. Now, he can give Yuhan and the children a better life. He gently kissed Meng Yuhan's forehead, then quietly walked out of the guest room and began to plan his next move. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on Yi Juanhu's body and covering him in a silver veil. He stood in front of the window, looking out at the night sky, his mind filled with 1,000 thoughts. He decided to temporarily close the online reservation service. After all, the equipment and manpower in the store were limited, and it was impossible to blindly expand. Then, he had to quickly recruit some new employees, expand the barbecue restaurant, and improve production efficiency. Just as Yi Juanhu was busy, Meng Yuhan woke up. She rubbed her eyes and walked over to him. Looking at his busy appearance, she asked with some confusion, "Juanhu, what are you doing up so late?" Yi Juanhu smiled and told her the news that the barbecue restaurant had caught fire. He thought she would be as excited as he was, but she just smiled calmly. "It seems your hard work has finally paid off. But don't get too tired, you have to take care of your health." Yi Juanhu nodded, his heart full of gratitude. Yes, with such an understanding and supportive wife, what is there to fear? He reached out and took Meng Yuhan's hand, feeling her warmth and tenderness, and his heart filled with strength. In the days that followed, Yi Juanhu was busy as a top, constantly running between the barbecue restaurant and home. Although it was hard work, every time he saw Meng Yuhan's happy smile, he felt that it was all worthwhile. Moreover, everything is difficult at the beginning. As the business gradually gets on track, he will not be so busy and will have plenty of time to take care of his pregnant wife at home. The barbecue restaurant's business is getting better and better, and some people have even started asking about joining the business. Yi Juanhu has considered this for a long time and feels that this is a good opportunity to expand the scale, so he has decided to open up franchising so that more people can taste his barbecue. Of course, Yi Juanhu is also well aware of the hardships and risks of starting a business, so he is extremely cautious when choosing franchisees. Each franchisee must go through rigorous screening and training to ensure that they can pass on the family's barbecue skills and service concept. In this way, Yi Juanhu's barbecue restaurant gradually developed into a small chain brand. And he has also gone from being an ordinary barbecue restaurant owner to a successful entrepreneur with multiple branches. Whenever someone asks Yi Juanhu the secret to his success, he smiles and tells them, "The secret is having a happy family and a supportive wife. She is the one who gives me endless motivation and courage, so that I can face all difficulties and challenges bravely." And every time, Meng Yuhan smiles gently from the side, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Her smile is like the spring sunshine, warm and bright, lighting up Yi Juanhu's heart. That night, the prompt sound that Yi Juanhu had not heard for a long time sounded. He was startled, and then looked at the screen of his phone ecstatically. "Ding, congratulations to the host on the steady development of your business, you are now rewarded with 5 million yuan. Ding, the current needs of the host have been detected, you are now rewarded with unarmed combat skills. Do you accept?" Yi Juanhu's eyes widened, and an indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. Of course, he accepted readily. Suddenly, Yi Juanhu felt a hot current running through his body, as if his whole body was full of strength. This is just in time. He was worried about the large amount of capital turnover needed to open a branch. What Yi Juanhu never expected was that this time the system would reward him with martial arts and he would become a martial artist. Meng Yuhan, who was pregnant and standing nearby, saw Yi Juanhu's happy face and curiously asked, "What are you so happy about?" Yi Juanhu froze for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled tenderly and said, "I'm going to be a father, with 2 little babies, of course I'm happy." After saying this, he leaned over and kissed Meng Yuhan on the forehead. Meng Yuhan was a little embarrassed by his sudden kiss, and pushed him playfully, but with a sweet and happy smile on her lips. Yi Juanhu laughed, reached out and touched Meng Yuhan's slightly protruding belly, as if he could already feel the presence of the 2 little lives inside. He whispered, "My dear, when you give birth to our 2 little ones, I will love you even more." Meng Yuhan blushed, gave Yi Juanhu a shy glare, and said coquettishly, "You scoundrel, you're not being serious." Yi Juanhu scratched his head and laughed, "Huh, who can resist my beautiful wife?" Meng Yuhan gave Yi Juanhu a glare, but her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. She reached out and gently stroked her bulging belly, her eyes sparkling with the light of motherhood. "I hate it," she said coquettishly, but her tone was full of sweetness and happiness. Yi Juanhu laughed and picked Meng Yuhan up, sitting her in his lap. He whispered, "What do you want to eat today?" Meng Yuhan tilted her head and thought for a while, and said, "I've been feeling a bit hungry lately, so how about some hot and sour noodles?" "Great!" Yi Juanhu readily agreed. He turned and went into the kitchen, where he began to get busy. Fragrant smells and the clinking of pots and pans could be heard from the kitchen. Yi Juanhu skillfully chopped vegetables, boiled vermicelli, and mixed the sauce. His movements were smooth and powerful, as if every detail had been carefully crafted. In no time, a bowl of steaming hot sour and spicy noodles was placed in front of Meng Yuhan. She looked at the food in front of her and couldn't help but swallow. "It smells so good," she exclaimed, picking up her chopsticks and starting to taste it. Yi Juanhu watched Meng Yuhan eat with relish, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. He knew that this was the life he wanted, sharing food and happiness with the one he loved. Before he knew it, it was Saturday again. Today, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan had discussed last night and decided to go back to Yi Juanhu's hometown together. This is the first time Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan have returned to their hometown since becoming husband and wife. They are both full of anticipation and excitement. Yi Juanhu's hometown is Yi Village, Jingxing County, Dongjin City. It is a small, peaceful, and beautiful village, full of trees and with a babbling brook. They enjoy the scenery along the way and feel the charm of nature. As the car slowly enters the village, a sense of familiarity wells up in Yi Juanhu's heart. It was as if he had returned to those carefree childhood days. Pointing to the fields and houses in the distance, he told Meng Yuhan about his growing up and the changes in his hometown. Meng Yuhan listened quietly to his story, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and longing. It was as if she could feel Yi Juanhu's deep affection for this land. The car stopped under an old locust tree at the entrance to the village. Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan walked hand in hand towards the village. Chapter 33. For the first time, he took his wife back to his hometown. Ye's mother received a phone call from Yi Juanhu the day before, and upon hearing that she would be reunited with her pregnant daughter-in-law Meng Yuhan and her son Yi Juanhu, she felt so happy that she felt like she was several years younger, and her whole body was full of energy. Early in the morning, as soon as the sun started to smile, Ye's mother got up quietly and prepared to do some spring cleaning. She started on the top floor. The old broom in her hands had seen better days, but she polished it until it was gleaming. She swept every step of the way, taking her job very seriously. After sweeping, she changed into a soft rag and knelt on the floor, scrubbing the floor inch by inch. Next, she moved on to the living room, the home base for family gatherings, which she had to tidy up properly. The sofa was moved out of the way, and the vacuum cleaner was brought in to clean every last crevice. Then, a basin of water with a few drops of lavender essential oil was added, filling the room with a wonderful aroma that made it feel like a lavender field in Provence had been brought into the house, and put everyone in a good mood. The coffee table and TV cabinet were polished until they could reflect a person's image. The kitchen was Ye's mother's top priority. After all, food is the most important thing in life, and a clean kitchen is the foundation of a happy life. She puts on her gloves and washes the pots and pans with the greatest care. She inspects every dish and bowl, and not a speck of grease is left behind. On the stove, a spray of detergent and a brush are all it takes to make it as clean as new, and her smile is reflected in it. Finally, she opens the windows to let in fresh air, and the smell of cooking fumes disappears without a trace, leaving only the freshness and tranquility of the room. Mother Yi didn't miss a single corner of the 3-story building. She also took the potted plants on the balcony down one by one, patted the dust off the leaves, watered them, and pruned them. Under her care, these little lives were all vibrant, as if they were also helping to celebrate the upcoming reunion. As the sun set, the last rays of sunshine fell on the clean house. Mother Yi stood in front of the window, looking at the distant scenery, her heart full of contentment and anticipation. She knows that this is not just for welcoming her son and daughter-in-law, but also for making this home always warm and harmonious, like the lavender that never withers and always gives off a light fragrance. On this side, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan arrived at Yijiakan. As soon as they entered the village, they saw a group of villagers sitting together chatting under the old locust tree at the entrance of the village. Yi Juanhu saw his father at a glance, so he quickly stopped the car and got out with Meng Yuhan to say hello. "Dad, I'm home," Yi Juanhu shouted excitedly. His father looked up and a smile of surprise spread across his face. "Oh, it's Juanhu. You're finally back, your mother has been waiting for you." Meng Yuhan also smiled and greeted her father, handing him the carefully prepared gift. Her father took the gift and couldn't stop smiling, saying good over and over again. They followed their father home, meeting many villagers along the way. Everyone greeted them warmly and asked about their well-being. Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan responded to each one, feeling the simplicity and warmth of the people in their hometown. Upon returning home, their mother had prepared a sumptuous meal. The family sat together, eating delicious food and chatting about their daily lives. "Daughter-in-law, eat more, you're pregnant." Yi Mu's mother was full of affection for Meng Yuhan. "Juanhu, your wife is pregnant, you must take good care of her." Ye's father looked at Yi Juanhu and reminded him. Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan shrugged at the nagging of the two old people and smiled at each other. In the evening, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan were cooling off in the courtyard. They looked up at the starry sky and felt the tranquility and beauty of the countryside. Yi Juanhu tightly gripped Meng Yuhan's hand and said with emotion, "Wife, what do you think of our countryside?" Meng Yuhan smiled and responded, "The mountains are green, the water is clear, the scenery is pleasant, and it's quite fun." The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. In the following days, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan visited their friends and family in the village, feeling the warmth and affection of their hometown. They also went to nearby attractions together, enjoying the beauty and tranquility of nature. As Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan walked around the village, their presence undoubtedly became the topic of conversation among the villagers. Meng Yuhan's beauty was like a spring breeze, dazzling everyone who saw her. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes bright and deep, as if they could see into people's hearts. Her long, silky hair gently falls, adding a touch of gentleness and elegance. Her smile is like the warm sunshine, lighting up everyone's heart and making people fall for her without realizing it. Oh, isn't that Juanhu's daughter-in-law? She's so pretty. Wang Dazhang, an old woman from the village, looks at Meng Yuhan with awe and envy in her eyes. Juanhu, you are truly blessed to have married such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Isn't she? Juanhu's wife is like someone right out of a painting. Uncle Li next to him agreed, his eyes full of admiration for Meng Yuhan's beauty. The village boys couldn't take their eyes off her, and they whispered among themselves, Juanhu was really lucky to have married such a beautiful wife. If only I could marry such a pretty wife. The luxury car driven by Yi Juanhu also became the focus of attention of the villagers. The body lines were smooth and the luster dazzling, like a beast ready to pounce, exuding an extraordinary air of power. Whenever it drove past the village road, it would attract bursts of exclamations of awe and envy. Hey, isn't that Juanhu's luxury car? It's really magnificent. Old Zhang from the village looked at the slowly passing car with envy in his eyes. This guy Juanhu has really made it now. Yes, just look at the class of this car, you can tell that Juanhu is doing well now. Xiao Wang, who was standing next to him, also agreed, his eyes shining with the desire and yearning for Yi Juanhu's success. Yi Juanhu listened to the villagers' discussions and his heart was filled with pride and satisfaction. He turned his head and glanced at Meng Yuhan, only to see her gazing at him with sweet eyes. He couldn't help but feel proud and satisfied. The two drove home together, where Ye's mother and father were busily tidying up the yard after drying the grapevines. As soon as they saw their son and daughter-in-law, Ye's father waved happily at them. Welcome home. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. You must be exhausted. After washing their hands, Yi and Meng sat down together at the table. Seeing the sumptuous meal, they both became very hungry. Mom, you've prepared a really sumptuous meal. Yi Juanhu put a piece of braised pork rib in his bowl and said with a smile. I killed a free-range chicken today especially to make you some nourishing soup. Ye's mother looked at Meng Yuhan kindly. Meng Yuhan felt very happy when she saw how much her in-laws loved her. The family sat down to eat together in a happy and lively atmosphere. Chapter 34 Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chatting. After dinner, Yimu tightly held Meng Yuhan's hand as they sat together under the grape trellis in the courtyard, which was full of the traces of time, enjoying the unique coolness and tranquility of the evening. The moonlight shone through the gaps in the grape leaves, casting a motley light and shadow, adding an indescribable touch of poetry to this warm scene. Yimu's eyes were full of concern and expectation for Meng Yuhan, and she asked softly, Yuhan, your due date is approaching. Mom wants to know if she needs to go to the city to take care of you. Her words reveal her deep concern for Meng Yuhan. Meng Yuhan smiles at her mother, her eyes full of gratitude. Mom, I really appreciate your kindness. But Juanhu will stay at home to take care of me. If that's not possible, we'll figure it out then. Of course, I still hope you can come visit me from time to time and bring me some home-cooked food. After hearing this, Mrs. Ye's face broke into a relieved smile. That's good, that's good. As long as you've made all the arrangements, I'll feel at ease. I'll definitely come visit you often and bring you some delicious food. Yi Juanhu chimed in, yes, Mom, don't worry. I'll do my best to take care of Meng Yuhan and the baby. After the baby is born, we plan to bring the baby back to our hometown to visit you and Dad. Upon hearing this, Ye's mother's eyes crinkled up in a smile. That would be wonderful, and I can't wait to hold my first grandchild. Then, Ye's mother turned to Meng Yuhan and said, Yuhan, you must take good care of your health, eat a lot, and raise the baby to be plump and healthy. By then, I'll have prepared a lot of baby clothes and toys for you. Meng Yuhan nodded with a smile, Mom, don't worry. I will take good care of myself, and I will also give the baby a warm and happy environment to grow up in. Ye's mother nodded with satisfaction, well, that's good. You and Juanhu are both capable, and I believe that the child will be happy in the future. Meng Yuhan nodded again, a sweet curve rising at the corner of her mouth. Thank you, Mom, we will definitely work hard. As the night deepened, Meng Yuhan and Ye's mother's chat became more and more enjoyable, and laughter could be heard from the courtyard from time to time. Yi Juanhu, on the other hand, watched them silently, his eyes full of contentment and happiness. Seeing this scene, Ye's mother's heart was also filled with warmth. She gently patted Meng Yuhan's arm. Okay, you go rest first, don't tire yourself out. Meng Yuhan nodded slightly, stood up, and smiled as she said goodbye to them. I'll go back and rest first then. Yi Juanhu immediately stood up and said with concern, Honey, be careful, I'll walk you home. After saying this, Yi Juanhu reached out and embraced Meng Yuhan's slender waist, carefully escorting her into the house. With Yi Juanhu's support, Meng Yuhan, with her big belly, walked steadily step by step to the room on the second floor. Ye's mother looked at their departing backs, a smile on the corners of her mouth, but her eyes were slightly red. At this moment, she truly realized what it meant to have a peaceful life and no regrets in this life. Yi Juanhu carefully supported Meng Yuhan as they took the stairs to the second floor, step by step. Their pace was slow and steady, and every step was filled with anticipation for the future and a deep love for each other. Be careful, wife, Yi Juanhu softly reminded, while holding Meng Yuhan's hand even tighter, for fear that she might have any mishaps. Meng Yuhan smiled and responded, "It's okay, Juanhu, you don't need to be nervous. The baby is also very good, it hasn't caused me any trouble." Yi Juanhu felt a warm current surge through his heart at these words. He gently stroked Meng Yuhan's bulging abdomen, as if he could feel the baby kicking gently inside. "Baby, you must be good, and when you come out, Daddy will love you very much," Yi Juanhu said softly, his tone full of tenderness and determination. Meng Yuhan looked at Yi Juanhu's loving eyes, and her heart was filled with happiness and contentment. She knew that she had chosen the right person, and that this family would be her warmest harbor. Finally, they arrived at the room on the second floor. Yi Juanhu gently pushed open the door and let Meng Yuhan go in first. The soft and warm lighting in the room added a sense of peace and security to the couple who were about to become parents. "You sit down and rest for a while, I'll get you a glass of water," Yi Juanhu said as he walked towards the water dispenser in the room. Meng Yuhan smiled and nodded, sitting by the bed and gently stroking her baby in her belly. She felt every movement of her baby, her heart filled with the radiance and joy of motherhood. After a while, Yi Juanhu walked over with a cup of warm water and handed it to Meng Yuhan. "Have some water, wife." Meng Yuhan took the glass, took a gentle sip, and then smiled at Yi Juanhu. "Juanhu, thank you for always being by my side and taking care of me." Yi Juanhu gently took Meng Yuhan's hand. "Yuhan, you are my wife, the most important person in my life. Taking care of you is what I should do." The two smiled at each other, the tacit understanding and love that didn't need words flowing in each other's eyes. Subsequently, Meng Yuhan snuggled into Yi Juanhu's arms, listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat. After a long while, Meng Yuhan suddenly looked up. "Right, it's rare to go back to my hometown. During the day, I saw a high mountain not far from here. Let's go climb it tomorrow." "Old wife, that's not a good idea. You're pregnant," Yi Juanhu hesitated. Although he liked to go mountain climbing with Meng Yuhan to exercise, he was more worried about her safety. "Don't worry, it's fine. Besides, as long as you're taking care of me, I won't be in danger. Tonight, let's plan how to climb the mountain," Meng Yuhan said with a smile. "Okay. But you have to promise me that if you feel tired, you must stop immediately," Yi Juanhu seriously reminded her. Meng Yuhan nodded lightly. "Okay, I remember. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed now." After saying that, Meng Yuhan broke free from Yi Juanhu's embrace and turned to go to the bathroom to take a shower. After getting out of the shower, Meng Yuhan lay down on the soft and comfortable big bed. "Hubby, come quickly," she greeted Yi Juanhu. Yi Juanhu smiled and walked over to the bed, leaned down and kissed Meng Yuhan's rosy, full lips, and asked adoringly, "Baby, what do you want me to do?" Meng Yuhan shyly lowered her eyes, nibbled her lips lightly, and pouted, "What do you think?" Yi Juanhu's Adam's apple rolled, his heart pounded, his face instantly flushed, and his breathing quickened. "I don't understand yet," he whispered, his voice hoarse and charming. Meng Yuhan looked up at Yi Juanhu's charming face, her heart pounding. "Idiot, of course it is." Meng Yuhan shyly lowered her head and muttered, "Look, I'm pregnant, it's inconvenient, carry me to bed and rest." Yi Juanhu nodded as if he had suddenly woken up, then gently bent down and picked Meng Yuhan up in his arms. "Ah," Meng Yuhan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yi Juanhu's neck and complaining, "Be careful, what if you touch the baby?" Yi Juanhu laughed, "Don't worry, honey, I'm being very careful." Meng Yuhan nodded, her heart filled with a deep sense of sweetness and love. Yi Juanhu carried Meng Yuhan to the bed and gently placed her on the soft bed. Then, he also followed suit, lying on his side next to Meng Yuhan, his gaze burning as he stared at her stunning face. He couldn't help but bow his head and kiss her forehead. Meng Yuhan looked up at Yi Juanhu, blushing, and said, "Quick, help me get the quilt, I'm a little cold." Oh, Yi Juanhu quickly took the quilt and covered Meng Yuhan's body, and thoughtfully placed the pillow under Meng Yuhan's head to ensure that she slept more comfortably. "Okay." Yi Juanhu patted Meng Yuhan's shoulder and said softly, "Wife, go to sleep early." Meng Yuhan closed her eyes, gave a soft grunt, and then emitted even breathing sounds. Looking at Meng Yuhan's peaceful and warm sleeping face, Yi Juanhu gave a relieved smile. He gently reached out and turned off the table lamp, leaving only the dim night light to accompany him and his beautiful wife. Yi Juanhu leaned against the right side of Meng Yuhan and gazed at her quietly, his heart filled with a feeling of happiness. Chapter 35 Mountain Climbing. After an unknown period of time, Yi Juanhu was also infected by the tranquility, and his eyelids gradually became heavy, and he finally fell asleep. In his dream, he seemed to be in a green forest, with birds singing merrily in the branches and streams flowing by at his feet. Everything seemed so harmonious and beautiful. The next morning, when the first ray of sunshine shone through the gaps in the curtains and gently fell on Meng Yuhan's face, she slowly opened her eyes. After stretching, Meng Yuhan felt refreshed, as if a night's rest had recharged her. Looking over to her side, she saw Yi Juanhu still asleep, a smile on his lips, as if he were immersed in a sweet dream. Meng Yuhan smiled softly, unwilling to disturb his beautiful dream, so she quietly got up and began preparing for the journey of the day. She tiptoed into the bathroom, washed up, and then quietly returned to the room to start packing the items needed for the hike. Meng Yuhan made sure she was prepared for anything by packing some light food and water, as well as some emergency medicine. She also took her camera with her, hoping to capture the beautiful scenery along the way and the memories they would make together. Soon, Yi Juanhu woke up too. He rubbed his eyes and saw that Meng Yuhan had already packed and was sitting by the bed waiting for him. He smiled and said, "Wife, you got up early." "Yes, hurry up, didn't we say we were going to go hiking today?" Meng Yuhan urged, her face full of anticipation and excitement. Yi Juanhu nodded and quickly got up to wash. After washing, he and Meng Yuhan went downstairs together to have breakfast. Ye's parents had already prepared a hearty breakfast for them, with steaming millet porridge, crispy fried dough sticks and a few side dishes. The four of them sat around the table eating breakfast, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. While eating, Father Yi asked, "Where are you planning to go hiking today?" "Let's go to that green mountain on the outskirts of the city. I hear the scenery there is beautiful," replied Yi Juanhu. Hearing this, Mother Yi said with some concern, "Although the scenery on that mountain is good, the mountain trail is also quite steep. You must be careful." "Don't worry, Mom, we'll be careful," reassured Meng Yuhan. After breakfast, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan put on their backpacks and prepared to set off. Ye's mother and father stood in the doorway, watching them go. Ye's father patted Yi Juanhu's shoulder and said earnestly, "Son, take care of Yuhan and be safe." "I know, Dad." Yi Juanhu nodded and set off on the journey to Qingshan with Meng Yuhan. Along the way, the two of them chatted and laughed. They passed by a store selling outdoor survival supplies and got out of the car to buy camping gear and other travel supplies. When the Mercedes-Benz GLS slowly drew near the foot of the mountain, they couldn't wait to jump out of the car, take a deep breath of the fresh mountain air, and feel instantly refreshed. "Husband, look at that mountain, it's so high." Meng Yuhan pointed at the green mountain in front of them, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, we can definitely climb to the top," Yi Juanhu said confidently. The two of them smile at each other, then join hands and set off on the path to the top of the mountain. As Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan set off on the winding path to the Green Mountain, their hiking trip officially begins. Sunlight filters through the treetops and dapples the dirt path at their feet. The air is filled with the refreshing scent of soil and leaves, invigorating the spirit. At first, the mountain path was quite gentle, lined with lush trees. Occasionally, the sound of birds chirping came from the forest, clear and melodious. They chatted as they walked, enjoying this rare peace and harmony. Meng Yuhan stopped from time to capture the fleeting beauty with her camera, while Yi Juanhu waited patiently, occasionally pointing out a better angle for her to shoot from. As they gradually ascended, the mountain path became more rugged. In some places, the rocks were exposed and they had to climb carefully. In other places, the slope was steep and they had to take every step carefully to prevent slipping. Sweat began to drip from their foreheads and their breathing gradually became rapid, but their eyes were full of determination and unyielding. Along the way, they met an elderly hiker, whose pace was steady and his face was full of composure and confidence. Seeing that they were young and strong but seemed to be struggling a little, the old man smiled and encouraged them. "Young people, climbing a mountain is like life. There are ups and downs, difficulties and ease. But as long as you have a goal in your heart and strength in your feet, you will be able to reach the top." These words warmed their hearts and inspired them to continue moving forward. As the altitude increased, the surrounding scenery also quietly changed. The originally dense forest gradually became sparse, replaced by open meadows and the faint peaks in the distance. They stood on a rock overlooking the world below, and a sense of pride arose at the thought of being at the top, overlooking all the other mountains. At this moment, the sky suddenly started to drizzle, adding a touch of mystery and romance to this hiking trip. They quickly put on their raincoats and continued on their way. The mountain path in the rain was even more slippery, and every step required even more caution. But the rain also brought a different kind of scenery. The leaves were washed even greener by the rain, and the mountains were shrouded in clouds, like a fairyland. As Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan stepped deeper and deeper into the embrace of the green mountains, the rain stopped, and the mountain path became even more rugged, posing an unprecedented challenge to their physical strength and perseverance. Especially Meng Yuhan, who had recently become pregnant and was slightly heavy, making it even more inconvenient to move around. Despite this, she insisted on accompanying Yi Juanhu on this extraordinary mountain climbing journey, because she knew that it would not only test their love, but also give them a beautiful vision of their future family life. At first, Meng Yuhan could barely keep up with Yi Juanhu's pace, but as the altitude continued to rise, her breathing became rapid and her footsteps grew heavier. Yi Juanhu saw it in his eyes and felt it in his heart. He proposed resting in place several times, but Meng Yuhan always shook her head and told him with a determined look in her eyes, "I can do it." However, in front of a steep slope, Meng Yuhan finally stopped, her face slightly pale, obviously unable to continue. Yi Juanhu did not hesitate, immediately crouched down and said gently, "Come, I'll carry you up." Meng Yuhan looked at him in surprise and moved, her heart full of mixed emotions. She knew that Yi Juanhu's body was not made of iron either, and the long climb had exhausted him. But at the moment, his eyes were filled with determination and tenderness, without the slightest hesitation. In this way, Yi Juanhu carried Meng Yuhan on his back and climbed upward step by step with difficulty. Each of his steps seemed extremely heavy, but each was also extremely determined. Sweat ran down his forehead and dripped into the mud at his feet, as if it were the best testimony to this deep affection and perseverance. Meng Yuhan leaned against Yi Juanhu's back, her heart surging with indescribable emotions. She could feel Yi Juanhu's strong back and his heart beating for her. At that moment, all the fatigue and difficulties seemed so insignificant. Only this deep love, like the gentle but firm breeze in the mountains, was there. "Honey, you must be tired. Let me rest for a while," Meng Yuhan said with concern. "It's okay, I can hold on. As long as you're on my back, I have the strength." Yi Juanhu replied with a smile, his tone full of determination and tenderness. Finally, with their joint efforts, they successfully reached the summit. Standing at the top of the mountain, overlooking the world below, Meng Yuhan's eyes welled up with tears. She hugged Yi Juanhu tightly and choked as she said, "Thank you, honey. You gave me the strength to believe that with love, nothing is impossible." Yi Juanhu gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Meng Yuhan's eyes and said tenderly, "Silly, we are each other's support. No matter what difficulties we encounter, as long as we are together, we will be able to overcome them." This hiking trip was not only a test of physical strength and perseverance, but also a spiritual baptism. It allowed Meng Yuhan to deeply appreciate Yi Juanhu's deep affection and devotion for her, and it also made their love stronger in the face of difficulties and challenges. In the days to come, this experience will become a precious memory in their hearts, forever warming each other's hearts. Yi Juanhu took Meng Yuhan by the hand, sat down on the soft grass, and then took off his jacket and spread it next to her. Meng Yuhan wiped her eyes with her hand and then smiled and said to him, "You lie down and rest for a while, and we'll walk slowly across this lawn." Yi Juanhu was also polite and lay down directly. Meng Yuhan sat next to him, placed her two small hands on his chest, and said softly, "Husband, are you tired?" "I'm fine," Yi Juanhu said, taking her hand and kissing her slender, white fingertips gently. "Wife, which campsite are we going to pitch our tent at tonight?" Yi Juanhu asked. "Well, let me think about it and I'll let you know when I've made up my mind." Yi Juanhu obediently nodded. "Hey, honey, what do you think of this place?" Meng Yuhan suddenly asked, pointing in the distance. Yi Juanhu followed her gaze and saw a tall stone arch bridge with many round protrusions on the bridge surface. It was very beautiful and full of mystery. Very beautiful. Yi Juanhu sincerely praised, "Okay, we'll set up camp there tonight." Meng Yuhan nodded. Chapter 36 Camping in the Wild. Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan continued their hiking trip, but this time the pace was significantly slower. Meng Yuhan's physical condition made them have to be more cautious, but it also gave them more time to appreciate the scenery along the way and enjoy each other's company. They walked through the soft grass and came to the base of the tall stone arch bridge. Meng Yuhan excitedly ran up to it and took a closer look at the stone bridge full of mystery. Yi Juanhu followed behind, his gaze full of adoration and care. Be careful, honey, Yi Juanhu softly reminded her. I know. Meng Yuhan turned back to give him a sweet smile before continuing her exploration. The stone arch bridge's deck was made up of many round protrusions, and walking on it felt both interesting and a bit challenging. Meng Yuhan walked carefully, occasionally stopping to strike a pose for Yi Juanhu to take her picture. Yi Juanhu patiently cooperated, using his camera to capture every beautiful moment. He knew that these photos would become part of their shared memories, forever treasured in their hearts. Finally, they arrived at an open clearing, which would be their campsite for the night. Yi Juanhu began to get busy, setting up the tent and organizing the equipment, while Meng Yuhan helped out and occasionally offered some suggestions. As night fell, they lit the camp lamp and sat around the tent, enjoying the peace and warmth. Meng Yuhan took some food and water out of her backpack and the two of them began to enjoy their dinner. Hubby, what do you think of this hiking trip? Meng Yuhan asked as she ate. It's been great. I'm a bit tired, but seeing you so happy makes it all worthwhile, Yi Juanhu answered with a smile. Well, me too. Although it was physically demanding, I've gained a lot spiritually. Especially when I saw you trying so hard to carry me on your back, I was really moved. Meng Yuhan said, with a tear glistening in her eye. Yi Juanhu gently took her hand and said tenderly, silly, we're husband and wife, we should support and care for each other. You've done so much for me, of course I want to do something for you too. The two of them smiled at each other, and this tacit understanding deepened their bond. They knew that no matter what difficulties they would encounter in the future, as long as they held hands, they would be able to overcome them. That night, as they lay in their tent, listening to the wind and insects outside, they felt a sense of peace and contentment. Suddenly, the roar of a wild boar could be heard outside. Meng Yuhan turned pale with fear and quickly crawled under the covers. Yi Juanhu saw that she was scared and quickly reassured her, don't be afraid, I'm here. Let me go out and take a look. No, it's too dangerous. What if you get bitten? Meng Yuhan said in a panic. Don't worry, I was often fighting wolves when I was a child, I'm more than capable of dealing with wild animals. Yi Juanhu explained while lifting the quilt and preparing to walk out. Meng Yuhan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. As soon as Yi Juanhu took a step outside, he noticed a dark figure standing outside the tent. This wild boar had 4 legs, a huge body, a big mouth, sharp teeth, and was very fierce. It stared at Yi Juanhu with red, bulging eyes, and a low growl came from its throat. It seemed extremely hungry and pounced at Yi Juanhu. Quickly get out of the way. Meng Yuhan's scream could be heard from inside the tent. But instead of avoiding it, Yi Juanhu swung a punch at the wild boar. The wild boar was enraged and opened its mouth to bite him. Yi Juanhu reacted quickly, moving to the side to avoid the wild boar's sharp tusks. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yi Juanhu kicked the wild boar in the stomach. The wild boar let out a miserable scream and retreated several meters. Yi Juanhu immediately rushed over, grabbed the bristle on the wild boar's neck, and then threw it hard. Bang! The wild boar fell heavily to the ground, whimpered a few times, and then stopped moving, obviously already dead. Yi Juanhu picked up its tusk that had fallen to the ground, and turned and walked into the tent. Husband, are you okay? Seeing Yi Juanhu return safely, Meng Yuhan's tense heart finally relaxed, and tears welled up in her eyes. It's fine. Yi Juanhu shook his head, then handed her the phone. Honey, do you want to have a wild boar barbecue in the middle of nowhere? Ding, the host's current needs have been detected. The host is now granted barbecue seasonings, which have been distributed in the host's backpack. Yi Juanhu secretly rejoiced, and went to check in his backpack. Sure enough, the required barbecue seasonings, such as cumin powder and white sesame seeds, were all there. Meng Yuhan heard Yi Juanhu say that they were going to have a barbecue picnic, and she had never eaten wild boar barbecue before in her life, so she immediately looked forward to it. Honey, let's get started. Okay. Yi Juanhu took his dagger and iron fork and walked over to the wild boar. He used the iron fork to cut open the wound in the wild boar's abdomen, then cleaned out the contents of its intestines, and then started searching for the wild boar's meat. The wild boar has thick skin and coarse meat, so even after cutting off its head, it is still edible and the meat is very tender. Yi Juanhu skewered the meat, sprinkled it with seasonings such as cumin and paprika, and then put it on the campfire to grill. Wow, it smells good. Meng Yuhan couldn't help but swallow when she smelled the tempting aroma of the barbecue. Ha, it'll be ready soon, said Yi Juanhu with a smile. Yes, thank you, honey, Meng Yuhan said with a happy smile. Before long, the fragrant roast wild boar was ready. Meng Yuhan couldn't wait to reach out and pick up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, instantly enchanted by the wonderful taste. It's delicious, Meng Yuhan exclaimed. Eat slowly, dear, don't choke, Yi Juanhu said with concern. Then the two of them buried their faces in their food. My husband is amazing, he's actually defeated the wild boar in just half a day. Meng Yuhan praised with a thumbs up. That's a given. Yi Juanhu responded complacently. Husband, you're awesome. Meng Yuhan praised without reservation. He, Yi Juanhu laughed. At this time, Meng Yuhan picked up a piece of grilled meat and fed it to him. The two of them smiled at each other and continued eating. After finishing the grilled wild boar, Yi Juanhu and Meng Yuhan sat by the campfire and enjoyed the tranquility of the night. The flickering flames of the campfire reflected on their faces, making them look particularly warm. Honey, do you think there will be any other surprises on this hiking trip? Meng Yuhan asked curiously. Yi Juanhu gave a slight smile and shook his head. I don't know, but no matter what happens, I will always be by your side, protecting and caring for you. Meng Yuhan felt a warm current well up in her heart upon hearing this. She tightly gripped Yi Juanhu's hand and softly said, with you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. The two smiled at each other and continued to revel in each other's company. The night grew deeper and the campfire gradually weakened, but neither of them felt sleepy, as if they had endless things to talk about. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, sending a few sparks from the campfire flying and landing on the nearby grass. Meng Yuhan exclaimed in alarm, worried that it would start a fire. Yi Juanhu saw this and immediately got up, quickly extinguishing the sparks with the surrounding mud and stones. He returned to Meng Yuhan's side and reassured her, it's fine, I've taken care of it. Meng Yuhan looked at him, her eyes full of gratitude and admiration. She knew that no matter what difficulties they encountered, Yi Juanhu would never hesitate to stand up and protect her. That night, they slept soundly. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone through the gaps in the tent, they were ready to continue their hiking trip. They packed up the tent and equipment and set off on their journey home.